At the Tessar orphanage, a voice rings out. Alright, let me introduce her. A very lovely little girl is standing timidly and the person next to her introduces her instead. This is the girl who will be staying with you from today. Diana shyly greets them. Hello. I'm Dana. Please take care of me. Another brown-haired girl stands in a corner, attentively watching Diana. She is lost in speculation, with those beautifully sparkling blue eyes and silver hair that shines like the moon. The brown-haired girl affirms. There's no doubt she's the youngest daughter of the Ella Duke family, Diana. She panics. Am I dreaming right now? After meeting my death at the Ella Duke family, I've returned to the day Diana entered the Tessar orphanage. What kind of cruel twist of fate? A day ago, at the headquarters of the Information Guild Terentium, a voice rings out. What brings you to my office today? A person standing with their hands on their hips replies. Today is the day you promised to give me a mission, Master. With her other hand, she points at herself and says loudly, You didn't forget, did you? This girl is Ria, first-class agent of Terentium. The man smiles. Is it already that day? Ria says unhappily loudly. Master. She is extremely dissatisfied. Among all the first-class agents, I'm the only one who hasn't received a proper mission for over a week. There's a limit to how much you can ignore my skills. The man chuckles. A proper mission, huh? Don't worry, Ria. I haven't forgotten. Besides, this time it's a big one. This makes Ria surprised, her pupils dilating. He points at Ria and continues. I'll be away for tomorrow's schedule. Complete the mission I've entrusted to Jade before I return. You can handle that, right? Ria happily takes on the task. Yes. Leave it to me. In another room, Ria's voice rings out again. Where? The Ella Duke family? She excitedly slams her hand on the table and stands up. Did Master really assign me a mission to infiltrate the Ellad family? Jade, holding a glass of water, leisurely replies. Yeah, I've played all this time. With your skills, you should be handling missions like this. Ria is slightly doubtful. Huh? You always mock me, but now you're suddenly compliment me? Jade defends. We all know how skills you are. We just never acknowledge it because we were jealous of how much Master favors you. Hearing this, Ria asks in surprise. Favoritism? Ria lists the missions she has received. Finding a resident's lost handkerchief, helping a lost child find their home. The more she talks, the angrier she gets close to Jade's face and points at him. If that's favoritism, then I've had enough of it. Jade has nowhere to retreat. Phew. Forget it. Suddenly, he remembers something and asks her. By the way, Ria, didn't you say you know someone from Ella Duke family? Ria hesitates slightly. What? When did I say that? Jade starts to recall the memory for Ria. Don't you remember? The day you had your first drink after becoming an adult, you mentioned something about an orphanage when you were a kid. Ria only manages a forced smile and puts her hand on his shoulder. That was because I was drunk, you know. There's no way I'd have a connection with such a prestigious noble family. Ria changes the subject to sneak away. Oh no, look at the time. I have a mission tomorrow, so I'll head to bed now. She says goodbye to Jade. Bye, Jade. Thanks for the meal. Jade is stunned and quickly calls her. Ria, wait a second. Ria has already left, and Jade still stands there silently watching her back. Suddenly, he flashes a wicked smile. Ria remembers Duke Ellad, the man known as the Sword of the Lakshutan Empire. Just as Jade heard, I have an unbreakable connection with the Ella Duke family. Even after 10 years, it's still vivid. Those sharp, blade-like eyes and that merciless decision. Ria observes from a tree and continues her train of thought. Of course, that past won't affect today's mission. She remembers the man's instructions. Find out who visiting the target's mansion and uncover what kind of conversation they're having. Ria observes and calculates. I expected someone important, but this feels suspicious. The entire Night Order of the Duke family is assembled, yet it's eerily quiet, as if no guest is coming. Ria wonders, what kind of secret conversation are they having? An extremely luxurious carriage slowly enters. A carriage. Is that the guest? A voice rings out, inviting the people in black cloaks. Welcome. That's Duke Ellad's voice. We've been waiting for you. Seeing this, Ria is surprised. It's not the servants, it's Duke Ellad himself who came to greet them. This must be no ordinary guest. I need to follow them right away. Just as Rhea turns to leave, a sword is placed against her neck. The young man in royal military uniform asks, "Who?" He says coldly, "If you don't reveal yourself, I'll kill you." He's Lucio Elid, the eldest son of the Elid Duke family. A name unconsciously comes to her mind. Lucio? Of all people, you're the last person I wanted to run into right now. But according to the information Jade gave me, Lucio was supposed to be away from the mansion today. That bastard, he fed me false information on purpose. Lucio interrupts her train of thought. Surrender quietly and reveal who sent you. Then I'll spare your life. Rhea forcefully deflects the sword, surprising Lucio. He confirms. So this is your answer. Then I won't show mercy either. Lucio slashes off Rhea's face covering, revealing her face. Lucio exclaims in surprise. Why are you here? Rhea panics and quickly covers her face. No way, did he recognize me? No, there's no way he would remember a plain brown-haired girl not after 10 years ago. He can't. She bites her lip. You're the only person I never wanted to show this side of me to. Lucio shouts towards Rhea. Wait. Please stop. He tries to reach out and pull her back. Don't run. Before he can finish speaking, a sword pierces Leah's chest. Lucio's blue eyes lifelessly watch the scene before him. Rhea is also surprised. Huh? She falls into Lucio's arms. The soldiers in the manor run up one after another. We've captured the intruder. Restrain her. Rhea thinks to herself, her mouth full of syrup. Damn it, I let my guard down. Lucio can only shout her name there. Rhea. Leah feels happy, hearing Lucio calling my name. I never thought it would come true in final moments. Lucio pleads hopelessly. No, Rhea. Please wake up. Rhea's hand loosens and falls, signaling the complete end of her life. She thinks to herself. But have I ever told him my name before? Lucio shouts her name. Rhea. At this moment, the image and voice of that man reappear. Do you think people will acknowledge you just because you act this way? I'll never be a good person to you, so no matter what anyone says, don't be mistaken. Remember this, Rhea. Never trust me. Sweat runs down her small face. Rhea is surprised. What's this? I'm alive? She looks at her hand. I was sure my heart was pierced, yet I don't feel any pain. How did this happen? Rhea discovers something is wrong, and her face turns pale. Huh? Rhea looks around. Wait. No way, an old bed and tattered curtains. The familiar orphanage scenery I got sick of seeing in my childhood. And if what I see in the mirror isn't an illusion, did I return to the past? A voice calls her name, startling her. Rhea. Rhea is drawn away from her thoughts. Huh? What is it? Emily asks Rhea caringly. Are you feeling sick? You zoned out while eating. Aren't you going to eat your bread? Rhea raises the plate of bread and gives it to Emily. This? I'm not that hungry today, Emily. Do you want it? Emily is happy. Really? Can I really have it? The little girl politely thanks her. Thanks, Rhea. Rhea continues to think. The sensation of blood leaving my body is still vivid. Yet I find myself back in the past as if it were a dream, living my daily life like nothing happened. I can't believe this. A rude voice rings out. Hey! Another big kid comes over and orders. If you're not going to eat that, give it to me. Rhea searches her memory. Thomas. I remember him. That guy who acted like the boss of the orphanage just because of his big size. Rhea quickly retorts to him. Don't be ridiculous. Why should you take what's mine? Thomas is surprised by Rhea's response. What did you just say? He shouts. How dare you talk back to me? Another white-haired boy comes over. Stop making a scene. He leisurely reminds them. Do you want to get scolded by the director? The angry Thomas scolds. Jack, why were you interfering? You were the one picking on the kids first. Thomas looks at the bread and a look of fear flashes across his face. Why are these brats suddenly talking back today when they usually don't dare say a word? He reaches out to grab the bread and Emily screams as she sees the bread leave her plate. Thomas smugly mocks. Damn it! I'm taking this! Rhea angrily stands up. Stop right there! Emily pulls Rhea's hand and says to her. Rhea! Don't tell me you're going after Thomas? Rhea is surprised. What? That's not. People around Rhea discuss. What's up with Rhea all of a sudden? Isn't she afraid of Thomas? What if she gets hit? Doesn't she seem a little different today? Rhea remembers the past. Yeah, back in the orphanage, I was weak and timid. It wouldn't be good if I suddenly changed too much overnight. I should just stay quiet for now. Rhea stops. She thinks to herself. I should just stay quiet for now. She returns to her younger self's demeanor. You're right, Emily. I'll be careful. Thanks for worrying about me. Jack stands silently from afar. He witnesses everything. Sunlight shines into the room. Rhea hugs her stomach, which is growling from hunger. She wipes the floor with one hand and hugs her empty stomach with the other, crying. I'm so hungry that I don't even have the strength to clean. Forget misunderstandings, I should have chased after that guy. A voice scolds her. Idiot. Why'd you act like a fool and give up your bread? Rhea asks him. So, are you saying this is my fault now? Jack replies. Yeah. If you hadn't given up the bread in the first place, none of this would have happened. Rhea angrily curses to herself. Arrogant brat. Should I punch him and get it over with? Jack suddenly holds out a piece of bread. Forget it. Just take this. Rhea happily takes it. You're giving this to me. When Jack hears Rhea ask this, he replies, Yeah. If you don't want to it, just throw it away. Rhea quickly stops him. No. I won't throw it away. Rhea hugs the piece of bread, thinking. Back at the orphanage, we barely even talked to each other. But now, I suddenly feel grateful. She smiles brightly and praises. Jack, you were a good kid too, huh? Jack glances at Rhea suspiciously. You're acting really weird today. A voice rings out. Everyone, come down to the entrance. A new child has arrived. A man leads a little girl in. And so, on the very day I returned after dying at the Duke of Elad's estate, the youngest daughter of the ducal house, Diana, arrived at Tessar orphanage. Can this really be just a coincidence? The other children look at Diana and discuss. What the hell is this? Another mouth to feed? We're already starving as it is. Diana's image is reflected in Rhea's eyes. If Diana had never appeared here in the past, the Duke of Elad wouldn't have destroyed the orphanage, and I wouldn't have been reduced to be a beggar overnight, suffering through all kinds of hardships. After thinking everything through, Rhea calls out, Hey, Dana. Rhea looks down at Diana. How old are you? She muses. If I were to blame Diana for everything, I might think that way. But blaming someone won't change anything. More than anything, an innocent child shouldn't bear the weight of responsibility. The little girl hears this and speaks up. I'm 4 years old. Rhea takes Diana's hand and raises it. You even remember your age? You've grown up, Dana. Diana looks at Rhea in surprise, then Rhea suggests. Alright, let's go wash up first. Diana happily follows Rhea. Okay. Rhea silently smiles to Diana that. Yeah, maybe this is a chance to change both my and Diana's future. Diana is very happy taking a bath with Rhea and exclaims, Hooray for Dana! Rhea also happily echoes Diana. That's right, well done! Rhea takes a towel and wrings it dry for Diana, then she wipes Diana's face. I'll wipe this side first. It's not too cold, right? Hearing this, Diana replies, No. Rhea smiles at Diana. She remembers the events of her previous life. Diana was overly clingy and cried easily, so the orphanage kids, afraid of getting scolded by the director, avoided her. I also tried to keep my distance like the other kids. But strangely, Diana hovered around me more than anyone else. At the time, it felt overwhelming, but looking back now, it wouldn't been too harsh for a 4-year-old child to be separated from her family. She suddenly looks up at Diana. Oh my! A little angel appears before her, surprising her. I didn't realize it until I wiped off the dust. Her silver hair and blue eyes shine so brightly it stings the eyes. Anyone can see that she's from the Elad family. She gets angry when she remembers the director often saying they're stupid, but he's the one who's really stupid. The director keeps calling us stupid every day, but he is the dumbest one. Thinking a child who's clearly a noble is an orphan. Then she looks down at Diana's small feet. Now, Dana. This time, let's wash your feet. Under those feet are countless wounds causing her pain. Her feet are covered in wounds. Diana explains in a panic. It's nothing. Hearing this, Rhea gently comforts Diana. It's okay. I'm not angry, so you can be honest. Diana replies hesitantly. Really? You won't yell? Rhea gently replies. Of course not. Hearing Rhea's words, Diana becomes more courageous. You know, actually. Diana boldly and gently replies. Dana hurts. Rhea is happy when she hears Diana's words. As expected, she was afraid of getting scolded. Don't worry, big sister will make it stop hurting soon. Diana shyly looks towards her. Will you blow on it? She gently replies. No. She places her hand on Diana's feet and transmits streams of spiritual power. I'll do something even better. In an instant, those feet become healed. There, how is it? It doesn't hurt anymore, right? Diana looks down at her feet in surprise. Sister, you're so cool. So amazing. Rhea innocently looks at Diana happily. Oh, come on, this is nothing. She remembers how she practiced hard before. I'm glad I learned various magic tricks from Master. Though my natural mana is so low that I can barely use it even once. Just one use of healing magic, and my mana is completely drained. She feels like something is strange in her body. There should only be a tiny speck of mana left, so why does it feel so full? Something is wrong. Suddenly, Diana jumps into her arms. She happily hugs Rhea tightly and doesn't let go. Sister, thank you. Because of you, Dana is so happy. Hearing those words makes her emotional. The soft body scent and warmth of a child. She raises her hand to Diana's head and chokes up. The overwhelming events since yesterday had left me feeling adrift, but now my heart has settling down a little. She hugs Diana in her arms happily. Sister also is really happy to have met Dana. She increasingly determines to tell herself. There are many questions in my mind, but what I need to focus on right now is something else. If I remember correctly, in just 1 week, Duke Elliot and the Knights will arrive. At that time, the director hid Diana to sell to slave market later. He lied to the knights who came to find the missing child of a noble, and got exposed. Because of his actions, the entire orphanage was accused of being involved and was punished by the enraged Duke. But if I take good care of Diana for the remaining week, and find the evidence of the director's corruption and expose it to the Duke. She looks at Diana affectionately. The future can surely be different. Night falls under the small house, Diana says. Sister, can you read me a book? She gently looks towards Diana. Oh no, there aren't any books here. Is our Dana having trouble sleeping? Hearing this, Diana doesn't ask for much and replies. Yeah. Seeing Diana sad, she says, Then should I tell you an old story instead? Diana looks towards Rhea curiously. Sister. Diana touches the necklace Rhea wears around her neck. What's this? Hearing this, she raises the necklace and touches it. Ah, this? It's pretty, right? I've been wearing it since I was abandoned in front of the orphanage. Somehow, I felt like I shouldn't take it off. While touching it, she suddenly sees that the necklace is broken in panic. Huh? When did this break? She sadly looks down at the necklace, thinking. I treasured it, thinking it might be a token that could lead me back to my parents, but now it's cracked. Seeing Rhea sad, Diana comforts her. Even with the crack, it's still pretty. Just like you. She's surprised to be praised. I'm pretty? Diana immediately affirms. Yeah, you are pretty. Diana happily looks towards Rhea. So pretty. You sparkle. Rhea recalls. Has anyone ever told me I was pretty before? She's very happy looking towards Diana. Thank you, Dana. You're the first person to ever call me pretty. Rhea remembers. To be honest, when I was little, I thought I was really beautiful. Every time I looked in the mirror to wash my face, I was shocked at my own reflection. But no one around me ever called me pretty. Am I just overly self-conscious? A phrase I've heard somewhere before. But if I was pretty, shouldn't someone have said it at least once? Rhea always tells herself. I used to think it was just because everyone was jealous of me, and that I shouldn't let it bother me. Until I heard those words. Come to think of it, Annie's hair color is really pretty, isn't it? I wish I had a similar shade. Rhea happily tells that Lizzie. Hey Lizzie, what do you think of my hair color? Isn't it unique and pretty? Lizzie looks towards her. Your hair? Rhea, your hair is nice and smooth, but... Rhea is shocked to hear those words. It's just brown. She exclaims in a fluster. What? A drop of juice falls. Rhea, are you okay? She can't believe what Lizzie heard. What is this supposed to mean? She kneels down in fear. How is my hair color is brown? Is the way I see myself different from the way others see me? The words that they talked about her that she wouldn't believe were true. Hey guys. What color do my hair and eyes look like to you? HM? You have brown hair and brown eyes. Yeah, your eyes are deep brown and your hair is just a shade lighter. At that time, Ria just thought they were jealous of her. Everyone keeps saying the same thing. She was worried and scared. So my eyes are really weird, huh? But she couldn't accept it and searched for every way to be right. But even then, I just couldn't let it go. I asked the painter to do a portrait. And later, I even asked the master. Those things are too old and not worth mentioning anymore. They are all things in the past. And now, she has someone to cherish. Well, that's all in the past now. And right now I have something more important to deal with. It's lunchtime and the children are eagerly sitting at the table eating and drinking. Diana happily shows off to Ria. Sister, I ate it all. Seeing this, she praises Diana. Already? You sure eat well, Dana. While eating happily, Diana becomes gloomy. But, startling her. Oh, is she still hungry? She's still young, so she must have a huge appetite. Ria gives her bread to Diana. Here, have this too, Dana. Diana happily accepts. Really? Thanks, sister. Ria feels relieved watching Diana eat. I'm still a little hungry too, but I'm an adult, so of course I can endure this much. At work time, she couldn't stand it anymore and rubbed her empty stomach while lamenting. I can't. I'm gonna die of hunger. Watching Diana jump around, she can't do anything. I was planning to do the laundry and fetch some water, but I didn't realize I was this weak. I'm so drained I can't even feel the mana inside me properly. She silently remembers. If only the orphanage had a better water system, I wouldn't have to suffer like this. Diana happily calls her over. Sister, water. There's water over there. Ria thinks. Huh? No, it's fine. As long as Dana is happy, that's all what matter. A beautiful big river, she collapses on the ground from exhaustion. Finally, we made it. She looks at Diana and instructs. Dana, stay put while I do the laundry, alright? Diana obediently listens. Okay. I'll stay right here. She picks up the mat and criticizes. No matter how many times I look, it's still covered in dirt. Suddenly, something startles her. I need to hurry up washing it and head back. She turns her eyes towards the sound. What's that sound? A wooden sword being swung, controlled by someone. A boy practicing swordsmanship. He seems to have been practicing for a very long time. Ria and Diana stand behind a tree peeking. Oh, it's Jack. I had no idea that he had been training in a place like this since he was little. She wonders. He's never had proper training, yet his form is so precise, without a single bad habit. Well? She looks down at Diana, who is staring intently at Jack. Jack was never an ordinary person to begin with. Later, when many people know him, one day he will be known as one of the future 3 great knights of the Empire, a destined sword master in the making. At that time, he will meet Diana, and the one fated become Diana's loyal knight. At this time, Jack has finished training. Ria is afraid of being discovered. She pulls Diana into her arms. Damn, gotta hide. Ria silently thinks. My talent is perfectly suited for stealth. I'll never get caught. Jack didn't expect it to be Ria and is helpless. I can see you hiding. Just come out already. She looks towards Jack shyly. You knew I was here? Jack is also helpless. I knew from the start. She innocently looks at Jack. Ugh, if I knew that I would have just come out and said hi sooner. Right, Dana. He sighed and heard her stomach growl. Ria cried inwardly. Of all times, my stomach had to growl now. At this moment, he turns his eyes to look at the fair-skinned and rosy-cheeked Diana. Why'd you give all your food to that little brat again today? He coldly utters. That tiny thing eats way too much for her size. The sentence that made Diana want to cry. Seeing this, Ria opens her mouth to reconcile. Jack, what are you saying? Of course, kids need to eat a lot to grow big and strong. She uncomfortably sighs to herself. Hey, that's the lady you're going to swear loyalty to be a little nicer. He throws her bread to her. Quit talking nonsense and take this. She looks towards Jack in surprise. Isn't this the bread you were saving? He's giving this to me. He sighs at her. Just eat it. If you don't want to keep mooching off me, then take care of your own share. He pointed Diana and said, "And you! Don't even think about stealing mine!" Diana also sulks. "I won't." She looks at the two of them and is helpless. And there they go bickering again. After eating, she stops to chat with him. More importantly, Jack, are you training here all by yourself?" Jack replies, "Training? Nah, I'm just doing it for fun," Rhea said. "I knew it. You really want to be a knight, don't you?" He coldly replies to her. "Do you really think commoners like us can become knights that easily? I'm gonna be a mercenary. It might not have any honor, but at least it pays well." Rhea only smiles when she hears this, thinks, "It's hard to believe that the future knight, who'll someday make a name for himself in the Empire, once dreamed of being a mercenary." Rhea smiled and cheered Jack. "Honestly, I think you'll still end up becoming a knight." Hearing Rhea say this startles him. "What do you know? You have no idea how hard that is," Rhea says calmly. "I know it's hard." She happily looks at Jack. "But if you work at it, you can do it, right? Jack, you really do want to be a knight, don't you?" He looks at her surprised. She continues saying, "If you keep working hard like this, you will surely get there." His face turns red, then he helps carry the water bucket for Rhea. Rhea watches Jack's back as he leaves. That makes Rhea ponder. Acting like he doesn't care, but he's still looking out for her. He grumbles, but he definitely has a soft spot for Dana. And remembering the scene later when Jack will protect Diana, after all if he didn't, then, back in that moment when no one else stepped up he wouldn't have thrown himself in to protect her. She walks after him. If chivalry means anything, those who can't protect themselves. Suddenly, she feels something throbbing under her feet. Ouch. Guess I walked too fast, now I've a cramp in my leg. A voice rang out. Sister. Hearing Diana call, she looks towards Diana. Dana's tired. Can you carry me? Jack notices something unusual about Rhea's foot while she said, Alright, I'll carry you. Just hold on. He immediately uncomfortably scolded Diana, then said to Rhea, Hey, are you trying to get yourself killed? What do you think you're climbing up? You didn't even eat earlier, you're already weak it is. Diana still doesn't know what's going on and affirms. But I wanted to be with sister. Rhea again feels helpless with the two. Are they arguing again? She looks towards Jack in surprise. Hey, what are you waiting for? He bends down and tells Rhea to get on his back, surprising her. Hurry up and get on. Before she can be shocked, he continues. You carry her and I'll carry you. Making her dazed. What kind of ridiculous idea is that? She shyly waves her hand. Jack, no matter how strong you are, there's no way you can carry both of us. She still doesn't unbelievable until she gets back. Or so I thought. He actually pulled it off. He finally puts her down. Luckily, we didn't run into anyone. She is grateful. Thanks, Jack. It must have been tough, right? Jack turns away shyly, but his voice is still stubborn. It was nothing. Diana hides behind Rhea and waves to him. Seeing this, Rhea smiles softly. He is just saying that. He's really a good kid. At this time, she turns around and happily says to Diana, Alright, Dana, let's go inside now. The little girl immediately walks up. Okay, sister. They are still happy and don't know that there is someone appearing behind them. A soft scolding voice rings out. Hey, you two! Rhea is startled and turns her head towards the direction of the voice. A man appears, his face fierce. Where do you think you're wandering off to at this hour? Diana is scared and quickly hugs Rhea. Scary old man. He's all dark. I don't like him. She takes the little girl's hand and strokes it, comforting her and secretly calling not good in her heart. Of all people, we had to get caught by the director for breaking curfew. Stopping for a moment, Rhea says, We were just going to do some laundry. He doesn't seem to pay attention to her words and quickly changes the subject. How old are you? Rhea hesitantly replies. I'm 8. She has an uneasy feeling. Why is he asking that? He rubs his chin, his voice sinister. Good, alright. He turns around and leaves before not forgetting to leave a threatening sentence. Now go inside quickly. I won't let it slide a second time. Rhea sees him leave and sticks out her tongue. Says the guy who's probably going off to get drunk again. Diana speaks up and calls her. Sister. The little girl opens her eyes wide, looking very pitiful and says in a small voice. Is the scary old man gone? Seeing this, Rhea strokes Diana's head. Yes, Dana. He's gone far away now, so don't be scared. Now, shall we go inside and sleep? The little girl happily replies. Yes, I want to sleep with sister. Rhea smiles gently, recalls. In the past life, the day Duke Eled visited the orphanage, he rescued Diana and Jack, who were locked in the attic. Then swiftly dealt with the director and punished the orphanage. Rhea takes Diana's hand. That day is not far off now. Her voice is very firm. If I want to protect Diana and the other kids, I need to find evidence strong enough to get rid of the director. In another where, Lucio is standing looking into the distance. Suddenly a voice rings out. My lord. He stands there seriously reporting on the results of the search. We've searched all the orphanages and back alleys within the territory, but we couldn't find the young lady. He then speaks. Expand the search area. Lucio frowns and orders. From now on, thoroughly investigate every ship that docked in neighboring kingdoms. The man is the head of House Eled, Duke Eled. He recalls the figure of his beloved daughter. A few days ago, Diana went missing while attending a festival. At first, I thought she had simply gotten lost, and that we'd find her soon. Lucio clenches his fist, suppressing the sadness. My friend, is this how you felt too? Suddenly, he speaks up and asks. Taze, I heard you haven't been eating or sleeping for days now. Are you staging a protest? Taze is startled and he quickly explains. No, sir. I'm just trying to find the young lady. So, seeming like just a casual question, Lucio interrupts Taze's words. Yes, we must find Diana. No matter what. He continues. But with your current condition, you're useless. Hearing this, Taze bites his lips slightly, 100 words wanting to be said but none can be uttered. After a long time, as if he has made a decision, he speaks up. I will respect on myself. Sid silently looks at him. Suddenly he gives a satisfied smile. Sid remembers the conversation from earlier. My initial plan was just to cause some minor trouble for Taze by spreading false information about him being removed from the ladies' guard. But things have escalated more than I expected, though this is even better. Taze has completely lost the Duke's trust. Lucio points towards Sid. Sid, Taze and I will head west. It's a broader area. You start tracking from the east. Also, inform Count Marietta to join us in the west. Sid and Taze simultaneously obey. Yes. Understood. And on this side, at the orphanage, Diana is lying asleep on the bed, looking very well behaved. At this time, elsewhere, Rhea is trying to open a door. With a click, the door finally opens. She gently pushes the door and steps in. Rhea looks inside and breathes a sigh of relief. She stands looking around the room. It's been a long since I last snuck in like this. She walks closer to the desk on which there is a stack of documents. Alright, let's see what he's been hiding. Rhea picks it up and flips through each page to see. She frowns slightly looking at the expenses in the ledger. Ridiculous food expenses, water bills, books, toys. The ledger is filled with all kinds of embezzlement, but there's no way this is the only secret the director is hiding. Rhea calmly takes a deep breath. Focus, Rhea. Use the flow of mana to find anything suspicious. She uses magic power to probe. Found it. Rhea's face changes and she quickly lifts up the carpet under her feet. This isn't just an ordinary carpet. She discovers that. It's an artifact with a perception-blocking spell on it. Rhea bends down and lifts the door. Why is such an expensive item in this rundown orphanage? Then she discovers that there is a large chest placed underneath. Under the floor. Just what kind of secret is he hiding here? Rhea seems to not believe that she found it so easily. Found it. She opens the lid of the chest. Inside are a stack of papers and a few books. Rhea casually chooses a book. This is nothing compared to what was on the desk. Just what kind of operation is he running that he needs to hide it so thoroughly? She flips through each page to read. This ledger contains records of the children who have stayed at the orphanage. Suddenly, Rhea notices that some names are not recorded in it. But what are these names written in the remarks column? They seem familiar. She shivers as if remembering something. I remember now. The names written next to them. Back when I worked as an informant for Terentium, these were the names of criminals who shook the empire with their slave auctions. Rhea can't believe it, gritting her teeth and angrily scolding. That bastard. He's been working with kidnappers to sell the children into the slave market. She takes another deep breath, uses her magic power to copy everything. Stay calm. First, I need to make copies of the ledger and transaction records. I'll leave the copies here and submit the originals as evidence to the Duke. They'll eventually notice, but as long as I can hold out until Duke Elliot arrives." Suddenly a few drops of blood fall. Rhea exclaims in surprise. "Huh! Blood!" Her face changes and she doesn't know when blood has been vomiting from her mouth. Rhea touches her mouth. Blood. Syrup gushes out of Rhea's mouth, filling her hand. Using so much mana all at once. My body can't take it. Rhea suppresses the pain, her hands still stained with syrup, trembling, using the spell to recall syrup from under the ground. But I can't collapse here. Even if the director returns, he must not notice any traces of instruction. I have to hide the evidence and stay unnoticed until the Duke arrives. She goes to the door, wiping her mouth while encouraging herself. That's my goal. A few days later, scene changes to a mansion where the sound of cheerful laughter and lively conversations are bustling. Rhea is absent-mindedly wiping the glass window when a voice shouts loudly. Rhea! Making her startled and turning around. Good morning, Annie. Did you sleep well? Annie cheerfully asks. Yeah. What about you, Rhea? You've been looking sick lately. Are you okay? Rhea casually replies. It was just a mild cold. I'm fine now. Annie smiles brightly. Really? That's a relief. As soon as she finishes speaking, she clenches her hand, thinking to herself. After sneaking into the director's office, I came down with a fever. But I've recovered enough now to at least use simple magic if needed. Rhea gives a bright smile. Thanks for worrying about me. Now. The director of the orphanage comes charging from somewhere and points at the two of them, shouting loudly. Are you slaking off again, you worthless brats? He shouts and yells loudly. Stop chatting and clean up, now! Immediately making Annie scared and leave. Yes, I'm sorry. The director looks at Rhea and curses angrily. Damn it, my head's already about to explode. She opens her eyes wide in surprise as the director continued. The Duke of Elliot? No way. It can't be. She opened her eyes wide and thought. Could it be? Has he finally arrived? The Duke of Elliot. He points at Rhea's face and pulls her back to reality. Hey, you! He orders. Bring that new girl over here. She is surprised. What? He becomes impatient. Do I have to say it twice? He shouts loudly, urging. Move it now! Making Rhea panic and run as fast as she can. She runs while vaguely thinking. What do I do? Should I run away now? No. What if I miss my change to meet the Duke? Rhea recalls the past. If they take Dana now, they'll surely, just like how they did in the past, they'll lock her in the attic to hide her from the Duke. Of course, she'll eventually be found during the search, but the Duke's fury will bring punishment upon all the orphanage children by the time that happens. Returning to reality, Rhea panics. I have to avoid that outcome at all costs. Diana's clothes are a little dirty and her eyes are sparkling, calling. Sister. Rhea runs up worriedly. Dana? What's wrong? The little girl's eyes are teary. I fell and got a boo-boo. Diana cries and regrets. I'm sorry, you washed me so carefully, and now. Rhea coaxes and comforts. It's okay, Dana. Don't cry. Rhea hugs her tightly to comfort her. You don't have to feel bad about this. Anyone can fall. She happily comforts. And we can always do the laundry again. Got it? No more crying. The little girl listens. Sister. The director comes over and sees the scene in front of him and shouts loudly. What's taking so long? Hurry up and bring her. Seeing that, he smirks. His face is both happy and crazy, angry. So this is where you were hiding. He slowly reaches out his hand, his voice both angry and normal. If you've found her, then bring her already. Stop stalling. Come here, now. Rhea worriedly hugs Diana tightly. No. I can't let them take Dana like this. She clenches her teeth as if her jaw is about to burst. Even if I end up locked away alone, I have to protect her. His cold voice rings out. Move aside. Jack stands in front of the two and shouts. The kids are scared. Rhea worriedly asks. Jack, how did you? He calmly replies. Are you okay? You're not hurt? She still hugs the little girl tightly. Yeah, I'm fine. The director's face changes, full of anger. You, insolent brat. A cold sentence rings out, making Jack stiff. Do you have a death wish? Seeing the director hits Jack hard in the face, Ria anxiously screaming. Jack! That staircase is as cold as snow. The director casually shoves all three of them down there. He says calmly, arrogant little punks. Then slowly closes the door. Rot in here for a while. A crash rings out and darkness gradually engulfs the room. Ria quickly sits up worriedly asking, Dana, are you hurt anywhere? Diana innocently replies, I'm okay. What about you, sister? She reassures. Don't worry about me. Ria worriedly shouts loudly, Jack, are you alright? She shakes his body and keeps calling his name. Jack! Jack? Ria's face changes with worry, thinking to herself, this is bad. He's unconscious. His injuries look serious. I can't just leave him like this. How are we supposed to get out of here? As soon as she finishes thinking, suddenly something flashes behind her. She realizes something and turns to look at where the light is coming from. There! Ria rushes over and quickly removes the planks. She tries hard to beat the door and thinks of her friend. Jack's condition is bad, and Dana is terrified. The more Ria thinks, the more anxious she becomes. The Duke will come looking for us eventually. But there's no telling what might happen in the meantime. We have to escape as soon as possible. The light is also gradually shining more. Please, just a small gap. She succeeds in tearing down the entire plank. The door to freedom appears before her eyes. Ria is both happy and doubtful, calculating. There! This space is big enough to squeeze through. She crawls out of the window to observe the surroundings. Her hands are covered in syrup, but she brushes aside the pain to rescue herself. If I make too much noise, someone might hear me, but the director will notice first. So the only option left is... Diana worriedly asks, Sister, your hands? Ria calls softly, Dana. She gives a kind smile to comfort. I'll be right back. The more Ria comforts, the brighter she smiles and instructs. I'll bring your dad here, I promise. Until I'm back, you have to take care of brother, okay? The little girl worriedly cries and shouts, Sister! No! Ria immediately jumped out of the window. Below, a royal army was advancing towards the orphanage, the Duke said. I can't believe there's an orphanage in such a mountain area. A respectful voice spoke. Duke. Bianca Marietta respectfully saluted. After searching the area, we found nothing suspicious. This person is Bianca Marietta, captain of the Knights of the Bellis Duchy. He praised. Good work. First, bring the director here. She respectfully replied. Understood. The director greeted with open arms and a happy face. I didn't know such an esteemed guest would be visiting. He pointed towards the children. These are all the children. As you requested, I've gathered all the children from the orphanage. The children trembled in fear when they heard him speak. Bianca covered her mouth and whispered, Duke, while we expected the young lady to be absent, the director's behavior is extremely suspicious. His attitude toward the children, and the way he avoids answering, isn't that suspicious? The Duke, after hearing this, said loudly, I think so too. Then he looked at the children and asked directly, You children, have you ever seen a girl with silver hair and blue eyes? The children looked at each other in fear, not daring to answer. The director angrily pointed and shouted, Hurry up and answer! The Duke's face turned cold when he heard the director shout. And the children answered, I don't know. I've never seen a girl like that. He laughed triumphantly. I spent half of my fortune to install the anti-detection artifacts in the attic and the vault. Even Duke Elad won't be able to find evidence so easily. The Duke warned, If you lie, you will face severe punishment. The director assured, I'm telling the truth. I've never seen a girl like that. From above, a surge of pressure fell directly onto everyone standing. Bianca realized something and reported, Duke, there's an incredibly flow of mana. This is absolutely not a common phenomenon. The Duke reached out and felt it. I felt it too. He called out loudly. Director. Hearing that, his face turned pale. Yes? He suggested. Can we take a look around the orphanage? Meanwhile, Ria is lying unconscious on the ground. Bianca frantically ran to where Ria was unconscious and reported. Duke! We've found it! Over here! Why is a child in a place like this? She became even more panicked and worried. The mana here is so strong, it's strange we didn't notice it sooner. But the magic is completely distorted and out of control. Bianca immediately used healing magic from within her palm, emitting a healing light. If we leave it like this, her life will be in danger, so we need to take action first. So be it. A loud call rang out, startling the Duke. Daddy! Diana cried and shouted loudly. Daddy! The call echoed from upstairs, making him frantically search. The Duke, worried to the point of turning pale, shouted loudly. Diana? Stay right where you are. He immediately gave an urgent order. Get up there and rescue Diana immediately. The soldier immediately followed the order and ran to where the cry came from. Yes. Rhea also gradually woke up. Ha! Suddenly Rhea regained her senses and opened her eyes wide. Bianca asked with concern and worry. Child, are you awake? Rhea questioned. Oh, this place is... She opened her mouth wide in shock, unable to close it when she looked at the person standing in front of her. Duke Elliot. She happily thought to herself. Thank goodness, he found her. The future is already twisted enough. Rhea immediately knelt down. Duke, please help us. She explained in a panicked and hurried manner. Up there. My friend Jack is in danger. He was locked up with Dana. Bianca pointed towards the director. Is this person the one who did that? Rhea confirmed, making his face turn purple with fear. Yes. He was always cruel and tried to sell us all as slaves. Her face changed as she looked. Slaves? He shouted in panic. That's a lie. He shouted madly, causing Rhea to tremble in fear. This bitch! How dare you lie to the Duke? He raised his hand to hit her, but a hand stopped him. Bianca was the one who blocked the blow. Then she angrily threw him to the ground with a painful thud. She asked with concern, Child, are you all right? Rhea politely replied, though still in pain. Yes, I'm okay. A loud cry echoed. Rhea! All the children simultaneously said loudly. You're safe. Where have you been? Rhea shouted in panic. Guys! A cold, oppressive voice. Be quiet. The Duke glanced at the children. Unless you want to receive punishment for lying even sooner. All the children fearfully obeyed. Rhea was both worried and calculating. He has already met the children and even conducted interrogations. Things are moving faster than I expected. Then this isn't the time to be relieved. While contemplating, she used magic from another dimension to take out a stack of papers, the evidence. The evidence I hid last time. I have to use it to prove everything. Rhea presented the evidence and shouted loudly. Duke, please take a look at this. As she presented it, she explained. This is a secret ledger containing records of all the children the director has sold. The director saw that and angrily muttered. What? How did you get that? Rhea explained in a panicked and hurried manner. There's not just evidence of slave trading, but also embezzlement and other corrupt dealings. The director never saw us as human beings. The children ignored Dana because they were threatened. His face changed with anger. I see. Just as you said, the children told me they had never seen anyone like Diana. Rhea presented it while trembling and pleading. They were just scared. They're just children. They did it to survive. Please, I beg you. Please, Rhea cried loudly. Please show mercy to the children. The children also simultaneously spoke up. Duke, I'm sorry. Please have mercy. The Duke reached out to take the evidence and asked, begging for your lives. Why are you begging for your life? Did I ever say I was going to kill you? He comforted Rhea. I won't harm you, so stop crying. She was both surprised and happy. Then, he leisurely said, it means I'm willing to forgive you. Rhea was happily surprised and hurried. Thank you very much, Duke. The Duke replied gently. There's no need to thank me. Protecting children and standing up for the wronged is my duty. Then he glanced at the director angrily. More importantly, the one who must face judgment is someone else. He ordered his subordinates. Restrain him and take him away immediately. He will be interrogated. The director still pleaded with regret. Duke, you can't do this. Duke. He shouted each word desperately while the Duke glared at him angrily. Duke. Both looked towards the director, who was being dragged away. Rhea sighed a breath of relief. Thank goodness, I can breathe a sigh of relief. Now, as long as Jack and Dana are safe. Diana ran quickly and hugged her tightly. Sister, Rhea asked with concern. Dana, you're safe. Are you hurt anywhere? It must have been really scary. The little girl smiled brightly and replied. Yeah, I'm okay. What about you, sister? The two subordinates whispered. Wow, the fussy young lady is being so gentle now. That's true indeed. The reason we were able to stay relatively safe here is probably thanks to that girl. Rhea smiled brightly like sunlight as she replaced Diana safely. The Duke saw that and was also surprised and speechless. He reached out his hand and called out with a happy look, "Diana, come here for a moment. It's time to go home." Diana ran and hugged him tightly. "Dad!" The Duke happily looked at his daughter. "I was going to scold you, but since you've managed without crying and stayed strong, I'll let it go this time." The little girl obediently said, "Okay." Bianca reported, "Duke, since the journey is long, and considering the orphanage's disposition, it would be best to hurry up and depart." Hearing that, the Duke also stood up to prepare to leave. Rhea saw that, sadly thought to herself, "Now, so it's really time to part ways with Dana. It's not like I didn't know this, but I can't help feeling a bit sad." Diana turned back to see Rhea still sitting sadly behind. Then the little girl looked up at the Duke with wide eyes. "Dad, what about her? Won't she go with me?" The Duke replied coldly but still full of love, "If you want, it might be nice to go together." Hearing that, the little girl ran to hug Rhea tightly. Diana was very happy, but that made Rhea so surprised that she couldn't believe it. "No, the story can't be further," she tried to explain. "It has to be Jack who goes with her, not me. The person who was with Dana was Jack. He even got injured while trying to save Dana. So," the Duke said in a bored tone as if he didn't want to listen. "All right. Once that child wakes up, I'll talk to him." He was still considerate. "But what I asked was about your will. Don't you want to go with me?" Rhea was again caught up in her own thoughts. "I know. It's an offer that's too much for someone like me. But I just feel I'm intruding on Jack's place." She looked at Jack, who was still unconscious and being carried by the soldiers with a stretcher. Diana grabbed her clothes. "Sister," the little girl pleaded, "do you not want to go?" She replied, "Dana, no, Diana." Rhea gently stroked Diana's head, then she happily agreed. "No, I'll go." The little girl was happily overjoyed. "Really?" Diana smiled like a flower and hugged Rhea tightly, not letting go. "Dana is so happy. I want to stay with you forever," Rhea said to herself. "All right, first I'll comfort Diana and make sure Jack's place is properly restored to how it was. I'll think about the direction of my life afterward. That should be fine." The Duke instructed, "The carriages will be here soon, so wait here for a moment." Rhea replied, "Yes." A voice rang out. "My lady?" Tay saluted. "I'm really grateful that you're safe." Then he also thanked Rhea. "Little one, I also want to thank you for assisting the miss." Rhea didn't dare accept and replied, "No. I was just doing what I had to do." Tay sadly admitted his fault. "And Duke, I will accept the full price for failing to protect the Miz. Please accept the keepsakes left by my father." From his pocket he took out an heirloom necklace. "Even if I stripped of my knightly title, it is my resolve to protect the Miss with my life." The Duke reprimanded, "You fool. There are no one else who would use their parents' keepsakes as a symbol other than a highborn like you." He spoke to order. "Take the keepsakes back. Go home and worry about being reprimanded." Taze hesitated and replied, "But Duke." Rhea suddenly recalled memories from her previous life. "This person is definitely someone I know. A knight who wore a gem decoration split in half by a sword, Taze Sadian. He will eventually become the stepfather of the book's protagonist, and the deputy commander of the Lection Knights." A knight respectfully said, "Duke, the carriages is ready." The Duke and Diana both stepped into the magnificent carriage. Rhea hesitantly thought, "It's so magnificent." He turned back and said, "Get in." Rhea couldn't believe what she just heard, so she pointed at herself and asked again, Am I also supposed to ride in this carriage?" The Duke coldly asked, "Are you worried it'll be cramped?" She quickly replied, No, that's not it." But in her heart she thought, "That can't be true." As he stepped up, he said, "A small child like you should fit in just fine, so don't worry." Diana was excited, hugged Rhea and said, "Sister, let's ride together." Rhea slowly stepped up. "Okay, I'll get in for now." She was surprised to the point of gaping. The inside is even more splendid. Rhea sat quietly and timidly in this wonderful carriage. "While I'm looking so shabby, it feels awkward to ride in such a fancy carriage." A voice rang out, "We'll depart now." She felt something and looked outside the carriage. Outside, Rhea's friends were all waving goodbye. The carriage also began to roll and the fate of life also began to turn, she thought. In my past life, I could only watch as the enemy rode in a carriage. But now, the future has changed. Ria was still caught up in the thoughts she created. If that's the case, I can live a new life. Suddenly the Duke spoke first. What's your name? Ria opened her eyes wide in surprise and asked again. Huh? He patiently repeated again. I asked for your name. And how old you are. The little girl was so worried that her whole body went limp and she didn't dare look up. It's Ria. I don't have a family name. I'm 8 years old. Diana had fallen asleep on his lap at some point. He gently stroked her hair and asked, Then I'll ask just one more thing. The Duke immediately looked straight at her. Did you know Diana's true identity? He continued to ask seriously. And do you know who I am? His question echoed in her head as if he knew something. Do you know Diana's true identity? And who am I? Ria was nervous. Her mind was racing. He's looking at me strangely. Is he suspicious of me? The Duke looked at her with a stern expression. Returning to the moment Ria was being healed by Bianca. If we hadn't seen her fall from the attic, if she had been just another child among the others, we would have passed by without sparing a second glance. But when that ordinary child desperately clung to us, handing over evidence, it felt like being struck on the back of the head. A frail body, clear sign of abuse. Returning to reality, the Duke was pondering what he knew, thinking about the situation that drove this child to such desperation. I feel an inexplicable tightness in my chest. Ria fearfully replied softly. I didn't know the details, but I could tell Dana was someone important. He continued, How did you manage to steal the evidence? How did you know what it was, or what the director was doing? She quickly explained. I was in charge of cleaning the director's office and happened to stumble upon it. Ria nervously continued to answer. I only learned about what was happening at the orphanage after overhearing a conversation between the director and some strangers. The Duke was satisfied with those answers. You must have quite the troublesome habit. Ria clenched her trembling palms, lost in her own thoughts again. Is he disappointed, thinking I'm too cunning? If he regrets taking me in? She quickly explained. I only acted because I believed the children's safety came first. He immediately asked back. Even though you're a child yourself? Ria looked at him and begged inwardly while he smiled softly. Please believe me. That I made this decision to protect others. The carriage rolled along and the sky was already getting dark. Someone's thoughts came to mind. You are sharper and more perceptive than I thought. Arriving in front of the inn. Your Grace, we've arrived at the inn. The Duke instructed the servant. First, take the children to their rooms and have them washed up. And summon the Count. The servant bowed his head and replied. Yes, sir. Bianca respectfully asked. Your Excellency, you called for me? The Duke spoke. Countess Marietta. He gratefully replied. I appreciate you coming all the way from the duchy, even if it's a bit late. Please send my regards to His Highness the Duke as well. She was polite. I only came because I had to help. More importantly, why have you called me? The Duke spoke to make a request. It may be a delicate request for a countess of the duchy, but while the children are getting ready, could you stay by their side and watch over them? Bianca laughed happily. You're taking time over such a trivial request. There's no need to worry. The children's safety is the priority. The Duke smiled and replied. I appreciate that. Bianca continued. Then I'll head up and assist with the preparations. Now that I think about it, this actually works out well. There was something I wanted to check. Hearing that, he felt confused. She laughed loudly. Never mind. It's nothing. Inside the inn, Diana and Ria were bathed by the servants. They also brought 2 cups of milk. The 2 children thanked them. Thank you for the meal. Ria happily enjoyed. A warm bath and milk with honey. This feels too luxurious. Both of them played together happily. Ria pointed at Diana's mouth and said, Dana, you have something on your mouth. Diana smiled and pointed at Ria's mouth. You do too, sister. The door of the room opened and a voice came in. Hello, little ladies. Bianca happily brought up blankets. Have you finished washing up? I brought you some clothes to change into. Then she turned to the 2 servants and said gratefully, Thank you for taking care of the children. You may leave now. Ria spoke. Ah, hello. Bianca was curious. So you're Ria? Ria considered. A knight who has been by the Duke's side since she found us at the orphanage, yet isn't wearing the Lection Knight's uniform. She seems strangely familiar. Who could she be? Bianca asked with concern. Now then, let's get changed and head down for dinner. Suddenly Bianca saw something. Her eyes widened. She immediately ran to grab Ria's wrist. Ria. Bianca looked with concern at the wound on her wrist. Did the director do this too? Ria replied. Well, in the past. Hearing the reason, Bianca gritted her teeth in anger. Just as I suspected. That despicable bastard. Bianca immediately made an offer. I'd like to help, but I have no talent for healing magic. I'll summon a cleric as soon as we reach the duchy. Ria was panicked and surprised at her offer. A cleric? That's too much for someone like me. Hearing that, Bianca continued. There's no need to refuse. It's only natural that we heal the injured. Ria was suspicious of that action. This person is getting angry and worrying about me as if it's her own problem. She's warm-hearted and righteous. Ria quickly withdrew her hand. Are you a mage by any chance? Earlier, you mentioned healing magic. Bianca explained. That? You might not fully understand, but I am a magic swordsman. Ria was surprised. A magic swordsman? That means she is a knight who has mastered aura to a certain level. She thought. If that's the case, then she be? Ria wondered and asked. What is your name, miss? Bianca happily put her hand on her chest and introduced. My name is Bianca Marietta. Ria was shocked when she heard the introduction. Bianca Marietta. Born as the illegitimate child of a lowly viscount, but rose to the rank of countess through exceptional swordsmanship and overwhelming battle magic. A legendary figure who made great contributions during the war. And the person I've admired for a long time. That very person is standing right in front of me. Ria was grateful for the rescue earlier. You were the one who helped me when I fell from the attic, weren't you, Lady Bianca? Bianca was polite. I only did what needed to be done. While saying this, she threw towels at the two children. Now, have you satisfied your curiosity? Then Bianca instructed. Since we've introduced ourselves, let's get ready for dinner. Both smiled brightly and replied in unison. Yes. The door of the room opened. Your Grace. I brought the young ladies. Both dressed magnificently and held hands as they entered the room. In the dining room, the table was filled with delicious food. The Duke spoke. Good. Thank you for your efforts, Countess. Bianca politely replied. It was nothing. I didn't do much. Diana sat down and happily pointed to the chair next to her and said, Sister, come, sit here. Ria was timid and insecure. Dana, I. Then she glanced at the Duke and thought, there's a difference in status. Is it really okay for me to sit at the same table? Seeing this, he said, sit down and eat. Ria immediately obeyed and sat down next to Diana. Yes. The food was laid out in front of. Wow. It looks delicious. She happily thought. How long has it been since I had a proper meal? A maid whispered something to Bianca. Countess. Bianca immediately ran over to report. Your Grace, I apologize, but I have something urgent to report. The Duke still didn't know the matter, asked. What is it? Why don't you sit down and eat first? Bianca was serious, replied. I believe I must return to the duchy immediately. The Duke was surprised. So suddenly? Bianca replied. Yes, His Grace contacted me through the communication channel. It seems like something urgent has come up. He said regretfully. I was planning to properly thank you when I arrived at the ducal residence, but it can't be helped. Please convey my thanks to His Grace as well for sending you such a long way. Bianca smiled and replied. Thank you for understanding. Ria was suspicious. Bianca's already going back? She was sad. We've only just started talking, and now we have to say goodbye. Bianca looked towards her, she spoke. So I was thinking, Ria. Bianca reached out her hand to invite. Would you like to come with me? Ria was shocked and panicked. Me with you? The Duke was surprised. Count Marietta, what do you mean by that? Bianca explained. It's exactly as I said. I want to take her with me. She recalled and explained. When I first saw Ria, I sensed a considerable amount of mana and magical talent. However, since Ria isn't yet accustomed to handling mana, her body has suffered as a result. Right now, Ria needs someone who can guide her talent. The Duke spoke. I don't know why you're suddenly saying this, but there's no need to worry. There's no shortage of mages in the ducal family who can handle mana. Bianca said hurriedly. But, he continued to ask, surely you're not planning to smuggle an imperial citizen into the principality without a valid reason? Bianca was surprised. That's absolutely not my intention. She looked over at Ria and asked, Ria, why don't you speak for yourself? What do you want to do? Ria hesitated. The scene shifts to outside the inn, where the carriages are rolling. Inside the carriage, Diana was sleeping soundly and Ria was lulling her to sleep. Ria stroked her hair and looked at the little girl sleeping soundly on her lap. She sank into her thoughts. My idol asked me to go with her. It felt like a dream. But, back to the previous scene in the dining room after Bianca's question. Diana was pulling on Ria's sleeve and shouting, No! The little girl hugged her arm tightly and cried. Diana cried even louder. No! Sister, you can't go! You can't leave me behind. Ria was pained. Dana, she calculated. If I follow Bianca, she'll surely treat me kindly. I'd be able to witness the abilities I admire so much right before my eyes. But, Ria made a decision. Count, I'm sorry, but I don't think I could go with you. Bianca was understanding. I see. It's unfortunate, but that's your choice. But if you ever want to meet me later, come to the Bellis Duchy. I will mostly be staying at the Grand Duke's residence, so if you mention my name, you'll be able to meet me. Ria questioned. The Bellis Duchy. She clenched her fists and thought to herself. Maybe in the future, if I grow even more than I am now. If I gather the courage, then I might want to meet Bianca. Back to reality, Ria remembered when Diana cried. She seems to have grown quite attached. The moment I saw Dana clinging to me, the option of leaving never even crossed my mind. Of course, it would be a lie if I said I'm not disappointed. The responsibility towards Diana and Jack. It is not the only reason for my choice. What I know is mostly based on imperial government structures. To use that information, it would be best to stay in the empire as long as possible. As a result of striving to be acknowledged by someone in my past life, I have no desire to repeat that past life. I will no longer be bound by others struggling to survive. Ria looked far ahead. In this life, I will stand proudly on my own, using the abilities I have and the knowledge of the future. She stretched and woke up. I dozed off for a moment, and now it's already morning. Ria was curious. I wonder if the Count is still on her way to the duchy. She thought to herself actually. I don't really know much about the Bellis Duchy. I know that the Duke of Bellis would later become Diana's godfather. The only thing I know about him is that he was the Empire's one and only Grand Mage in the past. And by the time I've grown, the Duke's son, Lord Bellis, became more famous than the Duke himself. He was famously known as the unparalleled genius. While thinking, Ria was shocked. So, when I'm with Lord Elid, it feels like both the sun and the moon are rising at the same time. She sank into that old memory again. I hadn't thought about it. The man I'll meet since I decided to stay at the Duke's residence. When I die, he'll be the last man I see. The Duke knocked on the carriage door and called out to her. Ria, wake Dana. Ria quickly replied. Ah, yes. Before the magnificent mansion full of glory and wealth, a place that not everyone can enter, a place of wealth and power. We're arrived home. Ria was surprised to the point of gaping while Diana was still yawning from being woken up. She exclaimed. Seeing it up close at the main gate is on a whole different level. Alan ran to hug Diana tightly and shouted, Diana! He was so happy that he hugged the little girl tightly. Where have you been all this time? Why are you just arriving now? This guy is the second son of Duke Elid, Alan Elid. A noblewoman slowly walked up and called, Diana! All the servants were present, including Diana's mother. She opened her warm arms. Come here. Diana's mother was so happy that she cried. I've missed you. The little girl ran and hugged her mother tightly. The two of them burst into tears. Mom! Ria smiled happily for them. That person must be the Duchess. I'm really glad that Dana is returning to her family's embrace. By the way, I wonder when the head maid will hand me over. Alan looked at her with surprise. Then he turned and said, Hey, who are you? Ria questioned. Excuse me, are you speaking to me? Alan said uncomfortably. Yeah, is there anyone else here besides you? He said more and more harshly. What are you doing, sticking to my little sister? You must have some hidden agenda, following her around like this. Seeing that, Diana ran to stand in front to protect Ria. The little girl angrily shouted, "Don't bother my princess! You little vermi!" That shout shocked Alan to the point that he could only say, "What?" Diana's mother was also panicked. "What?" Hearing those words shattered Ria's heart, and tears streamed down her face like a waterfall. "When did you learn to say that? What are you talking about, Dana?" Ria recalled the words the orphanage director used to say to the children. "Insects like them." She was speechless. "You've learned those words from the director." Ria ran over, grabbed Diana's small shoulders and reminded her in a friendly manner. "Dana, what do you mean by that expression towards your brother?" "Dana, the words the director used were all bad. You shouldn't use them." The Duke's voice cut off the words of the two children. "It's that guy again." He wore a serious expression on his face. "After confessing, I'll have to start by ripping out his tongue." Ria was panicked when she saw it. "He seems really angry, but what about the name?" It took her several minutes to say, "I should have made sure I didn't let her hear that, I'm sorry." At this time a gentle voice rang out. "My dear." The Duchess stepped forward and reminded, "Are you really speaking so carelessly in front of the children, even now that you're looking at Dana?" The Duke had to pretend to cough a few times. "Madam." The Duchess looked down at Ria and gave a gentle smile. "It seems introducing this child to me should be the priority." Ria was startled by being called, but she responded very quickly and immediately said, "Ah, hello, Duchess." The Duke introduced her. "I'm sorry for the late introducing. This child's name is Ria. I brought her from the orphanage. She's the one who took good care of Diana. She was a great help with the search." Diana ran to hug Ria and showing off to her mother. "Yes, Sister Ria, my princess." Alan froze for dozens of minutes before he could move and say a sentence. Dana, come here. Your brother has been waiting for you." But Diana just looked at Ria. "My lady. She's my princess. Sister, I'll protect you." That sentence made Alan freeze in place. The Duchess looked at Ria happily like a flower blooming. "Thank you so much for helping our Dana." Leaving Alan aside crying his eyes out alone with no one caring. "She doesn't want to. Little Dana doesn't want me. After all I've waited for you. You don't even understand your brother's feelings." The Duchess turned and said, "Well, this isn't the time for this. Everyone, please prepare the meal and rooms." The maids and butlers were all here listening to the Duchess's instructions. "Yes, madam." The Duchess still kept a bright smile on her face as she looked at everyone. "On such a joyful day, with even a little guest arriving, we must give them proper hospitality." Ria's eyes widened after hearing this. "Dinner? I didn't mean for it to be that much." But before she could finish her sentence, the Duchess pushed her to the maids standing nearby. "Now, while everything is being prepared, please bring Ria some new clothes to wear. In the meantime, Dana, show her around the castle." The maids were very obedient and followed. "Yes, I'll do it." Ria's face turned pale with fear, her eyes also blurred. "I," she cried in her heart. "I'm not a guest here to be served. Please give me some work." Ria followed the little girl. Dana kept chattering. "Sister, come in." Ria looked around and everything seemed unfamiliar. "Is this a room? Isn't this a house?" A book was brought in front of her. "Here, look." Diana handed the book to Ria, smiling brightly. "Read this, sister." Ria picked up the book and asked, "A fairy tale book? Is it a book that Dana likes?" Diana nodded repeatedly. "Yes, that's why sister should read it." Ria also happily picked up the book and opened it. "Yeah, since the maids are nearby, it's a good opportunity. If I show that I can read, they might continue to let me attend to Dana." She nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll read it, Dana." At this moment, the Duchess came in from outside. "Hey everyone, is everything ready?" When she entered, she saw Ria holding a book in her hand. "Ah, you were planning to read a book?" Diana quickly and happily answered for Ria. "Yes, the princess will read to the princess." But the Duchess apologized to her little daughter. "Sorry, Dana. It looks like the princess has to go somewhere with mommy for a bit. Can we read the book after that?" Diana opened her eyes wide and said resolutely, "Take me with." The Duchess shook her head. "I want to take Dana with me too, but..." She began to think of something to entice the child. "Today, I think we need to decorate the room if Dana and the princess are going to play together. Don't you think it's a bit plain for the princess to play here right now?" Diana was a very gullible child, so she completely believed it, and no longer wanted to go along and was eager to stay in the room. "I'll decorate it, so go ahead." The Duchess saw her daughter's excitement and happily said, "All right, I will trust you." Then the Duchess took Ria's hand. "Now, since we've gotten permission." Her smile was kind and benevolent like a real ray of warm sunshine. "Let's step outside for a moment, Ria." Ria opened her eyes wide in surprise and obeyed. "Ah, yes." The two of them walked down the hallway together. Ria felt uneasy in her heart. But why is she suddenly taking me somewhere alone? Her hands clenched as fear enveloped her again. Could it be? The sudden thoughts that came to her mind made her panic. Even if I saved her daughter, I'm of low birth. There's a chance I might be separated from Dana. Standing in front of a room, the Duchess announced. "All right, we're almost there." She smiled softly and said, "Don't be nervous. There's no need to worry." She opened her eyes in surprise when she saw the person in front of her. A voice rang out from inside. "Ah, you've arrived." A female mage was already waiting for them inside and smiled when she saw Ria. "Nice to meet you, are you Ria?" She smiled brightly and reached out to start a conversation. "Count Marietta sent me a letter. She asked me to make sure your scars are properly treated." Ria was surprised to hear the Countess's name. "Count Marietta?" She thought to herself. "I thought it was just a passing remark, but to be called here directly." The female mage gently held Ria's hand and said, "All right, let's take a look at your wounds first." She replied, "Ah, yes." Ria's hand was still clearly marked with a scar. The female mage sighed and exclaimed, "Oh dear, it must have hurt a lot." Then, she gently raised Ria's hand to comfort. "But don't worry, it'll be over and quickly and won't hurt." The sorceress's power began to spread. A green light spread throughout the room, illuminating every corner. After a while of applying the treatment, her face showed surprise. The Duchess beside her also noticed and asked her in a panic, "What's going on?" The female mage was confused. "Well," she confessed, leaving little Ria extremely shocked. The little girl opened her eyes wide, unable to believe. "My divine power isn't working." The Duchess wondered, "Why is that? Is there a reason?" The female mage withdrew her hand and replied, "I don't know. This is the first time something like this has happened to me." However, in the courtyard outside, the Duchess recalled the words of the mage. "There's nothing more I can do to treat it." The Duchess's eyes were filled with sadness, but she still gently comforted the child beside her. "Ria, it's all right. The Duke's family has a mage who specializes in healing magic. I'm sure there's a way. Don't be too disappointed." Ria smiled shyly and replied, "It's fine. Duchess, please don't worry about it." But the fact that under the small hands that were tightly clasped together, she silently thought to herself, "Not being able to remove the scar isn't a major problem. However, the fact that divine power doesn't work on someone who is surely blessed at birth in the Empire. That's the bigger issue." Her mind was filled with endless thoughts. Could it be, just like the director said, that there's something wrong with me? At this time, the Duchess spoke to call her. "Ria." She turned back immediately. "Yes?" Suddenly something was put into her mouth by the Duchess. Feeling the taste, Ria's eyes lit up, delighted. "What, chocolate?" The Duchess smiled kindly and asked her, "How is it?" "It's a magical medicine that makes you feel better." She looked like an angel. "Are you feeling better?" Ria still held the chocolate in her mouth. A thought flashed through her mind. "Ah, I remember now." She recalled some past as well as sweet candy. The Duchess's kindness. That person also spoke to Ria so gently. "How do you feel now? A bit better?" She thought. "I wonder who she takes after." Ria snapped out of her thoughts and smiled and thanked the Duchess. "I feel much better." "Thank you." The Duchess smiled happily. "Good. Then, let's go for a meal." Ria nodded. "Yes, Duchess." Ria walked behind, constantly looking at the Duchess, feeling warm in her heart. To be so kind to a child like me. I'm truly grateful. Sitting at the dining table, Alan's face was still frowning and annoyed. The boy glared at Ria, making her somewhat embarrassed, her heart filled with fear. "But these kinds of meals are too overwhelming for me, madam." Alan couldn't stand it anymore and opened his mouth to ask in a curt tone, "Hey, why are you sitting there? Between Dana and me?" On the contrary, Diana didn't care about those words, happily picked up a piece of steak and brought it to Ria's mouth. "Sister, eat this." Alan hurriedly interrupted the child. I don't want to eat with her. But Diana didn't care, just kept picking up food for Rhea. Sister, eat this too. Rhea sat between the two of them, not daring to move, tears in her eyes. I really feel like I'm losing my appetite. Alan sat facing away, mocking. TSK, eating without a clue as usual. Diana heard, turned around angrily, pointed at his face and shouted, Don't bully my sister! Being scolded by his sister, he panicked. His mood was really in crisis. Dana. Alan stood up, slamming his hand on the table. You don't understand how I feel. Then he angrily cried and left. Dana, I hate you! Rhea sat silently, not knowing what to do, silently exclaiming in her heart. Wow! Rhea was embarrassed by this situation, shyly turned to the Duchess and apologized. I'm sorry, madam. Because of me, the young master. The Duchess still kept a gentle smile, not blaming the little girl. I'm the one who should be sorry for showing you this. Alan is still young, so he's quite shy. I'll apologize on his behalf. She happily added a few more of Alan's bad habits. On top of that, he still picks out his vegetables. And can you believe that boy still falls asleep hugging a doll? Not to mention, just a few days ago. Rhea smiled wryly at the news, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. To think I'd hear such embarrassing details about a future sword master who will shock the empire. The Duchess pushed the cake in front of Rhea and told her. Anyway, don't mind Alan and let's eat. Try this too, Rhea. Rhea looked at the cake and awkwardly replied. I'm sorry, madam. I'm full. The Duchess was a little panicked. You haven't even eaten half of Diana yet. Speaking of this, Rhea unconsciously rubbed her stomach and said to herself, Back at the orphanage, I was always starving, so my stomach isn't in the best condition. I ended up eating a lot today, probably because the food was so delicious. Rhea's face paled at the Duchess's threat. That's why you were so little. At this rate, Diana will catch up to you. Diana added. That's right. Eat more, sister. Rhea had no choice but to pick up her fork and cut a piece of cake. Then maybe just a little dessert. The Duchess was happy again. Good thinking. After all, there's a separate stomach for dessert. Both Diana and the Duchess watched Rhea intently. Suddenly, she opened her round eyes wide in surprise. Rhea suddenly smiled brightly, happily exclaiming, It's delicious! The Duchess breathed a sigh of relief and said happily, Right. Our chef's cakes are really delicious. Diana excitedly brought another plate of cake. Eat more, sister. This too. Rhea couldn't help but eat a few more bites. The cake is delicious, but... The little girl felt like this scene was like a heavenly dream. The happiest moment is when I eat delicious food with good people. In contrast to the warm scene, Alan was sitting huddled in a corner outside, holding his stomach and crying. I'm hungry. The scene changed to the next morning. The Duchess was assigning tasks to the servants. Rearranging the furniture might be a good idea. We should make this area a bit more spacious. Suddenly, a loud scream caught her attention. Mom! Diana ran in, panicked. The little girl ran to hug her mother tightly. The Duchess asked in surprise, Dana! What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? Diana was worried and stammered. Sister Rhea is really sick. The doctor was called immediately. Rhea was lying unconscious on the bed. After checking, the doctor informed the two of them. In short, it's body fatigue. It's just exhaustion from relief with plenty of rest. She'll recover quickly. Also, since her stomach is weak, she needs to be careful with her meals. The Duchess looked at Rhea with real remorse. I'm so sorry, Rhea. I should have been more careful. The girl was still panting. Her fever had not subsided. Suddenly, the door opened, and someone announced, Madam, the chief mage has arrived. The Duchess was delighted. Oh, my Tellen, welcome. Tellen approached and greeted. Greetings, Duchess. I heard you summoned me for healing magic. The Duchess nodded. Yes, I called you to treat this child's wounds. Tellen walked to Rhea's bedside. Let me take a look. He noticed a scar on her hand. Oh, a scar, I see. The Duchess asked urgently. How is it? Can it be healed with magic? Strangely, divine power isn't working, so I had to urgently contact Tellen. Tellen seemed interested in Rhea's case and immediately explained to the Duchess. If someone possesses exceptionally pure mana, it may not be compatible with divine power. Judging by the presence of mana, it seems this child falls into that category as well. He put his hand close to the scar, activating the magic. Of course, to be certain. A powerful magical light spread everywhere. I'll be able to explain more after the treatment. The scar on Ria's hand gradually faded. Soon, it disappeared completely. The Duchess exclaimed in surprise. The scar is gone! She happily thanked Talon. Thank you, Talon, as expected of you. Talon's face darkened slightly. Madam. He turned to look at her with surprise. This child. Where was she first found? A few days passed, and an announcement was made. Duchess, Duke Elad has returned. Duke Elad entered in his neat military uniform, looking solemn. The Duchess was already standing in the hallway to greet him. Dear, have you been well? The Duke nodded, approaching. Yes, you must have had a hard time as well. I'm sorry for leaving the children in your care during such a busy time. The Duchess said softly. It's nothing. You've had a lot to handle, especially with the orphanage matter. The Duke took off his coat and asked about the situation in the house. How is Ria doing? She told him about Ria's condition. Her fever went down last night. The two walked down the corridor together, chatting as they walked. Oh, and Talon came by to heal her scar. It's a relief that the scar is completely gone. The Duke wondered. Now that I think about it, it is strange. The divine power didn't work, but Talon's healing magic did. The Duchess nodded, recalling Talon's words. Actually, about that. Apparently, he said that if someone possesses exceptionally pure mana, it may not be compatible with divine power. Suddenly the Duke asked. Then, does that apply to her body as well? The Duchess broke out in a light sweat. She recalled Talon's image yesterday. Talon was practically shouting about how an immense amount of mana is latent in Ria's body. He was so eager to take her straight to his lab, as if he'd wake a sick child just to experiment on her. It was exhausting. The Duke lowered his eyes slightly, pondering for a moment. So that's what happened. The two of them entered the room together. The Duke suddenly asked. What do you think? The Duchess still didn't understand. Think about what? He turned to look at her. That child, do you think it's safe to keep her by Diana's side? The Duchess bowed her head, her voice gentle as she said, I haven't known her for long, but she seems like a good child. She's kind and gentle, and even sick, she hasn't complained once. As she spoke, she thought of Bianca. I think I understand why Count Marietta is so concerned about her. It probably reminds her of the abuse she suffered as a child. While speaking, the Duchess suddenly stopped, her eyes widening in panic. Oh, this isn't the time for this, what am I thinking? The Duchess decided to quickly go out to find the two children. I should get going. I've been away too long from a sick child. The Duke looked towards the half-open door, feeling that something was wrong. Ria didn't know when she had been standing outside. It seemed like she had heard the conversation between the two. The Duke spoke up to stop her. No, it's fine. The Duchess asked in surprise. What? He looked straight at the child standing there. I don't think you really need to go, though. Outside, Ria was sweating, clenching her fists, standing silently looking inside. The door slowly opened. The Duchess was slightly surprised. Oh my! She approached Ria and asked. Ria, when did you wake up? Ria looked confused. She stammered. Ah, hello, Your Grace. Seeing this, the Duchess approached, bent down, and gently asked. What bring you here? Were you surprised to wake up alone? Are you already allowed to move around like this? Are you feeling all right? Ria felt even more embarrassed. Well, from behind, Duke Elad walked over, interrupting the conversation. His cold eyes turned towards Ria. What made you come looking for me? Ria was a little worried, clenched her fists, and said in confusion. I have something to tell you. The Duke frowned slightly, maintaining his cold expression. Something to say right after waking up, huh? Come in then. The Duchess looked at the child with concern, gently patting her shoulder. You just woke up, aren't you tired? Go ahead and talk quickly. I'll be waiting in the room. Ria smiled. Yes, thank you, Your Grace. Inside, the Duke pointed to a chair. Sit down. I actually had something to tell you as well, so this works out. Ria sat down on the chair and asked. Something to me? She thought to herself. Could it be about my living arrangements? The Duke sat across from Ria. He said directly. With the ledger you provided from the orphanage director, we were able to apprehend all the nobles and merchants involved in slave trading. With solid evidence, they'll likely face severe punishment soon. Hearing this, Ria couldn't help but worry. Then, Jack, is my friend who was injured then all right? The Duke said softly. Yes, your friend regained consciousness a while ago. His physical condition has fully recovered. Then suddenly, the two fell into silence. The atmosphere became quiet and awkward. Seeing this, Duke Elad continued. He said he'd be visiting the Duke's residence soon. Ria's face showed a wry smile. Is that really all there is to say about Jack? Ria suddenly stood up, her voice filled with determination. Jack will become an excellent knight, she tried to explain to the Duke. He was the tallest and strongest at the orphanage. He trained every single day without fail, and even when the director hit him, he endured it the longest. Plus, he hardly ever cries. If you see him once, you'll understand. The Duke smiled and agreed, then gently reassured her. There's no need to worry. I've taken care of it. Hearing the Duke's words, Ria was overjoyed. Thank you? Duke Elad asked again. More importantly, what do you want to do? That question made Ria freeze. She asked in confusion. Pardon? Duke Elad said sternly. You've only talked about others so far. I'm asking what you want to do. As soon as the Duke finished speaking, Ria stood still and did not move. She thought for a long time, her small hands clenched together. Me? What do I want to do? Has anyone ever asked me something like this before? Ria managed to say with difficulty. I'd like to serve of Diana. The Duke did not pay much attention to the girl's answer, but continued to ask. You must have heard from Countess Marietta that you possess mana. The mage in charge of your treatment said your mana is quite pure and abundant. Thanks to that, the healing magic was more effective. You might not understand well at your young age, but having mana means you have limitless potential. However, it's difficult to control at your own. You'll need help. At the end of his sentence, he gently extended his hand as if to say, there are many skilled mages in the Duke's household. If you want, you could become a mage, but you could study other things too. The last sentence was a guarantee that came out to Ria's astonishment. I'll sponsor you. Faced with the offer, she hesitated. What happens if I refuse? Will I be sent back to the orphanage like the other children? Ria's words made the Duke pause. What? She hesitated and said, I just want to work as a maid. As she spoke, her hands clenched, thinking, I know I'm turning down an incredibly generous offer right now, but I have no choice but to refuse. Being sponsored by a noble also means being tied to that family. It goes against my grand plan to leave this place someday and live freely. The little girl bit her lip, thinking about her friend. And right now, finding a place for Jack is the top priority. After a while of mental torment, she made a decision. I can take good care of Diana, the young lady. I can serve meals well, tidy up the bedding, and read books to her. I'm good at cleaning too. I did it every day at the orphanage. The Duke just sighed when he heard that. He didn't want to make things difficult for a child, so he nodded. All right, do as you wish. Seeing the Duke nod in agreement, Ria was overjoyed. Thank you very much. Having achieved her goal, the little girl happily said, Then I'll return to my room now. Please take care. The little girl ran straight out into the hallway, lost in her thoughts. Why do I feel so uneasy even though things went as I wanted? No, I don't want to experience the pain of relying on someone again. Immersed in thought, and not paying attention, Ria bumped into someone. She instinctively cried out. Ouch! Before he could react, an angry voice rang out. You, what are you doing? It turned out to be Alan, standing there, leaning on his hands, looking down at Ria with an annoyed expression and criticizing. Why are you coming out of our father's study? Ria awkwardly stood up, dusted off her clothes, and said, Well, it's hard to explain. Before Ria could finish her sentence, Alan was furious. He tightly grabbed her arms and shoulders and shouted at her. Diana and Mother weren't enough for you. But then, Alan stopped, panicked and let go of Ria. You, what's with your arm? He panicked. Why is it so thin? She didn't understand what he meant, so she asked back. You. Seeing this, he immediately withdrew his hand, turned away, and said awkwardly, Anyway, don't get cocky just because Diana treats you well. Alan changed the subject, his voice lowered as he asked. More importantly, where are you running off to in such a hurry? Do you have some urgent business? Ria replied in confusion. Well. When she was embarrassed and didn't answer the question, he felt offended and shouted at her. Are you trying to dodge the question again? Do you think I'm a pushover? Rhea scratched her head and smiled stupidly. I'm on my way to meet a friend who's coming to the Duke's residence. Rhea thought to herself. Jack, I'll sell you out just this once. Alan had no reservations and said bluntly. A friend? You have friends? Rhea replied hesitantly. Of course. A friend I've known since the orphanage. He helped a lot in rescuing Diana. I mean, Lady Diana. He's kind and diligent, with all the qualities of a knight. Suddenly, Alan became quieter than usual, looking at Rhea attentively. He gently raised his hand and gently brushed her hair behind her ear. This action surprised Rhea. Alan said softly, Your hair is messy. Rhea stepped back in panic. Yes? Thank you. In her mind she wondered, What's this so suddenly? Alan smiled. Why are you so startled? Like you've seen a ghost. At that moment, someone was also walking over. That person approached her and called out, Rhea. Jack walked over and smiled at Rhea. It's been a while, Rhea. Are you feeling better? Rhea happily ran over and jumped into his arms, smiling brightly. Jack! Rhea looked at Jack affectionately. She asked in a sweet voice. Are you okay? You've not in pain anymore, right? Jack awkwardly replied. Yeah. Rhea realized that her actions were a bit too much, making her embarrassed. Oh no, did that seem too friendly all of a sudden? Trying to calm the situation, she quickly waved her hand and smiled awkwardly. It must have been touch coming here. Suddenly, Alan placed his hand on her shoulder, his eyes coldly looking at both of them. Hey, is this your friend? Jack also responded with a cold gaze, staring at Alan. Alan put his hand on Rhea's shoulder, pulling her towards him under Jack's gaze. Seeing that scene, Jack frowned, his expression full of discomfort. Rhea was worried. Jack? He must have heard about the Duke's family and Alan, so why is he being so hostile? The little girl also recalled the connection between the two of them in their previous life, the image of the two of them putting their arms around each other, laughing happily. Besides, in their previous life, those two were inseparable friends. Rhea looked at the situation at that time, and immediately thought of a reasonable reason. I guess it's normal for kids to grow up fighting. Seeing the tense atmosphere, she spoke up. Jack! What brings you here? If you'd like, I can guide you. Just then, another person appeared. As soon as he saw the other person, Alan immediately laughed with an arrogant attitude. How absurd. Taze slowly walked over. He gently placed his hand on his chest, bowed his head and greeted. Hello, Master Alan. When Alan looked at Taze, he pointed his finger and blamed him. You're quite shameless, considering you failed to properly protect Diana. To think you tried to cozy up to the Duke's family again. The more he spoke, the more unreasonable he became. As my master said, commoners truly have no shame. Rhea, standing beside him, also wanted to stop him. Young master. However, Taze did not get angry at all, but answered very calmly, bowing his head to admit his mistake. Yes, it was all my fault. He gently bowed his head and admitted his mistake, his face full of sincerity. So even if you criticize me, young master, I have the obligation to bear it all. Hearing Taze say that, Alan was so angry that he could only grit his teeth and endure it. Then, he turned around and left, saying, Damn it! Rhea's small hands clenched tightly, she realized. Yes, it's too much, but I know how much Alan cares for Diana. I should let him go without holding him back any longer. Suddenly a voice called out from behind. Taze. Sid appeared with a face full of displeasure, approached Taze and smirked. Do you feel wronged? Rhea was surprised by his appearance. Who is that? Judging by his size, he seems to be a knight. Sid continued to mock Taze. But isn't everything I said true? He continued to mock without wanting to stop. Even though it's his grace's will, I have no choice but to let it slide. When cutting off your limbs wouldn't be enough, you're merely confined for a few days. There's a limit to how shameless one can be. Taze couldn't take it anymore. He gently protested. Do you really think so? Taze's answer surprised him, and he frowned and asked back. What? Taze kept his voice calm. It's true that I failed to properly carry out my duty, but I don't think you're in a position to be proud either, Vice Captain. As soon as Taze finished speaking, Sid grabbed him by the collar fiercely and shouted. You bastard! You think you can talk back to me? Rhea stood aside, quietly listening to the entire conversation. Not in a position to be proud. There's definitely something behind those words. Could there be more to Diana's disappearance? Taze remained calm. That's enough. We're in front of children. Sid then noticed the two children behind him and pushed Taze aside. Children? Really, I'm so appalled I'm speechless. He approached, pointing his finger at Jack. Hey you. He turned to criticize Jack. Just because you luckily got into the Knights thanks to His Grace's kindness, don't have any silly dreams. Laundry, cleaning. You'll spend your life doing just what you're doing now, living as a servant. Taze, who was standing next to him, couldn't bear it anymore and stepped forward to stop him. Vice Captain, please stop. He's just a child. Sid sneered, his face full of disdain. How long have you known him to defend him in front of your superior? How touching. After enough provocation, the man angrily turned around and left. Enough, I don't want to waste any more words on those who don't know their place. I can't stand the sight of you. The three of them watched the man's figure disappear. Taze turned to look at the two children, gently asking, Child, are you alright? I'm sorry you had to see that. Rhea saw this and quickly waved her hand to thank him. No. I'm fine. Hearing that, he gently placed his hand on Jack's shoulder. Well, we need to go greet the Duke, so we'll be going ahead. Have a good day. After that, the two of them walked away, Rhea still looking at their backs. She seemed to have something else to say, hesitantly gathering her courage. Rhea stepped forward, her voice clear. Mister. She placed her hand on her chest, her voice firm and determined. If you don't mind, could you tell me, why is the Vice Captain acting like that? Taze recalled. That day, I was supposed to be in charge of escorting the young lady as usual. But that morning, I heard from the Vice Captain that I was excluded from the escort duty. I thought it was just a simple schedule change, but something fell off, so I followed the escorts who had left for the town, albeit late. He suddenly stopped when he saw the Vice Captain and two other soldiers scratching their heads, with only the young lady's hairpin left on the ground. By then, the young lady had already gone missing. Hearing Taze's story, Rhea was extremely angry. Then it's not your fault, mister, the girl enthusiastically said, for the Vice Captain of the Lection Knights to tell such a lie. This is ridiculous. Immediately, Jack turned to Taze and asked, Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Rhea was surprised to hear Jack ask that. Jack, what are you saying? Taze calmly replied, I swear there's no way that happened. The Vice Captain, no, it might not be appropriate to tell you children this, but I used to be a mercenary and participated in wars. I caught His Grace's eye by detecting enemy traps. And since that day, I also became the target of jealousy from the Vice Captain, who prided himself on being His Grace's confidant. Taze's voice dropped, sad and slow. Joining the Lection Knights was my greatest joy. But lately, I've been questioning why I should continue being a knight. Maybe the Vice Captain is right, and I'm not fit to be an honorable knight. Hearing him say that, Rhea was extremely annoyed and angry. She shouted, Are you stupid, mister? The one who doesn't suit being a knight isn't you, but that scumbag. Hearing Rhea say that, Taze and Jack were both extremely surprised. Huh? Scum, what? Feeling that her actions were a bit too much, she rubbed her head in embarrassment, scratched her head, and then smiled and continued. Anyway, he's the one who should be ashamed, not you. Don't say such things. She asked further. More importantly, why didn't you tell the Duke about this crucial information? Taze replied softly. I didn't want to cause any discord. The Vice Captain comes from a family that had long served the Duke's household, so His Grace would surely have been troubled. Rhea didn't agree with being silent like that. But if you really care about the Duke, you should tell him. It's more dangerous to keep such a scheming man as a confidant. Taze hurriedly shook his head. There's no way anyone would believe the words of a mere commoner-born knight, and there's no evidence left either. Hearing this, Rhea couldn't help but be stunned. Finally, Taze slowly said, I'm sorry, but please try to understand. Rhea interrupted him. No. The little girl smiled shyly. Under the sunlight, she looked like a little angel. You have your own circumstances. I think I was too presumptuous. She quickly bowed deeply. Thinking that the culprit who did that to Diana was right in front of me so angry. Please forgive my rudeness. Seeing Rhea apologize, he was also quite embarrassed. What rudeness? I understand how you feel completely. Rhea smiled slightly and turned to leave. Well, I have some business to attend to, so I'll be going now. You and Jack should go see the Duke soon. Looking at Rhea leaving, Jack felt the strangeness in her eyes. He wanted to call back. Rhea. Only Taze seemed to understand something, lowering his head to show his disappointment. I'm sorry for being so inadequate. In a corner of the large mansion, Ria's footsteps rang out clearly. She ran without stopping, trying to suppress her panting, her face flushed. Why are you giving up so quickly? I don't understand. As she ran, she kept thinking about the scene from before. And to think Jack is being treated worse than a servant in the nights. Does being a commoner mean it's okay to be treated like that? While Jack was enduring such humiliation, I was living in the luxury at the Duke's mansion without knowing anything. The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. Running until she was exhausted, she leaned against a pillar and panted. I can't give up like this. The sight of Sid's evil face made Ria feel disgusted. If I leave things as they are, that guy will continue to stay by Diana's side, collecting evidence of the vice-captain's wrongdoings. Ria made a bold decision. That's the first task I need to accomplish now. A new day began. The White Castle was shining brightly under the sunlight. A maid's voice rang out. Ria, could you come here for a moment? Ria appeared with a bright, energetic face. Yes, I'm coming right now. The maid smiled brightly. Good morning, you're so energetic today. And about this, I need some things delivered to the training grounds if you don't mind. Ria happily agreed right away. Yes, I'll deliver it for you. Leave it to me. The maid smiled and patted her head. Thank you so much, you're such a good girl. So, in her first days as a maid, she won everyone's hearts. Ria, good morning. She was full of energy, enthusiastically greeting everyone. Good morning, Sister Marcia. Ria, could you come here for a moment? Yes, Elder. I'm coming now. Take care, Ria. Have a good day. You too, sister. The maids whispered about this lively girl. That Ria, she hasn't been here long, but she's so polite and friendly, isn't she? The other girl nodded in agreement. That's right, at her age, she'd be adorable just standing still, but she's so hard-working. It's really admirable. Hearing the compliments from everyone, Ria felt very happy. She walked quietly and thought. It's been a week since I became a maid in the Duke's household. The work suits me well, and the staff are kind to children, so it was easy to adapt. Above all, one of the reasons being a maid is convenient is... Lost in thought, she did not pay attention to the call. Hey, Ria! It was Anya. She looked at Ria with a friendly and bright smile. You weren't thinking of passing by without seeing me, were you? Ria replied in confusion. Of course not, sister. Anya handed Ria a small bag. Here, take this. It's a freshly baked apple pie. Ria quickly took the bag of cakes from Anya's hand. Thank you, as always. Ria called Anya back, wanting to confide something. By the way, Sister Anya, there's something I'm curious about. Anya cheerfully replied. Oh, what is it? Ria carefully leaned close to Anya's ear and whispered. Do you know anything about Vice Captain Valerie? Scene change, when Ria was reading a book with Diana. She recalled Anya's story. The Valerie Count family, a family that has played a central role in election nights for generations. The current head of the family, Count Valerie, is a powerful figure who even chairs the Duke's Council of Elders. Sid, who had lived thinking he was the only great one in such a family, would naturally see Taze, a suddenly appeared former mercenary of common birth, as a thorn in his side. Moreover, the bigger problem is that he's Alan's swordsmanship teacher. So he was the source of that nasty temperament. Diana looked at Ria so angry and was stunned, not understanding what was going on. Ria kept thinking, how could someone who's a teacher behave that way towards Jack? Diana suddenly shouted happily, Mom! The Duke and Duchess happily approached the two children to ask, Diana, Ria, have you been well? Ria quickly stood up, politely greeted them with a bright smile, while Diana rushed into her mother's arms. Welcome back, Duchess. The Duchess kindly replied. Yes, Ria, has everything been all right? Duke Elliot happily picked up his daughter, smiling gently at her. Diana, don't you see your father? The Duke happily played with his little daughter, Diana coaxed. Book. Read me a book. The Duke was rarely so gentle, especially when looking at his daughter. All right, what shall we read today? Ria stood outside watching the father and daughter loving each other. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Her heart suddenly fluttered a little. The Duchess saw this and called out her name, startling her. Ria. Ria. Ria replied awkwardly. Yes, yes, Duchess. The Duchess gently asked. Is something worrying you? You seemed lost in thought. Ria quickly stammered in denial. Oh, no one, it's nothing. It's just... The little girl smiled and quickly found an excuse to leave. They called for me at the training grounds. Would it be alright if I went there for a moment? The Duchess replied gently. Of course, go ahead. Be careful on your way. The little girl hurriedly left. Yes, I'll be going then. Watching the little girl's figure gradually disappear, the Duchess looked on uneasily, her heart filled with thoughts. Ria walked along the corridor outside. She began to think about what to do. First, I should discuss the information I've gathered with Mr. Taze and Jack. If I keep persuading, maybe Mr. Taze will understand. At the training ground, a loud noise rang out. You bastard! Who gave you permission to touch our wooden swords? Hearing the quarrel, she looked closely and realized. Wait, it's Jack. Jack was surrounded by 4 others, while he was just standing there alone with no one to help him. Sir Valerie said it. You're different from us who will become knights, even if you're of the same stock. So who would take someone like you as a disciple? Maybe Taze, who used to roll around as a mercenary. Jack, although very frustrated, still couldn't do anything to them. The bully saw that he was weak and immediately scorned. What's with that look? Are you trying to pick a fight with us? Then the bully raised his fist and punched Jack. You insolent brat! Jack was knocked backwards, grimacing in pain. The bully didn't want to let go, continuing. Let's teach this impudent kid a lesson. At this moment, Ria ran in to stop him and help Jack up. Jack! Instead of being happy, Jack looked at Ria with a cold gaze. Why are you here again? Ria angrily shouted. I came because I thought this might happen. Why are you talking like that? The bully stood there with his arms crossed and sneered when he saw the 2 of them. What's this now? Another piece of trash? Hearing this, Ria was extremely angry, shouting straight at the bully. How cowardly, ganging up on one person. Do you really think you deserve to become honorable knights acting like this? She continued without hesitation. And what? Taze? Sir Taze Sadian was directly knighted by the Duke and even received a title and estate. Are you disrespecting the Duke now? Ria's eloquent words made the bully stammer, not knowing how to respond. We didn't mean it like that. However, the leader was still stubborn, approaching and shouting at her. That person is of common birth. He was a mercenary who would kill anyone for money. Despite her small stature, Ria still pointed at him. So what? Is there a law that says commoners or mercenaries can't become knights? At this point, the bully could only remain silent, unable to say anything more. Ria's eyes were filled with determination as she looked straight at the bully. They can't refute that. Of course, there's no such law. Unlike nobles who start learning swordsmanship as a part of their education from a young age, commoners who are too busy making a living to focus on their careers simply aren't given the opportunity from the start. Seeing that the bully couldn't say anything more, she put her hands on her hips, pointed at his face and said, You're not even worth a punch. If you dream of being knights, you should become human first. Well, not that you could ever keep up with Jack anyway. Suddenly a voice called out, Hey! At this moment, Alan appeared from somewhere. He was quite surprised to see Ria here. What are you all doing here? As soon as they saw him coming, the bullies rushed over and cried, Young master! This brat insulted us, the future knights of Lection. She said we couldn't even keep up with that commoner orphan. She also said we're not even worth a punch. Seeing them tattle on each other, Alan was speechless. Ria wanted to curse when she saw that scene. These fools still haven't come to their senses and are tattling right away. Hearing them tell, Alan turned to look at Ria with a doubtful gaze. Is what they're saying true? Instead of being afraid, she boldly pointed at herself and loudly said, Yes, it is. They're not even worth my punch. Hearing Ria say that, everyone fell silent. No one dared to speak up. She angrily pointed at the group of people who were crying and whining. If you don't believe me, I'll show you right now. You, the biggest one there. Come out. The soldiers who were pointed at turned pale and panicked. Me. She boldly made a request. And since it would be boring like this, Young master, if I win, will you grant me one wish? Hearing that, Alan was also bewildered by Ria's unexpected request, only able to stammer. What? So suddenly? Suddenly, Ria looked at the red-haired boy and asked, Are you going to fight barehanded? You can use a wooden sword if you want. The red-haired boy took the wooden sword from the shelf, then asked curiously, Show off. The fight started, but Rhea didn't hold any weapons. Seeing this, Jack immediately became worried and wanted to stop her. Rhea, what are you doing? I should be the one. Before Jack could finish his sentence, Rhea signaled to stop him, gently saying, No, Jack. I'll take responsibility for what I said. The red-haired boy looked at the little girl and asked, Are you going to fight without any weapons? Rhea still smiled enthusiastically. Yes, I'm more comfortable barehanded. Then suddenly, Rhea changed her mind. Still, it might look a bit unsightly. She took out a pretty comb from her bag, turned it around in her hand, and said, I'll allow this much. Alan's face paled, his hand trembling as he pointed at what she was holding. You. What on earth is that? Facing Alan's doubtful gaze, Rhea raised the comb with a smile. It's the young lady's hairbrush. Alan gaped, unable to believe. That's not what I meant. Are you seriously going to fight with that? Rhea kept her bright smile, innocently replying, Yes, really. I'm always serious. Alan was surprised, unable to believe his ears. How can you say that with those skinny wrists? Alan walked towards the red-haired boy, pinched his ear with his hand and pulled him away. Hey, come here. He panicked and shouted. Yes? Alan was not at ease, immediately turned to glare at him, his voice cold and full of threats. Don't hurt that kid. Got it. The bully was scared and stammered. Huh? What do you? Alan angrily shouted. Use your head, use your head. He sighed and signaled the match. All right, back to your positions. The two returned to their positions. Rhea stood in front of her opponent's large body. She showed no fear and raised the comb towards her opponent in a challenging manner. Alan was still uneasy, continuing to instruct. Both of you, stop immediately when I say so. Understood? Rhea lost her patience and urged. Stop worrying and let's begin already. Alan reluctantly refereed the match. He raised his hand to signal for preparation. All right, ready. In the arena, the bully looked worried, not knowing what Rhea would do. Rhea was excited, her face full of confidence, sure of her strength. When both of them were ready, Alan shouted loudly, Start. After hearing the command, the bully calmed himself down, raised his sword into a fighting stance, and laughed arrogantly. Humph, cocky brat. I'll teach you a lesson. He looked at her, smiling contemptuously, full of challenge. Scared? I'll make the first move. In a flash, Rhea rushed forward, grabbed the comb and hit the bully hard in the face. A scratch appeared on his face. Jack was stunned, terrified. Alan stood still. The atmosphere of the training ground suddenly became strangely quiet. Rhea was still standing firmly in the middle of the field, while the other guy was lying on his back on the stone floor, unconscious. Alan said awkwardly, No way. That was just luck, right? Rhea said softly, Young master. Alan replied in surprise. Rhea smiled and repeated, I won, so you'll keep your promise, right? The scenery turned cold, the bare branches were covered in white snow, and Rhea was sitting alone playing on the snow. She gently placed her hand on the ground, muttering strange sounds. Hee. A miracle happened. The withered branches suddenly sprouted countless young shoots full of life. Rhea smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling with joy and excitement. All right, this should be a piece of cake. She recalled the day she first discovered this place. This is an abandoned, secluded garden behind the Duke's mansion. I discovered it by chance while running errands. A blue light emitted from her hand. Since arriving at the Duke's household, my stamina has improved enough to start mana training. There's no better place to train than this garden. And, while she was sitting under the tree, absorbed in her practice, she didn't notice someone approaching her. That person spoke in a harsh voice. Who are you? Rhea turned her head to look. It turned out to be Sid. He looked at her with a stern gaze, angrily saying, Don't tell me, did you use the young master to lure me out here? She stood up calmly, her eyes determined. Yes, that's right. I asked for his help. He frowned, his face full of disdain. You cunning little thing. Are you happy living the high life while manipulating Lady Diana? You should be grateful to the young lady for the rest of your life. He widened his eyes in surprise when he heard her sarcastic tone. If what you say is true, I should be thanking you instead of the young lady. Rhea crossed her arms, smiling smugly. If it weren't for you, how could I have ever met her? Hearing that, he was stunned, looking at her in confusion. What? What are you talking about? She smiled slightly, meaningfully. I heard everything. Hearing this, his face paled as if he had just been caught, while Rhea continued. How you lied to Sir Sadian about his guard duty changing. She loudly provoked. Isn't that going too far? Gambling with the young lady's safety just to get rid of Sir Sadian? Sid was confused and retorted. Nonsense! You vulgar thing, you're quite the liar! He frowned angrily, pointed at her face, and shouted. Are you trying to threaten me without any evidence? Do you have a death wish? Rhea remained calm. So, are you saying my words are lies? Sid immediately replied. Yes. Even if it were true, who would believe the words of you or that Taze fellow? She secretly smiled faintly. Whether it's believed or not is for the Duke to decide. Sid gritted his teeth in anger. You low-born wench, how dare you? He rushed forward, grabbed Rhea's collar tightly, glared and shouted. Vermin like you should be grateful for the scraps we give you. As he was in a rage, footsteps were heard approaching from afar. The Duchess stepped forward and said, That's enough, Lord Valerie. Even though she didn't understand the situation, she still stood up to defend Rhea. What exactly do you think you're doing? Hearing this, he quickly pushed Rhea away, causing her to fall to the ground, stammering an explanation. Madam. He was embarrassed to justify. This isn't what you think. Duke Elliot appeared from behind, looking at him solemnly and saying, Sid Valerie, don't bother trying to explain. Seeing the Duke appear, his face paled, stammering. Your Grace. The Duchess rushed to help Rhea up, gently asking, Rhea, are you alright? She smiled weakly. Yes, Duchess, I'm fine. Rhea thought to herself. Good, everything went according to plan. The scene changes to another flashback, where the dining table is filled with a variety of eye-catching dishes neatly arranged. Rhea's clear voice rings out. Madam, I was taking a walk and saw new sprouts in the back garden. The Duchess smiles and looks at her, asking, Oh my, is that true? The ground should still be frozen. Rhea continues. Spring must be coming early this year. Rhea thinks to herself. The Duchess takes the busy Duke for walks at regular times, to help him relax from his duties. I was certain that if I planted an interesting topic beforehand, they would come this way. If things hadn't gone as planned, I was ready to report directly to the Duke. He knelt down, pleading. Your Grace, no! That Taze fellow set me up to frame me. I can explain everything. A voice rang out behind him. If this is a setup, did Sir Sadian also make you purchase the Pyrian mine? Rhea angrily crossed her arms and retorted. Sir Sadian wouldn't even know the budget of the election nights. Sid stiffened, slowly turned his head to look at her, and exclaimed in horror. How do you know about that? From afar, soldiers holding weapons ran towards Duke Elliot. Your Grace. The Duke looked at Sid sternly and ordered. Very well, arrest Vice Captain Valerie immediately. We'll decide on his punishment later. Sid panicked and begged. No. Your Grace. Please. Give me a chance. Behind the tree, Alan had witnessed and heard the whole thing. Alan covered his mouth, shocked as he witnessed something he had never thought of. What on earth is happening? After the battle, as promised, she went to see Alan. He folded his arms and asked, So, what was this wish you wanted so badly that you caused all this commotion? Let's hear it. She seriously patted her chest and suggested, Please let me meet Vice Captain Sid. Alan was bewildered. What? Rhea slightly lowered her eyes, covered her mouth with her hand and pretended to be innocent. Isn't the Vice Captain your mentor, young master? If it's difficult to ask. Alan quickly interrupted. No, that part's easy as pie. But that's not the issue here. He looked at her suspiciously. What on earth do you need from my mentor? Rhea only replied, I can't really explain that right now. She started to tease Alan. And you promised to grant my wish, didn't you? Surely the second son of the Duke's family wouldn't go back on his word? Hearing her words, his face fell visibly because he was being looked down upon. Finally, Alan patted her head, looked at her dejectedly, and agreed to her request. Fine, I get it. It's not a big deal. I'll talk to my mentor, Rhea said excitedly. Thank you, you're the best, young master. He was still a bit skeptical. I said that because of the promise, but I couldn't understand it. So I just hid at the meeting place to watch. Alan recalled the scene when Sid was captured, screaming and begging. Your Grace. Your Grace. It's all lies. Your Grace. Your Grace. The Duchess looked at her husband worriedly. Darling, I'll take Rhea with me first. I think she needs to calm down. The Duke nodded in agreement. Yes, please do. The Duchess turned to Rhea and said gently, Come along, Rhea. Alan stood watching this scene, his heart still in turmoil with countless mixed emotions. Mother. The Duchess and Rhea walked down the hallway of the mansion. Suddenly she stopped, bowed slightly and called, Rhea. The Duchess turned around, her eyes filled with worry as she looked at her and said, I won't ask for details about what happened. She gently held her little hand. But I want to scold you for acting so recklessly. She sat down, looking at Rhea with affection. You won't do this again, will you? Their eyes met, deep and full of emotion. Rhea smiled, softly promising, I'm sorry for causing you to worry. But inside Rhea felt lighter in her heart. I'm glad I could ease my burden with this incident. Because I knew the future of both. The Valerie and Ella ducal families. She recalls, In my previous life, I was picked up by the master when I was 10. To prove my worth, I learned everything from stealth to martial arts and even magic. When I was learning to read, I devoured every newspaper and report in the guild. That's when I accidentally found out about how the Valerie Count family deceived the great noble Ella Duke family. More precisely, it was about the Valerie Count family being brought to trial for embezzling funds from the election knights through Vice Captain Sid Valerie to increase their wealth. To make matters worse, diamonds were discovered in the Pyrian mine purchased with the embezzled funds. In the midst of bribes and solicitations, the Ella Duke family had to continue the trial with great difficulty. Still, since I found out about something that would be revealed 2 years later, if I deal with it from now, we should be ability to avoid troublesome situations. This should be enough to repay the kindness the Duke's family has shown me. Back to reality, the Duchess took Rhea's small hand. Now then, come with me, Rhea. Rhea asked in surprise. Pardon? Where are we? The Duchess smiled brightly. Just follow me for now. The towering, multi-story tower majestically rose into the blue sky. The rays of sunlight penetrated the clouds, shining on each tall glass window, making the building glow in a hazy halo. This is the magic tower of Ella Duchy. In the library, the magicians are chatting with each other. A magician holds a potion bottle, shaking it gently as if he is concentrating on an experiment. The Duchess and Rhea enter the tower. Rhea looks at the scene in front of her in surprise. So this is the magic tower? A mage asked in surprise. Madam? How did you come all the way here? The Duchess patted Rhea's shoulder, smiling and replying, I came because of this child. I want to have her treated. Could you call Tellen for me? The puzzled mage replied. Treatment? Yes. Understood. The magician immediately exclaimed. Master Tellen! The Duchess has arrived! Master Tellen! Hearing this, Tellen hurriedly ran down the stairs. He spread his arms wide, warmly and joyfully saying, Finally, you've come! My disciple! He grinned with excitement and pride. I knew you'd come to me eventually. Even when the Duke said you refused to be my disciple, I didn't believe it. Rhea could only panic, tighten her collar, her face full of confusion as she said, Disciple? Is he talking about me? Why should I? The Duchess pushed him away, saying, Tellen, get a hold of yourself. She continued, It's not like that, I came to ask for treatment. He was stunned when he heard the Duchess say, What? Treatment? You didn't come to be my disciple? The Duchess pointed to the wound on Rhea's neck and pleaded, Yes, please. He saw the scratch on Rhea's neck and could only silently cry. It's disappointing, but I guess it can't be helped. He gently rotated his finger, activating a circle of holy power that glowed blue. Unfortunately, you're injured every time I see you. He lightly touched the rotating sparkling light screen. Rhea closed her eyes, her palm pressed lightly against her chest. The blue light spread, covering the space around her. Immediately, the wound on her neck gradually disappeared. After the treatment, Tellen smiled and said, There, all done. Rhea shyly replied, Ah, thank you. She was lost in her own thoughts. Holy power didn't work, but it's completely healed. I wonder if this person was the one who erased my scars when I was unconscious. Suddenly a voice suddenly rang out, startling her. Not only is the mana quantity impressive, but the affinity is incredible. Feeling uneasy, she turned around and saw 3 mages looking at her with lustful eyes. It's really amazing. One of them took out a blue ball and said, Here, this is a mana measurement orb. Isn't it fascinating? Would you like to touch it? Their enthusiasm made her a little scared. This is a meal candy. If you eat this, you won't need to eat anything for 2 days. Now, this is something I made. Talon angrily shouted. Stop. You're scaring the child. Then he smiled and said, Ahem, do you like dolls by any chance? Her face stiffened when she heard Talon's question. This doll? He enthusiastically said, I have one I made experimentally to use as an assistant. Would you like to see it? The lab is at the top, so it'll take time to go up and come back down. Want to go together? Rhea looked at him with a puzzled expression. Go up and come down, she asked in surprise. Why don't you use teleportation magic? Everyone stood there, bewildered by her question, then burst out laughing. Talon put his hand on his chin, chuckled and happily said, Ha! That's truly a childlike idea, she asked in surprise. Why? Why are they laughing like this? He smiled and squinted. Magic is very difficult, you see. He patiently continued to explain. Even if you use elemental magic that suits you, you need to use your internal mana efficiently, requiring a high level of concentration. You must accurately understand the technique, draw a magic circle, and even recite incantations. She looked at him in surprise. Elements, techniques and magic circles too? She heard this and wondered. Magicians needed all of that. She recalled when she learned magic from her master. I'm sure when I learned magic from the master, I only learned how to efficiently control mana and incantations. And I used it just like that. Talon replied. Isn't magic just about memorizing incantations? No way. You need to systematically learn theory and study formulas. Just memorizing incantations? Even Imperial Court magicians couldn't do that. He speculated. Maybe only the Grand Magician could do something like that. After all, they're a once-in-a-millennium genius. Her eyes widened, her gaze bewildered, and she said softly, That's a lie. But the thoughts kept running through her head. Was everything I knew about magic completely wrong? The magician sent the Duchess off. Please return safely, madam. The Duchess turns back and chats cheerfully. I'm glad the treatment finished quickly, Rhea. Rhea smiles and replies, Yes, my lady. But in her heart were thousands of confused thoughts. Though my mind is more complicated than my wounds. She remembered the most powerful man on the continent. As far as I know, the person called the Grand Magician is only the Grand Duke of Bellis, ruler of the Bellis Duchy on this continent. The thought came to her mind again. Then what was the master who used magic without incantations or magic circles? She wondered skeptically. If Talon wasn't lying, I'm also supposed to be a once-in-a-millennium genius. That's nonsense. She still has many unanswered questions. But come to think of it, even though I've known the master for 8 years, I don't even know their real name. My world consisted only of the orphanage, the streets, and Terentium. However, since all the world's information gathered at Terentium, I lived thinking there was nothing I didn't know living there. Rhea fell into contemplation. But only after dying once did I realize that all of it could have been an illusion. The fact that everything I knew could have been a lie. The scene shifted to the corridor. A voice rang out. Your Grace. All the elders have gathered in the meeting hall. Duke Elid replied sternly. Those stiff old men have finally all gathered, huh? The Duke's secretary continued. They must all be busy trying to figure out what's going on. The Duke nodded, clearly understanding. Except for Chairman Valerie, of course. The Duke also guesses. With his second son Sid Valerie imprisoned and the Council of Elders summoned, given his personality, he must be seething inside. As he walked, he stopped in front of his father's portrait, frowning in thought. Father, because of your incompetence, the Duke's family has had to dance in the palm of the Council of Elders' hand for many years. Dark memories flooded back. To drive out the Council of Elders and my incompetent father and inherit the title, at 18, I willingly became the Emperor's sword, going to the battlefield and sounding the victory drums. After surviving desperately while gaining the title of the Empire's cold-blooded demon, with the help of the Grand Duke of Bellis and the Marquis of Diapel, I was able to take the title from the previous Duke, but by then, the Council of Elders' claws had already dug too deep into the Duke's family to uproot. He smiled faintly. So while I was racking my brains, to think such an opportunity would come. I can't wait to see the expressions on their faces. The door to the conference room opened, and a loud voice announced, The head of the family has arrived. Duke Elid slowly walked in, causing the Council of Elders to stand up in a hurry. He sat down, his face full of dignity. "Everyone, take your seats." Count Valery immediately stood up, angrily saying, "Your Grace, my son, the vice-captain of the Knights, why have you imprisoned Cid Valery in the dungeon of the Duke's mansion?" The Duke looked at him, his eyes cold. "How do you know about something that hasn't been officially announced yet?" The chairman seems to have a lot of interest in the internal affairs of the Duke's family. Still as hot-tempered as ever. Hearing these words, Count Valery gritted his teeth in anger, not daring to continue. The Duke coldly ordered, "Taise, let him in." Taise immediately received the order. "Yes." Cid was then brought in and tied up and kneeled on the ground. He raised his head, his face pale, and softly called out, "Ah, father." Everyone began to whisper, "Lord Valery? This is—" Count Valery shouted angrily, "This is outrageous. How can you treat an honorable knight like this?" The Duke only laughed contemptuously at Valery's words. "An honorable knight? How laughable." Cid was startled when he heard these words. The Duke continued, "Cid Valery, you tell me yourself, whether you're truly an honorable knight who kept the chivalric oath." This question made Cid's face even paler, not daring to answer. The Duke angrily asked again, "I'll ask one more time. Are you really a knight?" The Council of Elders looked at Cid suspiciously. "Why can't you answer? Don't tell me the vice-captain." The Duke's voice rang out. "Let's ask the vassals who swear loyalty to the Elid Duke's family. I believe you all know about the great ordeal Lady Diana recently went through." A knight beside Cid bowed his head, ready to testify. Count Valery hurriedly stood up to defend his son. "Wasn't that because of that Taise fellow who was in charge of the young lady's escort?" The knight spoke up to provide evidence. "However, on that day, the vice-captain ordered us, who were in charge of the secret escort, to stand by." Count Valery heard this and couldn't believe it. "What?" The knight stood up straight and continued to tell the truth. "He said that since your Grace had entrusted the escort to Sir Taise, we didn't need to escort the young lady until further orders. And after the young lady disappeared, he urged us not to say anything as it might upset your Grace." Upon hearing these words, the Duke simply shook his head. How truly laughable. Count Valery immediately knocked over the chair, rushed forward and slapped his son with a thunderous slap. Cid trembled as he looked at his father with fear in his eyes as he shouted angrily, "You crazy bastard! How dare you play tricks with the young lady's safety? And you still claim to be a son of the Valery family who serves the Elid Duke's family with utmost loyalty?" Count Valery hurriedly turned around and bowed his head to express his loyalty. "Your Grace, this man is no longer my son from this moment on. It was just the act of one foolish individual. Please don't doubt our family's loyalty." The Duke calmly leaned on his chair and said softly, "Is that so?" He continued coldly, "Then was the Valery Count family's purchase of a mine with election knight's budget also just Cid Valery's personal misconduct?" Immediately after, the Duke bluntly declared, "From this moment on, I'm stripping the Valery Count family of their vassal status." Count Valery knelt down in panic and begged while being held tightly by two knights. "Your Grace, please forgive us just this once. Please show mercy. Let go of me." After Count Valery and his son were taken away, the atmosphere in the room became heavy. The Duke broke the silence and announced, "I'll be going up to the capital next week." Everyone was a little surprised to hear that. The Duke continued, "Before that, I'll hold a small banquet." The scene changes to the garden of the mansion. Rhea now smiles happily as she walks under the trees. "It looks like spring has really come." The Duchess happily looked at the two children and agreed. "Indeed, it's perfect weather for a stroll." The Duchess smiled with a caring voice. "Rhea, how are you feeling?" Rhea smiled brightly, her face filled with joy. "I'm so happy, madam." "Thank you very much." Rhea felt extremely warm. "She purposely took me out for a walk out of concern for me. Although the Valery Count family received their due punishment, she was worried that what happened that day might have hurt my feelings. Staying at the Duke's mansion, I've felt it every moment. The Duchess is truly a warm person. Like sunshine, her mere presence makes one feel reassured and comforted." Her expression suddenly changed, realizing, "Wait, this is really dangerous." She clenched her hands and said to herself, "I decided not to be bound to anyone anymore. If I continue like this, it'll be no different from before. I need to seal my heart." The Duchess was happily chatting with the Duke. "Oh, I'm planning to go out this afternoon to get fitted for a dress to wear at the banquet." The Duke looked at the Duchess with affection, A banquet, huh? Since you suggested it, we're preparing for it, but… Rhea heard this, and her face immediately revealed a look of fear. The Duchess continued, Once we go up to the capital, we'll have fewer chances to meet with the vassals in the domain, so we should hold one. The Duke replied. I see. But why do you want to go to the capital? It'll just be tiring. Rhea was startled and surprised. Wait, what's this about? The Duchess is going to the capital? No, if my memory is correct, then surely. The Duchess's voice interrupted her train of thought. Rhea, it'll be your first time in the capital too, right? Rhea politely replied. Ah, yes. As memories of her past life surfaced, Rhea thought to herself. If she goes there, the Duchess will die. Rhea recalls past life. After marriage, the Duchess of Elad stayed in the territory to raise her children. The exact cause was never revealed, but I heard she had been bedridden. She moved her residence to the capital, but died less than a year later. I thought the Duchess had always been sickly, but when I actually met her, I was surprised to see how healthy she looked. Could it really have been an illness of the heart, as people speculated? She worried. The Duchess came from a fallen noble family, almost commoner status. Of course, Duke Elad would have ignored such opinions. Because of that, there was fierce opposition from the vassals when she married. In that situation, going up to the capital must have meant an unfriendly reception from other nobles. If mental stress was really the cause, I should stop her from going to the capital. But I can't prevent the mistress of the Duke's household from participating in social activities. Back in the present, the Duchess suddenly remembered. Oh, by the way, Alan said he'd be in his room today. Duke Elad found it odd. Alan refused to go out? That's unusual. Rhea realized Alan might have overheard the conversation that day. I see, so it was Alan hiding behind that tree back then. Well, witnessing the true nature of a trusted mentor must have been quite shocking. The Duchess took Rhea's hand and called her. Rhea, she brightly suggested. Let's have a cozy girls' day out today. Rhea smiled. Yes, madam. Taze stood by the luxurious carriage and bowed politely. Madam, young lady. I'm Taze Sadian, in charge of your escort today. As the Duchess stepped into the carriage, Taze gently held her hand. Be careful on the stairs, madam. She thanked him politely. Thank you, Sir Taze. Taze suddenly turned around as if he wanted to say something. Ahem, and Rhea. Rhea looked at him in surprise. Yes? He bowed his head politely and said, I want to tell you that I'm both embarrassed and grateful. When we first met and now too, I've incurred a great debt to you. You're such a smart and capable child that I'm not sure if you'll ever need my help. But if there's anything I can do for you, please let me know. I'll definitely repay your kindness. Rhea was confused when she heard these words. Oh no! It was really nothing. Taze glanced at the bushes behind. And Jack? Are you going to keep hiding? Don't be shy, come out. Jack finally stepped forward. He stepped forward, shyly scratching his head. Hi, Rhea. Taze smiled and put his arm around Jack's shoulder. This boy's talent is exceptional, so I've decided to take him as my disciple. He's just become an apprentice knight, but in a few years, he'll be officially appointed as a knight. Hearing that, Rhea excitedly held Jack's hand. Jack, congratulations, he shyly said. Thanks. She looked at him puzzled. For what? Jack put his hand on his chest, looking at her seriously. For making me a knight. Rhea was startled, noticing that Jack's ears were bright red. His ears are bright red. She thought a little embarrassedly. It's a bit embarrassing though. Jack would have become one of the Empire's 3 great knights even without me. Not that I can say that out loud. Rhea fully acknowledged his talent. No, Jack. It's all the result of your hard work. She smiled brightly. Congratulations, really? Hearing that, Jack's cheeks turned red with embarrassment. Because he was too shy, he quickly urged. All right. Hurry up and get in the carriage. She smiled gently. At times like this, he really is just a kid. The carriage rolled slowly on the road. Inside, Rhea reached out to touch the soft cushion and exclaimed in surprise. Wow, it's so soft and smooth. It feels even better than the carriage I rode last time. The Duchess smiled and handed her a bag of snacks. Here, Rhea, have some snacks too. You should always eat something sweet before shopping, you know. Rhea politely took a candy and replied. Ah, thank you, madam. She put the candy in her mouth and chewed it with delight. Her cheeks turned red as she tasted the melting sweetness. It's so sweet! The Duchess and Diana looked at her, excitedly exclaiming, Hee, you're so cute. Sister, you're so cute. Rhea blushed, embarrassed. What? What's with the sudden? She looked out the carriage window, shyly saying, Oh, madam, we've already arrived at the busy district. The carriage stopped. Taze quickly reached out to help the Duchess down, then she gently reminded, Be careful, Diana. Rhea was lost in thought. As expected of the Duchess, she's so graceful. She looked down at the steps of the carriage. It's a bit high, but I should be able to jump down easily. Suddenly a hand reached out in front of her. Jack looked at her and said, Here, take my hand. It's high. Rhea smiled happily and took Jack's hand as she walked down. Oh, yes. Thanks. Jack, you really look like a knight. So cool. Diana looked at the scene, her hands clenched into fists. Unexpectedly, the little girl rushed forward and bit Jack's hand hard. The Duchess quickly hugged Diana. Oh my, Diana! What are you doing? The little girl struggled, crying loudly. She's my princess. Rhea looked at Jack's hand worriedly. Jack, are you okay? Are you hurt? Jack calmly replied. Yeah, it doesn't hurt. She's just a child. Diana stubbornly whined. I wanted to be sister's knight. Rhea looked at this scene, worriedly thinking, This doesn't look like it'll stop easily. What should I do? She suddenly saw a cotton candy stall. Her eyes lit up, thinking, That's it. The doorbell rang, signaling the arrival of the guests. The staff stood at the door, welcoming them. Welcome, Duchess! The two children happily walked in with cotton candy in their hands. Rhea was surprised when she stepped into the luxurious store. She looked around in surprise. This is my first time in such a professional clothing store. The staff asked cheerfully, Are you all getting clothes fitted together? The Duchess replied, Yes, for all of us, please. Then she turned to the two children and said excitedly, Now, it's time for some fun shopping. Let's pick out some pretty clothes. Rhea smiled and waved. Have a good time, Diana. A moment later, she walked out of the dressing room in a luxurious dress, her face puzzled and embarrassed. But, madam, the Duchess asked in confusion. What's wrong, Rhea? Rhea stammered, confused. I think the staff misunderstood something. They keep measuring me and showing me clothes. The Duchess calmly said, What's the problem? All the clothes you're trying on are yours. Rhea's eyes widened in surprise. What? But this is too much. Diana came from behind and called out, Sister! The little girl in the blue dress, her eyes sparkling, ran over smiling. Are you done changing? Rhea hugged Diana tightly, exclaiming, Diana! You look just like a fairy. The little girl also hugged Rhea, happily complimenting. You look so pretty too, sis. The two sisters chatted happily. Rhea suggested, Shall we sit down for a bit while the madam shops? Diana nodded in agreement. Yeah, sounds good. Suddenly, a shrill voice rang out, startling her. So why can't I have it? It was Letitia. She angrily shouted, Don't you know I picked this out months ago? The staff was sweating, extremely confused. Well, you didn't leave a deposit, so I'm truly sorry. Letitia glanced to the side in annoyance. She pointed her finger at Rhea. Hey, you! Letitia glared angrily. What are you staring at, you insolent brat? The atmosphere in the shop quickly changed. Letitia shouted again. I'm asking you, what are you staring at? Rhea hurriedly hugged Diana, hesitantly replied. Huh? Oh, I was just... She was worried in her heart. This is bad. I shouldn't cause a commotion in a place like this. Letitia's mother saw the tense situation, immediately stopped her daughter. Letitia, stop making a fuss and let's go. She looked at her mother with annoyance. But mother! The dress I wanted. She lowered her voice and whispered into Letitia's ear. The Duchess is currently visiting this place. If we cause a big scene before the party, we won't leave a good impression. Letitia reluctantly turned away, annoyed, saying, I understand. Before leaving, she suddenly turned her head to glance, Rhea's face pale with fear. Young people these days are really bold. A few days later, on the day of the party, Rhea and Diana put on beautiful dresses. The Duchess looked at the two children and exclaimed, Oh my, you both look absolutely beautiful. Diana smiled happily, while Rhea was a little shy and embarrassed. the Duchess said excitedly. You two look so adorable together. It's so easy to believe you're sisters. Rhea stammered in confusion. Madam, but why me too? The Duchess smiled gently. Rhea, you're such a precious and valuable person to our family. So I hope you won't feel too burdened. She gently stroked Rhea's hair. Diana suddenly grabbed Rhea's skirt and called softly. Sister. Rhea looked down at the little girl. What is it, Diana? Is something wrong? Diana looked at her happily and said, Here. Come closer to Diana, sister. Rhea curiously approached the little girl. What's the matter? Then suddenly touched the pink hairpin on her hair. Diana smiled brightly. It suits you well. Rhea was confused when she heard that. Oh my goodness. She looked worriedly at the Duchess. Madam, is it really all right for me to wear such an expensive accessory? The Duchess quickly and happily replied. Of course it is. Diana gave it to you herself, didn't she? Hearing this, she mustered up some courage and shyly turned to the mirror. In the mirror was her true form, a girl with pink hair and beautiful ruby eyes. She held her skirt tightly, her hands slightly clenched, thinking to herself. Beautiful dress, kind people of the Duke's family. All of this feels like a dream that will end when I wake up. She gently touched the luxurious hairpin, respectfully saying, Diana, thank you so much, I'll cherish it. Diana quickly responded, Yes. Sister, you're so pretty. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Diana, mother. Alan, wearing a formal dress, stepped forward and asked, Are you ready? As if he saw something, his eyes widened in surprise. He looked at Rhea and asked, What's that on your head? She touched the hairpin, wondering. Pardon. Alan quickly stepped forward while she was explaining. This is something the young lady. He angrily raised his hand to knock the hairpin away. Rhea panicked and raised her hand to cover it but was too late. The hairpin fell to the ground. Alan angrily shouted, Do you even know what that is? The Duchess was furious when she saw this, and quickly spoke up. Alan! What kind of rudeness is this? Apologize to Rhea right now. She was interrupted by Alan's shout. But mother! That girl. The Duchess explained. Diana put it on her herself and did nothing wrong, you know that. Hearing this, he gritted his teeth in anger. Then turning to Rhea, he angrily shouted, I hate you! Her eyes were filled with panic, and all around her could be heard was Alan's reproachful voice. It's all Diana's fault. If only you hadn't come to our house. He angrily turned around and left. Seeing him slam the door, the Duchess hurriedly called out, Alan! Rhea was now full of anxiety, constantly blaming herself. What should I do? It's because of me. She said sadly. Duchess, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. The Duchess gently held Rhea's hand, comforting. I'm sorry, Rhea. It's all right. It's not your fault. She explained gently. That hairpin was Alan's birthday gift to Diana not long ago. He seems to have misunderstood that she gave it to you for good. She bent down, worriedly said, I should have been more attentive. I'm sorry. I'll discipline him properly. Rhea shook her head and said gently, No, it's fine. I'm okay. Seeing Rhea calm down, the Duchess stood up and said, Well then, shall we head to the banquet hall? Diana and I will be entering a bit later. Will you go ahead and wait for us? Rhea obediently replied, Yes, madam. She thought to herself, Alan really cared for his sister. I'm glad she didn't feel upset. I should apologize properly later. The scene shifts to outside the Duke's mansion. Luxurious carriages gradually bring guests. The Count's carriage is arriving. At the banquet, the young ladies in gorgeous dresses are happily chatting. Suddenly, a scream is heard and a hand fan is thrown to the floor. Ugh! This is so annoying! In the carriage, the Baron looked angry. Letitia, what are you doing? Can't you behave yourself? She replied in annoyance. But this isn't the dress I wanted. Baron Jude angrily pointed at her, scolding. Stop griping and fix your posture. You need to make a good impression on the young lady. This is a chance that won't come again. His voice was full of calculation. Now that the Valerie Count's family and their loyal vassals have been dealt with, several important vassals' positions under the Duke have opened up. Coincidentally, the Duke's youngest daughter is around your age. You know what that means, right? If you do well, our family can rise again, Letitia. Hearing this, she calmed down and let out a sigh. At this moment, Letitia's mother spoke up suspiciously. Well, the cause of this incident was a single word from the young maid that the lady cherishes. He scolded uncomfortably. How stupid. That's all just an excuse. It's already well known that His Grace dislikes Count Valerie. The carriage continued to roll steadily towards the Duke's mansion, while the two of them continued to discuss. But rumors say the Duchess is quite fond of that child. Maybe she'll receive patronage. What patronage could a commoner with no proper education get? It's all baseless rumors. Letitia leaned her chin on the window with a bored expression, thinking to herself. It's already famous in my peer group, the story of that prickly youngest princess who's crazy about a commoner maid. She smiled confidently. But it doesn't matter. This time, I'll definitely capture the young lady's heart. The carriage stopped in front of the Duke's mansion. The door opened, and a voice announced, Baron Jude has arrived. The three of them entered the mansion. Inside, the atmosphere was extremely cheerful, filled with melodious sounds, and many people had arrived. He looked at his daughter, a little worried, and said, Letitia, you must do well. Understand? She crossed her arms and turned away. You don't need to tell me, I know. She quickly separated from her father, looking around frantically. Where is the young lady? Suddenly, Rhea caught her eye. Her eyes widened in surprise. Wait, that's... She stared at Rhea, realizing. That's my dress. She walked towards Rhea, used her fan to lightly tap her shoulder, and called out. My lady? Rhea turned around in surprise. Were you calling for me? She replied. Yes, that's right. Then smiled slyly, calmly asked. Which family are you from, my lady? Someone holding a fan gently touched Rhea's shoulder and called out. Young lady? It was Letitia. She kept her face calm, asked in a contemptuous tone, accompanied by a mocking smile. Which family does the young lady belong to? Rhea turned around, her face showing confusion when she recognized the person she had met before. This child is... Isn't she the girl I saw at the boutique that day? Recalling that day, the image of Letitia standing in front of her and Diana, her face full of frustration, not hesitating to point and shout. What are you looking at so arrogantly? Rhea thought to herself. But if she's calling me young lady, does that mean she has forgotten me? I should change my speech to be more formal. She thought so, her lips moved slightly in response. I am. But before Rhea could finish her sentence, a solemn announcement voice suddenly rang out, interrupting her. The Duke and Duchess are making their entrance. It was a truly wonderful scene as the Duke family walked in together. The Duke in his elegant military uniform, the Duchess in her gorgeous dress, and beside them were Alan and Diana. The guests in the banquet also hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Duke. Duchess. Have you been well? Rhea also bowed her head and looked up with a slightly excited expression. She quietly looked at the beautiful girl who was happily skipping around in front of her. Diana. She's staying strong without crying. Beside her, Letitia noticed her like that. Her face immediately darkened. She approached Rhea, continuing to probe. Young lady, our conversation isn't over yet, but you're looking away. Don't you think that's impolite? Rhea was startled, and quickly replied. Huh! But the Duke and Duchess have just entered. A figure hurriedly ran towards them, when Letitia frowned and asked. Didn't I request a conversation with you first? Then, you should respond to me. Rhea replied, that is. At that moment, Diana hugged her and happily called. Sister. Unable to contain her emotions, the little girl happily said, I miss you. Rhea was embarrassed by her cuteness, and gently asked, Miss, what about the others? Why are you here like this? In contrast to her embarrassment, Diana still happily hugged her tightly and replied, From over there, I was just watching sister the whole time. Seeing that, Letitia angrily asked, Lady Diana, why would you care about such an insignificant young lady? Diana heard that and pointed at her face. Hey! The cheerfulness from earlier had disappeared, replaced by Diana's anger. She shouted at Letitia. Why are you bothering my sister, you fool? Letitia was stunned when she heard this, and she quickly explained. Bothering? Miss, The noise attracted the attention of the surroundings, and everyone immediately started talking. What's going on? Rhea immediately realized the current situation. This is bad, the commotion is getting bigger. She smiled, turned to the angry girl beside her and comforted her. Miss, I'm fine. Nothing happened. Diana was still angry, her eyes filled with doubt. But, She looked at you meanly. Rhea evaded, quickly replying, "You must have seen it wrong. Come on, let's go play over there." To calm the situation, she pulled Diana out. "Come on, my lady," Diana still innocently said. "But I definitely saw it." Watching the two of them turn away and walk away, Letitia gritted her teeth and angrily said, "That insolent. I won't let this slide." Outside the Duke's garden, everything was decorated as exquisitely and luxuriously as inside. Amidst the children's cheerful laughter, Diana still held Rhea's arm. Diana said sadly, "Dana wanted to protect sister." The little girl continued to explain, "I don't like people who are mean to sister. So I was going to scold them. Because Dana is sister's knight." Seeing this scene, Rhea smiled happily. She held the sad girl's hand and comforted her. "Young lady, you've already protected me." Hearing that, Diana excitedly asked again, "Dana?" Remembering the scene where Diana protected her, she explained, "Yes, you blocked the way for me earlier. You have no idea how brave and cool you looked." Hearing her say that, Diana's gloomy face immediately brightened. "Really? Was Dana that cool?" Rhea smiled, quickly comforting the little girl. "Yes, so please don't be too angry." Rhea looked at the little girl and said, "You must be hungry after all that effort, right? I'll bring some snacks from the table, so please sit down for a moment." Diana happily sat down on the chair and replied, "Okay. Come back soon, sister." Rhea looked at the little girl waving at her and thought to herself, small and lovable. Could there be another warrior as amazing as her? Rhea was holding a plate and a pair of tongs in her hand, excitedly choosing her food. "You skipped a meal to come to me, so you must be hungry. I should quickly grab something delicious to eat and bring it over." Suddenly she stopped walking as she looked towards the food counter. In front of her was a giant chocolate tower, colorful sweet macarons, along with attractive fruit tarts and mousses. Rhea stood there, amazed. "It's a chocolate paradise," she cheerfully exclaimed. "I don't even know what to pick first." Enjoying such luxury outdoors. Noble parties are really extravagant. Her expression immediately attracted the attention of everyone around. The two noblewomen whispered to each other, their voices carrying a hint of disdain. "Is that the kid the lady brought?" Feeling that those words were aimed directly at her, her hands suddenly stiffened. The people around also began to whisper mockingly. "What? She's not even pretty. Look at that, she's wearing clothes similar to the lady's. Oh my. Why would the lady bring someone like her?" Completely heard everything. Rhea pursed her lips, saying to herself, "Ignore them. It's only natural that an unwanted guest who suddenly appeared would become the talk of the nobles." She just looked up, intending to continue getting food for Diana. "What's more important to me right now is..." Suddenly, someone walked out, making her extremely surprised. "Huh. It's Alan." He was really handsome with platinum hair and golden eyes that shone like the sun. The formal dress on him made his appearance even more perfect. She was confused and thought, why did he come here? It should be time to greet people with the Duchess. If we run into each other, there will be no apology, just more trouble. She was completely unaware that behind her was a figure clenching his fist, filled with anger. Rhea thought to herself, I need to hurry back to Dana. The hands slowly reached up, then pushed Rhea forward. The sound of breaking rang out loudly. Before Rhea could regain her composure, she found herself lying on the ground, surrounded by a mess. She was soaked from head to toe, her eyes wide open in surprise. The ruby-colored dress was stained with other colors, making her heart collapse. The dress the madam gave me. Right after that, the Duchess rushed over when she heard the sound of breaking. What is all this commotion? She hurriedly ran over, bent down and asked worriedly. Rhea, what happened? Are you hurt anywhere? Rhea bowed her head, her voice sad as she replied. Thank you for your concern, Duchess. I'm fine. The Duchess heard this, her heart somewhat relieved but still couldn't help but ask worriedly. Are you sure, Rhea? Are you really okay? Rhea now clenched her fists, trying to endure the thought. Someone pushed me from behind. It must have been a noble's child. If I make a fuss about it, things will only escalate. I can't cause trouble for the Duke's family over something like this. I should just let it go. The people around witnessing this scene discussed even more excitedly. As expected, a lowborn's manners show no matter the clothes they wear. To think she'd cause a scene even at a party. Suddenly, someone appeared and walked towards Rhea and the Duchess. That person then pointed at Letitia, who was standing among the young ladies. Alan coldly declared, "That person pushed Rhea." His golden eyes were now filled with certainty and determination. "I saw it clearly." Everyone around silently watched. Alan loudly shouted, "I clearly saw that girl push Rhea." Immediately, the noble's eyes turned towards her. Letitia panicked and explained to save her honor. "Young master, what are you talking about? I would never push a mere maid. I swear I didn't do such a thing." Alan saw her deny and angrily asked, "What? Are you trying to deny it, when I saw it with my own eyes?" Then he forcefully spoke to the crowd gathered nearby. "You all say it. Everyone saw her push Rhea, didn't you?" The noble ladies were startled when they were asked closer, but no one answered. At this time, someone approached, his voice stern. "Why is no one asking the person involved?" Duke Elliot continued to coldly say, "There's no point in third parties arguing back and forth." He looked at Rhea and asked, "Rhea, answer for yourself. Were you pushed by someone, or did you fall on your own?" Rhea speaks softly but firmly. "I didn't fall on my own. Someone definitely pushed me." Alan immediately pointed at Letitia and shouted, "See? I told you. That girl definitely pushed her." Letitia still stubbornly denied, awkwardly explaining, "What? I would never push a mere maid. I didn't even go near her." The Duke continued to ask, "Rhea, then did you see the face of the person who pushed you?" Rhea hesitates, then says, "No, I didn't see them." Letitia chuckled. "Alright, she didn't see the face, and there are no other witnesses. I didn't expect the young master to step in, but no noble would take the side of a lowly maid. If I just act pitiful and let this pass." But immediately, the smug smile on her face disappeared. Rhea said loudly, "However, I have proof." She held up a torn piece of lace. "When I was falling, I instinctively grabbed at the person who pushed me. This is the torn piece of fabric from that moment." Everyone around was stunned. "Wait, that's..." They looked at the lace and whispered, "That's lace from Lady Letitia's dress." Instantly, all eyes turned to Letitia's dress. Alan stood there, arms crossed with a smug smile. "You said you didn't even go near her. Then how did Rhea end up tearing your dress?" Letitia's face became gloomy. She trembled and stammered, "That's..." From afar, her parents hurriedly ran over, loudly scolding, "Letitia, what on earth is going on? You have caused a commotion at the banquet and embarrassed the Duke." Duke Elliot coldly looked at him. "Baron Jude, since your daughter disturbed this banquet, you must take responsibility." Baron Jude panicked. "Your Excellency, that's not..." Alan gently held out his hand in front of Rhea and said, "Rhea, stand up." Rhea placed her hand on his. Alan took her hand, his voice stern and clear as he warned, "She's one of Diana's people. She's not someone you can just mess with as you please." At this time, Letitia was too embarrassed, hurriedly ran away and shouted loudly, "Sorry." Her parents were also surprised and exclaimed, "Letitia." Alan saw her running away, not forgetting to gently remind her, "Don't forget to compensate for the dress, too. It was a matching one with Diana, and now it's ruined." After everything was over, the Duchess bowed down and gently comforted her. "Rhea, are you okay?" Rhea trembled and bowed her head, saying, "I'm sorry, madam." Tears silently fell, hitting the ground. She sobbed, sadly saying, "I ruined the dress. I'm really sorry." The Duchess smiled gently. "Rhea, it's okay. There's nothing for you to apologize for." She kindly wiped away Rhea's tears. "It's not your fault at all. And we can just buy another dress, can't we?" Suddenly, Diana rushed over and hugged Rhea, worriedly asking, "Sister, are you okay?" The little girl was both angry and cute. "Bad. They bullied sister. Let's go buy a new dress. It's all dirty." The Duchess chuckled softly. Yes. We'll go buy another one." Rhea gently stroked Diana's head. "Alright, thank you for worrying about me, Dana." She pursed her lips slightly, saying to herself, "That's right, I decided not to live as a pushover in this life. So from now on, I won't cower or endure unfairness in silence. For the sake of the people who truly care about me." The evening gently descended around the Duke's mansion, bringing with it a peaceful atmosphere. Rhea felt relieved and comfortable after just finishing her bath. "I finally feel like I can breathe." She clenched the towel in her hand, thinking pensively. The banquet eventually came to an end like that. but at least I avoided an unjust situation. Even if there was solid evidence, if Alan and the Duke weren't on my side, no one would have believed the words of a maid. As expected, having money is everything. Once I get to the capital, I need to start earning properly. The door suddenly opened while she was lost in thought. Ria was stunned when she realized that the person standing in front of the door was Alan. She stammered, "Young master? What brings you here?" Alan stood in front of her, his eyes solemn, waving his hand. "Follow me." Ria was stunned, not knowing what was happening. Suddenly telling me to follow without explanation. At this hour? Didn't we reconcile? You even helped me. In front of her was a table full of sweets. The cakes looked extremely attractive. Alan coldly said, "Eat." Ria was confused, her eyes wide open. "Huh. What is all this?" He said seriously. "Eat all of this." Ria was stunned for a moment, not understanding what he was going to do, worriedly thinking, "I have no idea what his intention is, but I haven't eaten since morning, and I'm starving." She quickly picked up a cake and said, "Thank you for the meal," then slowly took a bite, enjoying it. The wonderful taste of the dish filled Ria with happiness. "It's so delicious." Suddenly Ria was stunned when Alan said, "I'm sorry." She turned around, her face full of surprise. "Huh? What did you just say?" Alan was a bit embarrassed, and continued, "I'm sorry for getting angry before." Alan calmly said, "I heard everything from Mother, about everything that happened, how you protected Diana, and what you did for that child." He secretly regretted in his heart. "I was certain you had some ulterior motive for treating Dana well. But in such a dire situation, how could you have had the luxury to scheme or calculate?" His sincere words made her stunned. "I was mean to you and said awful things, and all of that was my fault. Seeing you kept reminding me of losing Diana, so I took it out on you for things that weren't even your fault. I'm really sorry." Ria heard that and also softly said, "More than that, I was grateful for earlier, when you stepped in." Alan was surprised, angrily turned back. "That was only natural. That guy did something terrible, and you were wrong. I can never stand by and ignore such injustice." When he turned back, their faces were close together, and Ria was smiling brightly, making Alan stiffen. Ria smiled teasingly. "As expected, you're so cool, young master. So please don't make that face. It would be a waste for someone so handsome to frown." Hearing that, Alan immediately blushed and was embarrassed. "What?" He pointed at her, stammering, How can you say something like that so casually, without even getting embarrassed?" Ria remained calm. "Should I be embarrassed? I'm just the truth," Alan confidently admitted. "Ha! Well, yeah. I am handsome." She smiled and said, "Yes, you're handsome." He blushed teasingly. "And you're ugly." Ria was surprised and angry. "I only gave you a compliment." But then she smiled and thought, "Well, even though today was chaotic from beginning to end, this feels like an unexpectedly nice way to wrap up the day." The two happily continued to tease each other. "So childish. Idiot." After all the complicated matters were settled, a new year began. The entire castle was ablaze with the brilliant glow of fireworks that streaked across the dark sky. The Duke's family and Ria excitedly watched the fireworks. I turned 9 years old and Jack and Alan turned 11, and we returned to our daily lives. The little Diana in her arms reached forward, her smile bright as she pointed at the magnificent fireworks before her eyes. It was truly a moment of boundless happiness. In the meantime, preparations for going to the capital proceeded smoothly without issue, and I also spent peaceful days happily welcoming the new year with Diana. One day, when she was living such a peaceful and safe life, a gray-haired woman asked, lifting her silver-rimmed glasses with her skinny fingers, "Is this the child? The one who discovered dysplasia?" Ria was frightened by the pressure of the woman in front of her. She screamed in horror. "But then, what kind of situation is this?" As if realizing her late rudeness, she suddenly softened her voice. "Sorry for the late introduction." She placed her hand on her chest, her face cold and expressionless, and introduced herself. "I'm Baron Bardo, the attending physician of the Duke of Elad." Ria was a little surprised. Baron Bardo, a woman who, through exceptional skill, surpassed her siblings and became the head of the most renowned medical family in the Empire, House Bardo. Ria was stunned and wondered. When the Duke called me without saying a word, I wondered what it was about, but I didn't expect to suddenly be meeting the physician. A little warning would have been nice. Suddenly she held out a herb placed on a silk scarf and asked, "How did you know this was splegia?" Rhea pointed to the prominent features on it and carefully explained each detail. "It looks like an ordinary weed, but there are clear differences in the stem and leaves. Do you see the fine bristle-like hairs here? And the leaf have veins that spread out like a spider web." She raised her head to look at the three people in front of her, who were nodding excitedly. "That's the biggest difference from weeds." The man with glasses rejoiced. "I never thought I'd see splegia in my lifetime." "Your Grace, it might be worth conducting cultivation research in collaboration with the mages." Rhea looked at them helplessly and thought, "I was worried since it's a rare herb, but I'm glad they understand splegia's value." Then he happily turned to Rhea and asked, "Child, have you seen any other herbs?" Rhea was suddenly called and awkwardly replied, "Huh? Other herbs?" They were eagerly clinging to her. "Yes. If you know anything, please tell us. It might not be a bad idea to learn medicine or pharmacology." Rhea was scared pale and stepped back. This familiar feeling. Not letting things go any further, the Duke stepped in and stopped them. "That's enough." He glared and ordered, "It's settled now, so return and begin your research." They were startled and quickly replied seriously, "Yes, Duke." Rhea breathed a sigh of relief. "It's finally quiet." The Duke's cold voice suddenly rang out. "As I thought. You really must be a bringer of fortune." Rhea shuddered. "Huh?" He recounted. "My wife said so, that a bringer of fortune has entered our household." Rhea thought shyly, "If I were truly lucky, I wouldn't have gone through so much hardship." The Duke added, "Also, as you might have heard earlier, the herb you discovered seems to be quite impressive. If cultivation is successful, not only the herb but a remedy could be developed, and it will be sold across the empire under the name of House Elid." Rhea was looking forward to hearing that. "I see, the Duke's family name will rise even higher. Many people will praise the house." He coldly asked back, "I plan to reward you." "Say, what would you like?" Rhea exclaimed in shock. "Huh? A reward?" The Duke said as if it were the obvious thing he should do. "Since it's a rare herb, it's only fair you get a share." He rarely smiled, but now he smiled, looked at her innocent face and continued, "You didn't actually think you'd get nothing, did you? And although we don't know how long cultivation will take, once it generates profit, you'll naturally receive a portion. What I said last time still stands, so if there's anything you want to learn, just say it." She clenched her fists and excitedly exclaimed, "I do have something I need." The next day, a soft, pleasant laugh rang out. La la la. Rhea in her maid dress happily looked at herself in the mirror, happy as if this was something she had dreamed of for a long time. Finally, an official maid uniform. Remembering yesterday, she said it with full sincerity. A maid uniform. I told the butler many times, but he said there wasn't one in my size and didn't provide me any. So I had no choice but to wear this expensive dress, which is inconvenient for work. As soon as she finished her words, the Duke wrinkled his face and asked in surprise, "Maid uniform? For something like that?" Rhea felt extremely happy and thought, "I was a little embarrassed, but I'm glad I asked. I love it so much." She happily ran towards her suitcase. "And they gave me plenty of spares too, so even if it gets dirty, there's nothing to worry about." Rhea closed the suitcase. She picked it up, her face serious. "Alright, then let's get going now." Rhea pursed her lips and thought, "The day has finally come, the day we leave for the capital." The carriage stopped right in front of the gate of the large mansion, the sight of servants busily preparing. Jack and Alan were also standing outside ready to set off. Alan put his hands on his hips, looking as if he had just heard something surprised, and asked again, "Really? She used to be quiet and well-behaved?" Jack was calm. "I don't know her too well either. I've only talked to Rhea a few times." After just a few sparring matches, the two of them suddenly became close. Alan showed some discomfort. "I see." Hearing Jack's answer, Alan narrowed his eyes, remembering what Rhea had said. "We lived in the same orphanage for years, but we weren't even close, let alone friends." He stared at Jack, wondering, so why did she specifically ask Father to put Jack in the night order? The image of Jack appeared extremely radiant. He always looks dashing and elegant with his gray hair and gray eyes. Even though he is young, he will surely captivate the hearts of every maiden in the Empire when he grows up. Alan muttered to himself, "Is it the face after all?" Not sure when, Rhea suddenly appeared next to him and asked again. His face? Alan jumped and screamed. Hey! You scared me. Rhea was a little confused. Sorry. I didn't mean to surprise you that much. Before he could react, an authoritative voice rang out. What's all this commotion? The elegant Duke Elad appeared beside his gentle wife. He gently asked. Are you all ready to leave for the capital? Diana went with them, saw that and angrily pointed at Alan's face. Don't yell at sister, the Duke instructed. We're departing right away, so everyone get in the carriage. Rhea obediently replied. Ah, yes. Behind, Alan panicked as Diana bit his hand, immediately calling for help. Don't just leave, please stop her. As everyone headed towards the luxurious carriage in front, little Rhea quietly picked up her suitcase and turned to the carriage behind. The Duke saw this and stopped, asking, Where are you going? She tilted her head at the incomprehensible words. Huh! I was going to ride the servant's carriage. Then the Duke frowned and said, You're coming with us. She was startled by the Duke's words, and even hiccups came out. What? But... This was obviously absurd. Rhea was a little worried. Due to the high cost, only the Duke's household decided to use teleportation. It takes 15 days by servant carriage to get to the capital, and if I join them, the cost burden will. But the Duke soon realized her weakness. He gently said, Diana would cry if you're not there, you know? As if to confirm that further, the Duchess added, She'd bawl her eyes out for days, right, Diana? The little girl immediately colluded. Yup. I'll cry and cry. Rhea had no choice but to accept. Pardon me for the intrusion. The Duchess smiled. Oh my, no need to apologize. Hurry and get in. After everyone was seated in the carriage, the Duke gave the order. Then, we shall depart. The horses neighed loudly, as if they were also preparing themselves for the journey ahead. The carriage began to roll gently on the trail leading to the capital. Inside the carriage silence prevailed. Rhea looked out the window and pondered. Once we arrive in the capital, the Duke said he'd assign me a vault in my name and an investment manager. And after some time, I'll probably start receiving the Splesia allowance too. It's not what I originally planned, but this means I now have a continuing connection with the Elad Duchy. Still, since I'm not being bound to their house, it should be okay. Alan suddenly spoke up. Hey, ugly. He frowned and said, A person's face isn't everything. Then he quickly turned away, looking confused. Since you didn't seem to know, I'll kindly inform you myself. Rhea was stunned and thought, What? This trip to the capital is off to an unusual start. The scene changed to a gloomy residence, covered in rain, wind, and darkness. It was the residence of Duke Elad located in the capital. Everyone arrived soaked, hastily using thick towels to wipe away the raindrops on their bodies. The Duchess smiled brightly and asked, Has everyone been well? The old butler calmly took the handkerchief from her, his face breaking into a smile. Yes, madam. We are fine. The Duchess smiled. It's been a while, Albert. Nothing has happened, right? The old butler asked with concern. By the way, where is the Duke? She happily replied. He went to the palace first. There was something urgent. At this moment, Rhea suddenly felt someone's gaze on her. She raised her head and saw a woman's cold, gloomy face, causing her to step back in surprise. What is this? I feel an intense hostility from that woman. Is it just my imagination? But then the cold woman suddenly smiled warmly and greeted. So this is Lady Diana. She looks just like the master. It's a pleasure to meet you, my lady. I'm head maid Helen. Diana suddenly cried loudly, hugging Rhea, which surprised everyone. What? The Duchess panicked. Oh my, Diana! She's not the type to cry for no reason. Alan, take Diana upstairs first. He listened and hurriedly led the little girl who was crying non-stop away. Okay. Let's go, Diana. The old butler quickly said. I'll guide you to your room. Rhea was not very reassured about Diana, so she hurriedly tried to follow. I'll come along too. But the Duchess quickly stopped her, smiled brightly and introduced. Helen, it's been a while. I forgot to introduce her, didn't I? This child is Rhea. Rhea immediately bowed and greeted her. Hello? My name is Rhea. I serve Lady Diana. The other servants started to gossip. Who is that girl, using teleportation to come with the madam? Hearing those words, Rhea's mood sank. She's dressed like a maid. Did you see the young lady hugging her earlier? Rhea clenched her hands, her happy mood instantly falling to rock bottom. Again. She suddenly remembered the past. The day I first followed Master to the guild. The members of Terentium suddenly became wary of me, the girl Master had brought along. And what happened afterward was nothing but awkward and upsetting. She swallowed and endured. It'll be the same this time. I can't draw any more attention. While staying at the Duke's mansion, I should only show enough cleverness to stay by Diana's side. The Duchess seemed to not notice anything unusual. She calmly said to the head maid. I sent a message before coming to the capital. I said Diana liked her, so I hoped a room next door could be prepared. Before she could finish speaking, Helen interrupted. Madam, that is against the rules. The Duchess was stunned and stopped. Pardon? Helen said sternly. How can a maid stay in the main building, let alone in the room next to the young lady? We have prepared a room in the maid's quarters. She should stay there. The Duchess was embarrassed. But Diana will keep looking for her. Helen even made an extremely outrageous suggestion. Then place a chair in the hallway so she can serve even at night. The Duchess frowned slightly. Wait a moment, Helen, what are you suggesting? But Rhea didn't want to make everyone more tense. She quickly interrupted the conflict. Madam, it's okay. I'm already very thankful just to be given a guest room. As if to reassure the Duchess, she tried to put on a gentle smile to ease the situation, but in her heart she was constantly worried. The head maid's hostility isn't good, so I can't let this escalate further. The Duchess was sad. Rhea. But then, not wanting to argue any further, she agreed and ordered. Let's do as the head maid says this time. Please show her to the room. Helen gave a cold smile, still appearing loyal, and replied, Yes, madam. Morning at the Duke's residence in the capital, Rhea diligently wiped the glass windows. Rhea looked out at the garden and thought to herself, It's already been a week since we arrived in the capital. The Duke was busy going back and forth to the palace as the deputy commander, so I barely saw him. The Duchess was occupied with social gatherings, constantly invited by noble ladies. Surprisingly, unlike what I was worried about, the head maid is supporting the Duchess in both material and emotional ways. Of course, she kept nagging about rules and etiquette. Rhea recalled Helen's reminder. Sharing a meal is not in accordance with proper decorum. Every time like this, she could only reply dejectedly. Yes. She continued thinking. Contrary to my concerns, what I should really be worried about is... Just then, a series of footsteps sounded behind her, accompanied by a sour voice. Hey, are you Rhea? Rhea turned back. The three maids with extremely arrogant and domineering attitudes looked at her with scrutinizing eyes. I heard the young lady really dotes on you. They looked disdainful. You even had meals with her, and even tried to share the same room with her? Gosh, no matter how much she likes you, you should know your place. She also ridiculed Rhea's background. I heard you're an orphan. So, consider it an honor to work in the duchy. The two maids beside also added in annoyance. Yeah. Do you think it's easy to get a job here without a letter of recommendation? Rhea could only stand there helplessly. Picking on a mere 9-year-old, aren't they ashamed? Unable to bear this scene any longer, Rhea quickly replied. Yes, that's right. I'm deeply honored to be able to work in the duchy. The three maids were stunned. What? Rhea looked excited, not minding the ridicule. So I'll do my best. Hearing that, they didn't bother to say anything more. Well, at least you understand what you're told. Rhea stuck out her tongue, thinking to herself. There's no need to respond to provocations from little kids like them. But then they wouldn't leave her alone, and continued to order. By the way, are you just playing around after cleaning one window? There's a pile of laundry at the dorm. Start with that. Hearing that, Rhea did not object but immediately turned around and ran away. Yes, understood. Her small figure rushed down the spacious hallway, a feeling of luck rising in her heart. That ended quicker than I thought. What a relief. I'm used to this level of bullying anyway. Outside the garden of the residence, the maids were suddenly excited by the appearance of a person. They could not hide their excitement at his handsome appearance. Sir Knight? Why are you here, Sir Knight? His eyes were pensive as if he was thinking about something. A few minutes earlier, Jack suddenly called a young maid over and asked, I have something to ask you. The maid happily replied, Huh, of course. Please, go ahead. He asked without hesitation. Do you know where the girl named Ria is? The maid asked in surprise. Ria? Why are you looking for her? Jack coldly replied. Do I have to answer that? She was hesitant. No, not necessarily. If it's that girl, she should be at the washing area by now. Back to reality. Jack was on his way there, still wondering. The washing area. He couldn't help but wonder. Isn't this the time you should be by the young lady's side? Why are you doing such chores all the way in the capital? On the other side, Ria was diligently washing clothes. Her hands were covered with scratches. She was so engrossed that she didn't realize that Jack had been standing behind her for a long time. Ria tiredly wiped the sweat from her forehead. There's more than I expected. But I'm almost done now. Suddenly, a hand quickly reached out, tightly grabbing her wrist. The two of them looked at each other. Ria was shocked when she saw Jack's face in front of her. Huh! Ria was stunned. Jack? What are you doing here? He gritted his teeth angrily and growled. What are you doing here? Jack asked uncomfortably. Is that all you have to say to me? Jack grabbed Ria's skinny arm and asked. What's going on? Is that all you have to say? He continued asking. Several days have passed since I arrived in the capital, but haven't you heard the news that I'm here? Even young Master Alan mentioned he hasn't seen you around lately. Didn't he say anything to you? Ria laughed awkwardly at Jack's tone, which looked a little sad. The young master's been busy lately, so it's been hard to run into him. Suddenly she realized the whispers going around. What's going on between her and the knight now? The Duchess and even the young lady, isn't she getting way ahead of herself? Ria panicked. This is bad. Everyone's already paying attention. There's nothing more entertaining for young maids than this kind of gossip. She had no choice but to wave her hand and avoid talking to Jack. Anyway, it's good to see you again, Jack. But I'm a bit busy right now. Jack ignored her hidden words. Looking over the pile of clothes, he frowned and said, You're doing all this by yourself? Weren't you supposed to be here to attend to the young lady? Seeing him asking, Ria immediately found an excuse. I'm just doing this because I had some time. I'm not always by her side here. While she was confused, a maid hurriedly ran over and called out to her. Ria! Don't you have a tea time scheduled with the young lady? Go, quickly! Ria was puzzled as she looked back her unfinished laundry. But there's still laundry left to do. Jack offered. Want me to help? You look like you're in a rush. She quickly refused. No, Jack, it's okay. Go take care of your own tasks. Ria had just sat down, intending to finish washing the remaining clothes when she suddenly heard a voice. Hey, Ria. The friendly orange-haired maid walked over, smiled and said, I'll finish up here, so go on ahead. The maid continued to urge. We've got to help each other out. The young lady must be waiting, go on. Seeing that, Ria quickly stood up and said shyly, Okay. Thank you so much. With that, she turned and ran away, not forgetting to say goodbye. See you later, Jack. However, Jack still seemed to have something to say. He quickly stood up and called after her. Hey, Lia! Wait a second. Then the maid who said she would do Ai's laundry grabbed Jack's sleeve and called him over. Sir Knight? The maid looked up at Jack with her fake frail face. If you're not busy, would you help me move the laundry? She pointed to the laundry behind her. It looks too heavy for me to lift alone. Jack recalled the image of little Ria, quietly working alone without anyone's help. His eyebrows furrowed, his eyes instantly turning gloomy. Jack said coldly to the maid, Isn't Ria younger and smaller than you? And yet she can do it on her own, no? She was embarrassed and shy. Excuse me? After saying that, Jack turned and left. I'm sure you're capable as well. The maid could only helplessly watch, raising her eyes and calling out. Wait a minute, Sir Knight. Sir Knight. Meanwhile, Ria hurriedly ran down the hallway to Diana. As she ran, she thought of Jack. By the way, Jack, you're already popular, I see. Maid's aged 14 to 16, Jack is only 11. There's quite an age gap, and yet they're so into him. He does seem mature for his age. Well, it's not surprising. Later on, he was admired not just by maids, but by noble ladies and high society women too. And despite all that, the fact that he had no romantic scandals whatsoever until he swore his knight's oath to Diana. Right, if he's got eyes, there's no way he'd fall for anyone else with our lovely Diana around. Thinking of this, not only was she not worried, she even smiled slightly. Good, that's commendable. And it also has quite a romantic side. Seeing Rhea looking happy, Alan suddenly stood beside her and coldly asked, "Who?" Rhea was shocked. "Eek. Young master?" Alan stared at Rhea and asked, "So tell me, who's romantic?" Seeing his suspicion, Rhea quickly changed the subject. "Nothing. You finished training early today, huh?" Alan innocently forgot the question and replied, "That's right. I wrapped up quickly so I could eat with Diana. Definitely not to come see you or anything." He slipped up and quickly corrected himself. "I mean, Diana's been so busy studying lately that I haven't had a chance to see her. So I've been trying to make time, just for meals, really." Rhea was also stunned. I see. That makes sense." Then she suddenly thought, "Now that I think of it, how is Diana doing with her lessons? She's still so young. I was worried home tutoring might be too much for her." But the head maid said she was already far behind compared to other noble daughters, so the Duchess had no choice but to follow her advice. "Honestly, when it comes to the capital's social scene, the head maid probably knows best," Rhea said. "Still, it seems the young lady's adjusting well to her lessons, right? I haven't heard any complaints." Alan was silent for a moment, not knowing what else to say, so he waved his hand to dismiss Rhea. "Anyway, we can talk about that later. You came for tea time, right? Go on in. She's waiting." Rhea panicked. "Oh, right. I'll head in now. Good luck with your training." Standing in front of Diana's room, Rhea was slightly confused as she recalled Alan's expression. Why do I feel like he's dodging the question? As soon as she entered the door, Diana saw her and immediately ran to hug her, shouting, "Sister!" Rhea was delighted. "Young lady, have you been doing well?" Diana happily showed off. "Yup. I've been learning letters, drawing pictures, and practicing greetings." Rhea couldn't help but praise. "Wow, you've learned so much. That's amazing." Her heart felt as if a heavy stone had been lifted from her chest. "Thank goodness. Sounds like she's keeping up with her lessons." The Duchess happily greeted. "Rhea, it's been a while." Rhea was surprised. "Madam, what brings you here?" The Duchess said with a smile. "Hearing that you two were having tea time, I made some time and came, and it seems it was good that I came. Of course, there is still work left to handle, but..." Immediately afterwards, the head maid brought a thick stack of documents and placed them on the table. "Madam, these are the budget documents that need approval by today." Helen looked at the Duchess and carefully reminded, "And here are the party invitations for next week. Please review them when you can." The Duchess looked at the pile of work waiting for her. Feeling tired, she softly said, "Understood. Thank you, Helen." Rhea quietly sympathized. "Madam has so much on her plate." Seeing that the two children were still standing, the Duchess hurriedly told them to sit down. "Oops, I'm interrupting. Go ahead and eat. Helen's already prepared the tea." With permission, the two children immediately ran to their seats. Rhea politely said, "Yes, thank you, madam." Rhea walked closer to the table and suddenly realized something. She looked intently at the teacup on the table. "It's black tea. Diana probably won't like the taste." On the other side, Diana excitedly said, "Mommy, I want cocoa, please." Immediately, Helen's cold voice interrupted. "Young lady," she coldly said, "are you planning to drink cocoa like a child even at tomorrow's salon?" The Duchess panicked. "Wait, what do you mean by that, Helen? Salon? Without even consulting me first?" The head maid remained calm and indifferently replied, "I mentioned it before, didn't I? That the young lady needs to begin social activities." The Duchess angrily reminded, "Then you must also remember I said she's still too young. Diana hardly got to meet any other children while living in the territory." Meanwhile, Diana sat in the middle, too scared to say a word. But Helen didn't pay attention to her words, and replied uncomfortably, "Madam, since you were not raised in the capital, you may not realize this, but it's extremely important for noble girls like her to start building relationships with other noble children from an early age." After the head maid's words, the Duchess could only helplessly remain silent. Helen continued, "Besides, Lady Diana is the daughter of one of the Empire's few ducal houses. There's only one heir to House of Paymont, so naturally she must become the flower of high society. Otherwise, she'll become a laughingstock among other noble families." The Duchess bowed her head, her discomfort evident but unable to utter a word of rebuttal. Diana was still young, still afraid of Helen's aura. She stuttered to break the gloomy atmosphere in the room. Still, if I go with my sister. Helen interrupted, glanced at Rhea and said bluntly, Young lady, that girl can't go to the salon. Then, she put her hand on the shoulder of another maid and said, Instead, this girl will accompany you. The maid was led by Helen and smiled. Hello, young lady. My name is Sophie. Sophie confidently introduced. I know all the names and families of the noble girls attending tomorrow's salon, so you can count on me. I'll take good care of everything. The Duchess could not control her anger and shouted, Helen, you are crossing the line again. Deciding things all on your own. Diana's personal attendant is. Helen replied indifferently, completely ignoring the Duchess. As I said, in the capital's social scene. Rhea ignored what they were saying. She clenched her fists. What is even happening here? She stared at Diana worriedly. They're saying Diana has to go to the salon without me. At this moment, the atmosphere in the room became gloomy and no one spoke. Helen was still determined. I thought it's about time the young lady chose a dedicated maid. Surely you weren't thinking of that girl, Rhea, were you? The Duchess replied, serving Diana. Rhea was surprised when she heard Helen say, Madam, the young lady cannot have just anyone as her maid. Rhea clutched her skirt, trying to endure, while Helen gave irrefutable arguments. Especially not for her first salon visit, even if it were an ordinary day. To entrust the young lady to such a young and inexperienced child. Helen lectured. It may be called a gathering for friendship, but there are already plenty of young lords and ladies forming cliques. Even if they're young, the salon is a miniature version of high society where you can't afford to let your guard down. No one knows what might happen, so we must be even more careful when choosing her escort maid. The madam kept defending Rhea. Helen, you may not know, but Rhea is a very bright and intelligent child. Helen sarcastically said. Of course. Since she has earned the favor of both madam and the young lady, she must be quite smart. But she's not even 10 years old yet. Hearing those words, the Duchess could not utter any rebuttal, only stuttering. That? Rhea, who was a maid, understood her position very well and also secretly understood why Helen was so determined. Although the head maid speaking so bluntly to the Duchess of the Empire could be seen as rude, if it's for the sake of Dana's future, then it's not entirely wrong. Besides, coming from a vassal family of House Elid, she not only managed the household affairs, but also capably assisted the Duchess, who is attending social gatherings in the capital for the first time. That's why the madam is hesitating too. She fears that her own inexperience might ruin Dana's future. Unexpectedly, Rhea interrupted. Madam head maid, I'm sorry I spoke out of turn. The Duchess awkwardly called out. Rhea. Rhea deliberately made an excuse to leave. Young lady, Lady Sophie, since you both need to prepare, I'll excuse myself now. Before leaving the room, Rhea smiled and said, Young lady, be sure to listen carefully in your lessons, alright? The door slowly closed, accompanied by Diana's sad call. Sister. The next day, the Duchess and everyone else stood in front of the carriage. Diana was dressed in an elaborate and lovely outfit, preparing to go to the salon. Sophie stood beside her and gently suggested, Young lady, let me help you into the carriage. Rhea looked at Diana with pride. Diana, you look cuter than usual today. You'll definitely be the flower of the salon. Before getting on the carriage, the little girl suddenly turned her head. Rhea was suddenly happy. She's looking over here. Just a few seconds later, Diana pouted her lips in a sulky manner. Then she burst into tears. Sophie was flustered. My lady. How could you behave like this? Please stop crying. Diana shouted. No. If my sister doesn't go, I won't go either. Sophie tried to persuade. My lady, you must get on quickly. But Diana resolutely refused. No. I want to go with my sister. Rhea had no choice but to approach the little girl. My lady. She sat down, gently placed her hand on Diana's shoulder, and comforted. Over there will be lots of delicious food and lots of friends. Everyone will like you, so I'm sure it will be fun. Diana still refused to give up. But Rhea also promised. When you come back, I'll read you fairy tales and play doll games with you as much as you want. Diana was delighted. Really? Rhea replied. Of course. She also hooked her lips with Diana. I promise, so you mustn't cry and go bravely. Finally, the little girl stopped crying and nodded in agreement. Okay. The carriage door opened. Sitting inside, Diana waved brightly. Sister, I'll be back. Rhea looked at the carriage and happily called out. Have a safe trip. At this moment, Alan stood behind her and called out, "You little brat." Hearing that, Rhea paused. She thought to herself, if Diana were here, she would have bitten his leg. What a shame. Rhea turned back, pretending to be friendly, and asked, "Why call me?" Alan ordered, "Bring some snacks to the training grounds later." She asked confusedly, "Huh? All of a sudden, why?" Alan angrily said, If I tell you to bring them, just bring them," he instructed. "I'm going to eat them while sparring with Jack, so pack them accordingly." He also deliberately emphasized, "Don't be lazy and send them through another maid, you have to come yourself." Rhea reluctantly obeyed. Yes, I understand." The head maid behind was staring at Rhea with an abyss-like look. She didn't say anything, but the stare at her was somehow terrifying. On the training ground, everyone was practicing enthusiastically. Jack was tired. He took a towel to wipe his sweat. Suddenly he felt someone's eyes were looking at him intently. Turning around, Jack saw Alan was idle, glaring at him. He immediately asked, "Do you have something to say to me?" Alan blurted out, "She likes good-looking guys." Jack didn't understand what he meant and asked back, "Huh?" Seeing that, Alan sneered and proudly boasted, "And she told me several times that I'm handsome." Hearing that, Jack hesitated for a moment and then spoke. "I didn't know she liked that kind of thing." Jack also recounted, "Rhea told me that I'm handsome too." At Jack's words, the tips of Alan's lips, which had been soaring high in the sky, trembled. Jack deliberately provoked, "She was staring at me, so I asked why, and she said it was because I looked good." Alan endured. "Really? Well, aren't you special?" A voice rang out interrupting them. "Young master, Jack!" Rhea carried the basket of food, smiling as she walked over. "I brought some snacks." Jack immediately approached. "I'll help you carry it," Rhea shyly said. Thanks, Jack." He took the basket from Rhea's hand and asked, "Wasn't it heavy bringing it all by yourself?" Rhea smiled and said, "Nope, it's totally fine." "Wasn't even that far," she recalled. "Actually, I broke out in a sweat turning down all the maids who insisted on coming with me." The maids were all very enthusiastic, saying, "Rhea will help you out." But Rhea quickly used lightweight magic to easily carry the basket of food, so she shyly refused. "I'm fine, I can handle it alone." Seeing Alan standing in a corner sulking, she wondered, "I brought the snacks like you asked. Why do you look like that?" She forced a smile and said, "Young master, as you instructed, I brought some food." Alan approached and interrogated, "So you two are like that, huh?" Rhea blushed and shouted, "No." She immediately retorted, "What are you talking about?" In her heart, she couldn't help but feel angry. She thought, "How dare you speak such nonsense to Diana's man?" Rhea hurriedly explained, "Jack and I have been close friends since the orphanage, and there's absolutely no way that's the case. Not even the slightest chance." She did not hesitate to point at Alan and affirmed, "Never. Ever." Then she turned to ask Jack, "Right, Jack?" His face was flushed as he looked at her. Jack's expression made Rhea stiffen, not understanding anything. "Huh? Jack's expression looks strange. Is he upset because he's being misunderstood?" she worriedly asked. "Jack, are you okay? The young master just has a strong, playful side." Alan immediately snatched the basket from Jack's hand. "Hey, Jack, hand me the basket." Then he happily threw a bottle of water to him. "Here, drink this." Jack grabbed the water bottle, while Alan challenged, "And let's have one more sparring match." Jack frowned angrily. "I won't go easy on you." Alan instructed her and then shot lightning at Jack. "Rhea, just eat some snacks and wait on the side." Rhea was confused. Okay." Looking at them, she worriedly thought, "Why are they suddenly acting like this?" In no time, the sky was dyed in a brilliant orange. The knights quickly rested after a day of hard work. "Thank you for your hard work. I'll be going in now." After neatly arranging all the training weapons, Jack breathed a sigh of relief. "All done." Rhea quickly ran over. "Jack, is the cleanup finished?" she complained angrily. "The young master is so mean, always running off and leaving the cleanup behind." Jack was too used to it and didn't bother to care. "Can't be helped, I guess." Rhea couldn't help but feel annoyed, saying, "The problem is he always pushes the annoying stuff onto others." Suddenly, Rhea looked at his face and thought, there's a wound on Jack's face." Rhea got closer to Jack worriedly. "Are you hurt?" She raised her hand, wanting to help him check the wound. Let me take a look. Suddenly, Jack pushed her hand away, leaving Ria unable to understand what was happening. Ria was stunned. Huh? He spoke up. Ria. Then he clenched his hands and hesitantly asked, Do you like young Master Alan? Hearing that question, she was also shocked and stunned. What? Jack also added a long string of reasoning to Ria. The distinction of social status is strict, even if the young master is close to you now. But she interrupted. Wait just a second. Ria pointed at herself and said, Are you asking me about the young master romantically? Jack nodded sincerely. Yes. She had to helplessly explain. Jack, honestly, I don't say this to just anyone. To me, the young master feels like a little brother. He panicked. What? But the young master is older than you. Ria also revealed. So what? He still acts like a total kid. I even heard from Madam that he still sleeps hugging a doll. Jack was startled and horrified. That's such unnecessary information. Hearing that, he clenched his fists, silent for a few seconds. Then suddenly asked, Then what about me? Then Ria was bewildered. You. What about you? Jack asked suspiciously. Do I also feel like a little brother? Ria said softly. No. Then she smiled brightly. You're my friend. Jack was silent and stared intently at Ria. Then he was happily blushing. That's a relief. Ria thought back to Jack and Diana's future, thinking, Jack, could it be you're worried your friend might suffer heartbreak because of the wall between social classes? That's something your future self should worry about instead. She always reminded herself. So thoughtful, not like anyone sees me that way in the first place. Suddenly someone called loudly. Ria. A maid rushed to announce. The young lady has returned. Hurry, go to Madam's room. Ria eagerly asked. The young lady? The kind maid replied. I'll take care of the cleanup, so go on. She hurriedly ran away, only having time to tell Jack. Thanks, I'll head there first. Jack! You make sure to stop by the infirmary too. He called after her regretfully. Wait, Ria! Ria hurriedly ran to the Madam's room. Standing in front of the door, she was still restless. Coming back this late. I wonder if she made many good friends. When she arrived, she quietly poked her head in. Madam, I'm coming in. The Madam saw this and immediately gestured for silence and smiled kindly. You're here, Ria? She gently looked at her little daughter and said softly. She must have been tired. She fell asleep as soon as she arrived. Both Ria and Alan sat beside, looking at Diana's sleeping figure, and couldn't help but exclaim. She's so adorable, like a baby angel. The two suddenly turned to look at each other in surprise at the coincidence. Alan immediately stammered. What? I'm just admiring my little sister, that's all. Then the Madam held out a letter and said, Ria, actually, I called you because I have something to give you. Ria reached out to take it and was a little curious. Huh? This is... The Duchess gently said. It's a letter from Countess Marietta. Ria took it happily. Countess Marietta. The Madam explained shyly. I'm sorry for reading the letter in advance. The recipient was listed as me. I guess they thought you couldn't read. Go ahead and read it. Ria quickly opened the envelope and replied. Okay. As soon as she opened the letter, she was nervous. A letter from Bianca. I thought she had long forgotten about me. Ria held the letter and slowly read. Hello, Ria. I'm not sure if you remember me. I heard you're doing well at the Duke of Elad's house. I'm glad to hear the scars on your body have completely healed. I wish I could see for myself to confirm. So the thing is, last time I was too distracted and couldn't properly explain just how wonderful our Duchy of Bellis is. First of all, Duke Bellis himself is the greatest archmage on the continent. The heir, who attends the academy, is so handsome it's like your eyes are being opened. And there's a breathtaking view of the sea just beneath the castle walls. Ria was surprised as she read the letter. Countess Marietta is full of loyalty and patriotism. The whole letter is just praise. Then she immediately hugged the letter and caressed it. Still, it's so touching. The handwriting is beautiful too. As soon as I return, I'll cast a preservation spell and make it a family heirloom. Suddenly Alan bluntly exposed. But when did you learn to write? I heard the orphanage didn't teach reading or writing. Jack said he was surprised you knew how to read. Ria had to force a smile and prevaricate. There was a big sister who used to come to the orphanage a lot, and she taught me. The boys mostly played outside. Alan glanced at her with a slightly doubtful expression. Really? Suddenly, the Duchess spoke. Rhea. She looked worriedly into Rhea's eyes and asked, "Do you want to go to the duchy?" She hesitantly replied, After reading the letter, I did get curious. The Duchess sighed softly, her face showing a hint of sadness. The Duchy of Bellis is a wonderful place, but... Rhea noticed something. Is Madam trying to say something? Then she asked curiously, "Madam, have you been to the duchy?" The Duchess hesitated. I've been there. But... Alan suddenly raised his hand and shouted, "Me too. I've been to the Duchy of Bellis too." Rhea helplessly looked at him and asked, "You have, young master?" He recounted enthusiastically, "Yeah, it's really awesome there. So cool and amazing." The Duchess was surprised. "Alan, you only went once when you were little. And that was when you were 2. You really remember that?" "Stop bluffing." Alan was embarrassed. "Bluffing? No way." The Duchess turned to Rhea and said, "Sorry for taking up your time, Rhea. It's late now, so go on back." Rhea then stood up and politely said, "Yes, madam. I'll get going then." Alan sat next to Rhea, his face still gloomy after being exposed. "I hate you, Mom." After Rhea left, the Duchess continued to stare at the door. She sat silently for a long time. Then she pondered anxiously. I wonder how that child will answer. A few days after receiving Bianca's letter, Baron Bardo came to her, smiled gently and said, "Thank you, Rhea." Baron Bardo happily handed Rhea a bag of something. "Thanks to you, most of the urgent matters are taken care of. Here, this is what you asked for." Rhea excitedly replied, "Thank you, Baron." Baron Bardo tentatively asked, "But is this really enough? You could have asked for something bigger." Rhea immediately refused. "No, this is all I really needed right now." After finishing to work, Rhea hurried away. Baron Bardo waved goodbye. "All right then, take care. Come by any time if you need anything." Rhea brightly turned back. "Thank you, Baron. Have a great day." On the way, Rhea recalled, "For several days after receiving the letter, I helped Baron Bardo with a task we bumped into by chance. It was just a simple herb organizing task that only required basic reading skills, but the overworked Baron thanked me profusely. And I ended up hearing something unexpected." While herb organizing, Rhea was stunned. "You still haven't been able to grow any splegia?" She asked again. "What about the one I found back then? It hasn't grown either?" Baron Bardo replied regretfully. "That's right. Honestly, it's a miracle you even found a slightly grown root. We need at least one good root to study how the herb actually works." Rhea sighed in frustration. "The progress seems way too slow." She walked slowly and thought. Even with the Duke's doctors and mages, this is all they've accomplished? Judging from their focus on the effects, maybe they don't even know how to use it. Rhea sighed in frustration. "I haven't even ridden back to Bianca yet, and there's so much to worry about." Suddenly, hurried footsteps rang out, quickly approaching her. Diana hugged Rhea from behind and called, "Sister." The little girl happily said, "I miss you, sis." Rhea hugged the little girl and reminded her, "Young miss, don't run. You'll fall." Diana held out her drawing to Rhea excitedly. "I wanted to give this to you, sis. A gift." Seeing that, she couldn't help but be happy. "Young lady, this is..." Rhea picked Diana's scribbled drawing up and asked, "A princess. Did you draw the fairy tale princess?" The image of a princess with pink hair and noble ruby eyes appeared in her mind. Rhea happily looked at the painting, smiling and praising. "It looks just like her." "Thank you, young lady. I can't believe you're giving me this as a gift." Diana smiled and replied, "Because you're my princess, sis." The maids around were surprised and confused. "That's a princess?" While the two were chatting, another person slowly approached. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Oh my, our little lady is so generous." It was Sophie, she deliberately mocked. Even at the salon, she kept saying how pretty Rhea was. Sophie smiled falsely. "All the other noble ladies were asking about you." Rhea was surprised. She suddenly remembered. When I asked Diana how the salon went, she just smiled, so I didn't realize, but to think she talked about me there too, I'm proud, but also embarrassed. Sophie ridiculed. "But still, Rhea's sister is beautiful, anyone can see that. The young lady even said you're the prettiest in the world. Who wouldn't be curious?" I'm just a little worried the other ladies might be surprised when they visit the Duke's house. She emphasized. Of course, just a little though. Hearing those words, Rhea opened her eyes wide in embarrassment. Then she heard the giggling of the maids around her. You're right. What does the young lady think? Rhea clenched her hands and stammered. I. Rhea remembered the moment with Diana. I liked what Diana said. Because she meant it. But she never bragged or looked down on others because of how they looked. Rhea lowered her head resentfully. Then why do I have to go through this humiliation? Diana was bewildered. Sis, what's wrong? What happened? Sophie pretended to be innocent. It's nothing, young lady. I was just admiring how gracious and wise you are. But Diana still innocently asked. Dana is gracious? Sophie immediately sneered and replied. Of course. Rhea gritted her teeth in anger when she heard those words. She took the opportunity to insult Rhea. Most girls your age love pretty and shiny things. But you value inner beauty more than appearances. It makes me proud to follow someone like you. Sophie was still smugly putting on a show. Truly worthy of being the Duke's daughter. Suddenly, an angry voice rang out. Diana, why are you just standing there, blank-faced? Alan had been watching for a while now, and couldn't stand it anymore, so he walked closer to them. He frowned and said coldly, She's mocking you right now. She is mocking Rhea by calling her pretty, when she actually means the opposite. The little girl was uncomfortable when she heard that. What? Then Diana pointed directly at Sophie and scolded. What? What do you know? You ugly thing! Rhea's the prettiest girl in the whole world. Sophie did her best to defend herself. No, my lady! I didn't mean it that way. Alan poked his finger at Sophie and interrogated. Oh please, of course you did. He was angry, coldly growling. How dare you mock a noble lady? Alan stood in front of Diana and Rhea, showing his disgust. When you are nothing more than a servant from the Duke's household. Like this, publicly. The other maids were silent. No one dared to speak up. Sophie still tried to justify. Young master, it's not what you think. But Alan, after witnessing the whole thing, angrily shouted. I don't want to hear excuses. Butler! The old butler, as if he had been waiting for a long time, immediately replied. Yes, young master. Alan immediately coldly ordered without hesitation. This maid doesn't ever let me see her again. Sophie was so terrified that she could barely speak. No, don't. Panicking, she dropped to her knees and begged. Young master, I'm sorry. Please forgive me just this once. Please. But Alan coldly turned his head, his eyes void of emotion. There will be no mercy. You leave the mansion immediately. If I see you here again tomorrow, everyone present will be held accountable. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward, placed his arm around Rhea, and walked away with them. Let's go. Diana, Rhea. Rhea quietly turned back, her gaze filled with sadness. Behind them, Sophie remained kneeling on the ground. No one dared to step forward. The other maids could only watch in silence, their eyes filled with fear and caution. Back then, I didn't know how I would appear in the eyes of the servants, being under the young master's protection. The next day, at the knight's quarters, Jack was waiting for someone. Suddenly, a maid came running toward him. Jack! Over here! He turned in surprise. Rhea, what's going on? When I heard you came looking for me, at first I thought it was a joke. Rhea blinked in confusion. What? A joke? Jack replied casually. I mean, it's the first time you've ever come to find me. Rhea fumbled awkwardly. Is that so? Tilting his head, Jack asked. So, why'd you come? Rhea quickly rummaged through her bag and pulled out a small jar. Well, here, this is a gift for you. Jack took it, looking a bit surprised. This is... Rhea smiled gently. It's a very effective ointment. It heals small scrapes in a day, and even deeper cuts recover faster with it. This stuff is amazing. Baroness Bardo herself made it. Rhea thought to herself. I helped her like crazy to get my hands on this. She remembered struggling to sort herbs, her hands constantly busy. Should I move the good herbs over here, Baron? The Baron, eyes brimming with emotion, replied. Yes. Thank you. Back in the present, Rhea continued excitedly. And next time, she said she'll make something to help restore energy, or even aid growth. But upon hearing that, Jack suddenly fell silent, his lips pressing into a tight line, as if deep in thought. After a moment he spoke, his voice quieter than before. Ria. She was startled by his sudden seriousness. Yeah? Jack stared at the jar of ointment in his hand and asked in a somber tone. Do I still look that weak to you? Ria blinked in confusion and asked. What? What's that supposed to mean? Jack sighed and turned his face away. Nothing. Anyway, thanks. I'll make good use of it. She looked at him and thought to herself. Weak? There's no way I, who knows the future, would underestimate Jack. Then, she waved her hand and smiled reassuringly. Come on, I know better than anyone how skilled you are. With a gentle smile, she added softly. Thanks for coming out to see me. I should get going. Don't overdo it with training. Seeing that, Jack offered. Let me walk you back. Let's go together. But Ria immediately refused. You don't need to walk me there. I'll be fine on my own. Jack stayed silent for a moment, then suddenly asked. You're not letting yourself get played like a fool again, right? Ria froze in place, surprised. What? Ria smiled awkwardly, and quickly replied. What are you even talking about? Sounds like you're the one treating me like a fool. Jack clenched his fists, his eyes slightly worried, and then asked softly. Are you really doing okay these days? Ria paused slightly, surprised. What do you mean? Jack said directly. I mean the maids. As soon as he finished speaking, Ria's eyes suddenly widened, and panic flashed through her eyes. Did he hear the servants whispering? She quickly shook her head, reassuring him. It's okay. I'm completely fine. Jack looked relieved, but his eyes still showed worry. You're not being bullied, are you? Like they're dumping all the work on you, or calling you aside to scold you? Ria frowned unconsciously, and replied firmly. Nothing like that is happening. What do you take me for? Then she smiled brightly, placing her hand on her chest confidently. I'm really okay. Have you already forgotten who saved you from those arrogant brats? Jack lowered his head, softly saying, You're really all right? Ria nodded slightly, her voice gentle but full of determination. Yeah, really. So don't worry. After saying that, she turned around, waving goodbye with a bright smile. All right, I'm off then. Train hard. Ria walked along the quiet corridor. The soft light shone through the glass window, and she thought to herself, Jack is really worried about me. She recalled the scene where Alan stood up to protect her from Sophie. That's true. But now that Sophie has left, things are better for the time being. She whispered to herself. Of course, something like that did happen, but with Sophie gone, it's settled for now. It's uncomfortable having all the servants' eyes on me. But if I'm careful enough, it'll probably be alright. While walking, she suddenly tripped over a bucket lying in the middle of the path. Her small body staggered, almost falling. Her eyes widened, her face filled with panic. Luckily, she managed to grab onto the nearby wall in time. The bucket was full of water and fell down, water spilling all over the floor. Ria was stunned, feeling like something was wrong. Why is there a bucket here in such a dangerous spot? Ria glanced and found a maid giggling, obviously hiding to watch. Hee hee. She looked down at the puddle at her feet, hesitant. Did someone put this here on purpose to mess with me? Should I tell the Duchess? She shook her head, trying to push those thoughts out of her mind. No, what am I thinking? This is my problem. I can't bother the busy Duchess with this. Seriously, just because she was kind a few times, I almost forgot where I stood. A sad smile flashed across her face. That's what they mean when they say familiarity is dangerous. Ria took a deep breath, reassuring herself. Don't make a big deal out of this. I'm used to this kind of bullying. I've dealt with worse. If I get through it, it'll pass. How nice it would have been if things had gone as I thought. But things didn't go as she expected. Since that day, the harassment has become more blatant. I dealt with bullying enough in my past life to tolerate it. Ria recalled what had happened in the past few days. Putting foreign substances in the laundry. Whispering behind my back. She gritted her teeth and thought to herself, I'll expose them all. Until one day, a bucket of water suddenly poured over her head. She was soaked from head to toe. On the stairs, the maids giggled as if it was a funny joke. Ria clenched her fists, gritting her teeth in anger. This is really too much. She raised her hand to smell it. The musty smell made her frown. It's not just water, but dirty mop water. The stench is unbearable. She realized in a panic. Diana's class will be over soon. I can't show up like this. Ria hurriedly ran back to the dormitory. First, I need to wash off this stench. When she opened the closet to get another maid outfit to change into. And my clothes. She looked at the empty closet in despair and sighed. This is terrible. The only thing left is the dress I wore at the Duke's mansion. And it had to be when all the maid uniforms were being washed. She picked up the last outfit, hesitating. If I wear this, they'll definitely gossip again. What else can I do? I can't go out naked. Making a firm decision, she changed her clothes and reassured herself. Right, I'm not doing anything wrong. I'll wear it with confidence. In the mirror, Ria's true appearance appeared stunningly beautiful. She tightened her apron, thinking to herself. I even have an apron on. I just have to hope I don't stand out too much. Then she quickly opened the door and walked out. In the wide hallway, Ria tried to run as fast as she could. Let's hurry. I need to move without catching the other servants' eyes as much as possible. But suddenly, footsteps sounded behind her. A red-haired boy recognized someone's figure running hurriedly ahead. Huh! He turned to the person next to him, pointing at the girl. Lucio. Is that your younger sibling? Hearing that name, Ria paused. Wait. Did I just hear that name? The silver-haired boy looked up, calmly answering. No. Ria turned her head, looking at the two people in confusion. Behind him was Lucio with his sparkling silver hair and cold blue eyes. He continued without hesitation. She's not my younger sibling. Ria turned to look at the familiar voice in her memory. Lucio. Lucio looked down at her with a cold face and calmly continued. And my sister has silver hair like mine. The red-haired boy looked at Ria again, then nodded. I see. Looking again, she doesn't resemble you. Ria stood still, her eyes wide open, her body stiff. To meet like this so suddenly. At that moment, memories seemed to pull her back to the past. She remembered her previous life, when she was a homeless child, living on the streets of the capital. Emily turned to her, her voice somewhat curious. Ria, did you hear? You know that scary person from back then. Then Emily tried to search her memory. What was that Duke called again? Ria frowned slightly, trying to guess. Duke Elliot? Emily snapped her fingers. Oh, right. That scary Duke. They say his son attends the academy here. The children standing nearby immediately joined in the conversation. What, really? Then he must be the crybaby's brother. How can you call her a crybaby? I told you she is a princess. Jack is so lucky. He's probably living comfortably now after getting on her good side. Ria just stood there silently listening to the jokes mixed with a hint of jealousy from the children. Emily put her hand to her chin again, trying to remember something. Anyway, about that Duke's son. What was his name again? Lulu. It was Lucio Elliot. The scene changes to an empty lot in the park, where a person is intently drawing characters on the ground with a tree branch. Ria mumbles as she writes. Lucio. L lad. She pauses, looks at the scribbles and sighs. I thought it would be easy, but it's quite difficult. If I had gone to school, I could have written this much easily. While she is lost in thought, a figure suddenly appears behind her. A cold voice rings out. Who are you? Ria is startled, quickly turns around and immediately meets that cold blue gaze. Lucio is standing there, his face expressionless, then slowly says, You kept calling my name. At that moment, a thought suddenly flashed through Ria's mind, pulling her back to reality. Why am I suddenly thinking of that time? The red-haired boy frowned at her, then tilted his head and asked, Lucio, is this child perhaps hard of hearing? Hearing that, Ria panicked and shook her head repeatedly. No. I was just so surprised that I was rude, I'm sorry. The red-haired boy softened his voice but was still doubtful. Then could you tell me who you are? I haven't heard of any other young lady in the Elliot Duke's family besides the youngest princess. Ria quickly shook her head, hastily explaining. You misunderstand. I'm a maid working for the Duke's family. That answer surprised him a bit. His eyes flashed with doubt. A maid? But why is her attire? Ria was speechless, not knowing how to explain. She stammered, That's... Just as the atmosphere became awkward, Lucio suddenly took a step forward, blocking her way. He coldly looked at the red-haired boy and said firmly, Your Highness, please don't interrogate someone from my household like that. The red-haired boy sighed softly, then laughed mockingly. Oh please, what did I do? I was just curious to see such a young maid. Lucio looked at him with cold eyes, his voice full of meaning. If you look carefully, you'll find them in the Imperial Palace too. You really have to have the last word, don't you? At that moment, hurried footsteps rang out. Someone was running closer. Alan ran out from the main building, holding Diana's hand tightly, the two children's faces beaming, calling out in unison. Brother! Alan quickly ran over, happily saying to Lucio, Why are you so late? Do you know how long Diana and I have been in the capital? As soon as Diana's eyes met Rhea, the little girl immediately let go of Alan's hand and ran to hug her. Sister! Why are you here? Alan was also stunned when he realized. Oh, Rhea? I was just looking for you. It's been a while since you wore different clothes. Are you going to play with dolls with Diana? The red-haired boy rested his chin on his hand, seeming to have just realized something. Ah, I see. She's the princess's playmate maid. She must be a favorite, right? Even dressing her up. Rhea stood still, her face stiffening for a moment, but then she let out a sigh of relief in her heart, thinking, I'm glad it was glossed over. Alan raised his hand happily, shouting, Brother, what were you doing to be this late? Lucio bent down and replied, his voice gentle. It was unavoidable due to the exam period. But I plan to stay for a while now. Alan heard this, his eyes lit up, and he happily shouted, Really? Wow. The boy immediately glanced behind Lucio, eagerly asking, Didn't Askel come with you? I wanted to show him our Diana. He's never seen Diana, right? The red-haired boy standing next to him, listening and laughing, interjected. Young Master Alan, if you brag about your little sister to the Crown Prince, you might be disliked. Alan's eyes widened in surprise. Huh? Why? Immediately, Lucio's eyes glanced over coldly, and he spoke in a clear warning tone. Your Highness. The red-haired boy shrugged slightly, raising his hands as if surrendering. All right, so can you introduce us already? I'm feeling left out. Lucio nodded, softly calling the two children. Understood. Diana, Alan. Come here. Then he introduced. This is the first prince, His Highness Nicholas Laxerton. Rhea was startled when she heard the name. Nicholas Laxerton? The only prince of the imperial family, the same age as Lucio, 12 years older than Diana. Then her eyes became resentful, trembling as she stared at Nicholas. Yet such a vicious thief who was after Diana. Nicholas bent down, smiling brightly as he looked at the lovely Diana. Your little sister is really cute. Lucio saw his sister tremble slightly in fear, so he coldly turned to Nicholas, decisively saying, If you've seen enough, please leave now. Hearing the blunt request, Nicholas's voice dropped. What? You're turning me away without even offering a cup of tea? Diana panicked, ran straight to Rhea, nestled in her familiar arms. Sister. Seeing Diana like that, Rhea patted her head, secretly happy. That's right, Diana. Don't spend even one more second with a guy like that. Diana suddenly spoke, her eyes sparkling. Sister, you know. Rhea gently replied. Yes, young lady. What is it? Diana smiled, pointing at Lucio. Isn't my brother handsome? Rhea heard that and opened her mouth in surprise. What? She bent down, trying to suppress her embarrassment, and smiled awkwardly. Yes, of course. The young master is very handsome, just like the pretty young lady. But in her heart she whispered in confusion. What kind of question is this all of a sudden, Diana? Before she could breathe a sigh of relief, Diana turned to Lucio, her voice innocent. Brother, don't you think sister is pretty too? That question made Rhea freeze, her face darkened with embarrassment. But Lucio did not waver, only coldly uttered a sentence. No. She's not pretty. Rhea opened her eyes wide, trying to suppress her surprise, but in her heart she was screaming fiercely. I know I'm not pretty. Nicholas laughed so hard that tears fell, patted Lucio's shoulder and laughed heartily. Lucio, I knew you were honest, but isn't that too much? She's still a young girl. Alan looked at Rhea with a gloomy expression, worriedly asking, Rhea, are you okay? Rhea clenched her hands, pursed her lips, and replied in frustration. Of course I'm fine. There's even a young master who calls me ugly every day. Hearing this, Alan felt like he was stabbed in the heart, his face fell. I was trying to comfort you. Not wanting to prolong the embarrassment, Rhea turned to hold Diana's hand, gently smiling. Young lady, let's go back. We have some time before dinner. Shall we play with dolls in the meantime? Diana exclaimed excitedly. Really? Rhea gently replied. Yes, of course. Then she politely turned to Nicholas and Lucio, bowed. Then we will be taking our leave now, young lords. Alan immediately ran after. Hey, I'm coming too. Nicholas watched the three people leave, shrugged. Quite bold. I thought she'd be hurt. Then he turned to Lucio, asked with a puzzled look. But Lucio, why did you do that? If you didn't want to tell a white lie, you could have just not answered like usual. Lucio was silent for a moment. His eyes seemed to be looking somewhere far away, then softly replied. No, it's nothing. The scene changes to Diana's room. Diana bows her head in worry. Is it because brother said mean things, so you're angry? Rhea quickly shakes her head, smiling slightly to dispel the tension. No. That's not it. She thinks for a moment, then gently places her hand on Diana's small arm. You know, young lady. Rhea's true image appears, completely different from her usual appearance. She gently puts her finger to her lips. Let's keep that a secret just between us. Diana opened her eyes wide, her heart pounding with curiosity. A secret? Although she felt a little guilty about that innocent reaction, Rhea still smiled and nodded. Yes, that I'm pretty and no one else knows about it. Seeing the girl's bright and excited eyes, Rhea thought to herself. She seems to see the world as all beautiful because she's still young. It feels nice, but I feel sorry for Diana, but still I think it's better to lie a bit. Diana asked again, her eyes wide open, her voice unable to hide her surprise. Only me and sister know? No one else? Rhea nodded firmly, smiling. That's right. So how should we keep the secret? Diana quickly reached out to wave to Rhea, her voice full of determination. We must protect it. Pinky promise. Then the little girl jumped up. I'll keep the secret. Diana is a hero, so she must protect the princess. Rhea burst out laughing, clapping her hands in encouragement. As expected, young lady, you're amazing. At that moment, the maid pushed the door open and entered, bowing slightly and announcing, Young lady, the meal is ready. Hearing that, Rhea gently held the little girl's hand. Well then, shall we go eat, young lady? Diana happily nodded without hesitation. Yes. The scene changed to the dining room. Everyone was present. As soon as she saw her father, Diana immediately ran to hug him. Daddy! The Duke gently took his little daughter, holding her up while softly reminding. You'll fall if you do that. Diana giggled, hugging her father tightly. Hee. Rhea was now sitting quietly beside the dining table, as quiet as the other maids. She bowed her head, quietly observing. Lucio and the Duchess are all here too. Suddenly, the Duke turned around. Lucio. The son replied, a little surprised. Yes, father. He nodded slightly and pointed to the empty chair next to Lucio, which was Diana's seat. Come sit next to me. Then he turned around again, pointing to the chair where Lucio was sitting. And Rhea, come and sit here. Rhea and Lucio froze at the same time, their faces unable to hide their surprise. Pardon? The Duke calmly explained, his voice calm as if everything had been decided. Diana will sit on my lap to eat. And next to Diana should be you, Rhea. Rhea was stunned, trembling and screaming in her heart. Yoa, all the other servants are watching. Rhea glanced worriedly at the head maid. If it were the usual, they would have immediately objected, but it's quiet. But Helen just stood silently with her head bowed, seriously fulfilling her duty. Rhea thought to herself. I guess in the Duke's household, the Duke's word is the law. But still, for me to join the table during a family meal. At that moment, Lucio suddenly stood up. Rhea turned around in surprise, only to see him quietly walk to the chair next to her. Then Lucio softly said, Sit down. Rhea was a bit confused, but still bowed her head and walked forward. Ah yes, thank you, young master. Seeing this, the Duchess happily clapped her hands excitedly. Come now, let's start eating. It won't taste good if it gets cold. She turned to Lucio, her gentle eyes filled with maternal love. It's been so long since we've all gathered for a meal like this. You'll be returning to the academy soon, but do rest well for these few days, Lucio. Lucio nodded politely. Yes, mother. Diana was now sitting comfortably on the Duke's lap, her hands excitedly picking up food. Sister, eat this. Rhea laughed gently, bowing to receive it. Ah, thank you, young lady. But when she raised her head, the person who handed her the food was the Duke, causing Rhea to freeze on the spot. Diana immediately pouted angrily. I was gonna do that. The usually cold Duke suddenly teased his daughter. Diana, your arms are too short to ever beat me. The Duchess looked over and saw that Ria's plate was still untouched, so she gently reminded her. Ria, you're smaller than others your age, so you need to eat a lot. Ria blushed at the attention, and could only smile awkwardly. Haha, yes madam, thank you. She began to eat quietly, her eyes glancing at Lucio sitting right next to her. Of all days for the other maids to be around to see this. But then, she began to notice something strange. Oh? I thought it was unusually quiet today. Ria's eyes swept across the room and then stopped at Lucio. They were all looking at Lucio. Relieved, Ria turned to Diana with a bright smile. Young lady, please eat a lot. Lucio sat next to her, feeling the atmosphere around him getting more and more tense. Well, he does have a face that draws attention. But I like Diana the best though. Ria happily ate without being scrutinized by anyone. Still, thanks to Lucio, I'm getting less attention, which is nice. However, the malicious gazes from the other maids did not disappear. After the meal, the maids gathered in the hallway, whispering maliciously. Is that really true? She sat next to the young master and ate? I'm telling you, the master even personally fed her. What about the clothes she was wearing? Didn't Sonia say that she secretly stole the young lady's clothes? I don't know what happened at the Duke's estate, but they're all being thoroughly fooled. Right, she's so vicious and cunning. But what can maids like us do about it? Not just the young lady, but the madam and young master are all wrapped around her finger. One of the maids suddenly had an idea. Wait, the young master just arrived, didn't he? The others suddenly fell silent for a second, then smiled conspiratorially. That's right. If it's Lord Lucio. He'll never tolerate that girl's mistakes. The next morning, at the residence of Duke Elid in the capital. In the quiet office, Lucio walked in and went straight to the point. You said you had something to discuss. The Duke sat behind his desk, not beating around the bush. Yes, as you've heard, a lot has happened at the estate. Ria has been a great help to us. Lucio frowned, his voice calm but sharp. So what you're saying is, you want to sponsor that child? The Duke sighed. Yes, it'd be a waste to just keep her as a maid. She's clever and talented. She'll do well at whatever we teach her. Lucio looked at his father silently, his expression puzzled. A doubtful thought rang out in his mind. It's strange that father, who doesn't usually get close to outsiders, is paying attention to her. Even I don't understand myself. He recalled the first time he saw Ria. The image was still clear in his mind. The moment I first laid eyes on that child yesterday, I felt something that I couldn't comprehend at all. A pain, like my heart was being carved out with a knife, with resentment rising from deep within. And longing. The Duke's voice suddenly pulled him back to the present. But the problem is that the sponsorship was rejected. Lucio frowned in surprise. Rejected? The Duke nodded, then exhaled heavily. Yes, she said she wants to remain a maid. So I'm asking you to convince her, Lucio. Lucio seemed to have just realized something, he said softly. But... The Duke looked up, his voice tentative. Is there something else you're curious about? Lucio looked at his father, slowly asking. If that child receives sponsorship, does that mean she'll leave this house? The Duke immediately shook his head, firmly replying. She's still young, and Diana needs her, so that won't happen. At that firm assertion, Lucio muttered softly. In that case, he smiled slightly, then nodded in agreement. I understand. Elsewhere in the mansion, Ria was filled with excitement, her eyes shining with joy. You're assigning me to clean the main building's library instead of the annex? The senior maid glanced at her, her voice annoyed. That's right, any complaints? Ria immediately shook her head repeatedly, her mouth smiling awkwardly. No, none at all. I'll go right away. Her heart was bursting with joy. The main building's library, which only the Duke's direct family can use, full of ancient and rare books rivaling the Imperial Palace Library, and I'm going alone. It's a golden opportunity to see such valuable books. Ria hurriedly turned away, her voice shouting happily, afraid that they would change their minds. I'm off then. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately ran away, her heart filled with joy. The two senior maids behind her just silently watched. They smiled meaningfully. What a fool! The main library is where the young master spends most of his time. And the young master hates being disturbed the most. Meanwhile, Ria was completely unaware, she still walked happily, her heart filled with excitement. Ria walked towards the library, thinking excitedly as she walked. Magic theory? History of the Empire? Or advanced herbology? Which book should I read first? She walked in an excited mood, humming a cheerful tune. Oh right, I should also check the mine locations on the map, and while I'm at it, I should learn a bit about the Bellis Duchy too. Soon, she was standing in front of the library door. She looked at the room before her, her heart filled with joy. This is the moment I've been looking forward to most since coming to the capital. Then she pushed the large door smoothly. Inside the library, it was pitch black, not a single light. Ria walked straight past the sofa and the table in the middle, towards the window. It's quite dark. Do they keep all the curtains closed when it's not in use? When she pulled the curtains open, the bright sunlight immediately flooded in, illuminating the dark room. She excitedly exclaimed, "The sunlight is nice, perfect for cleaning. First, let's wipe off all the dust." But suddenly, a chill ran down her spine, startling her. She slowly glanced back. Huh! There's something behind. A person was lying on the sofa. His silver hair was messy, books were scattered all over the floor. She was stunned, her eyes wide open in shock. Lucio? She took a few steps back, covering her mouth with her hand to keep from making a sound. But I definitely didn't sense anything when I came in though. Why are you hiding your presence in your own home? I nearly had a heart attack. Lucio lay still, his face calm as if he was deliberately trying to hide his presence. A strange feeling welled up in Ria's heart. Come to think of it, the Lucio I've seen until now always looked like a perfectly crafted work of art. She bent down to pick up the books that had fallen on the floor, carefully placing them on the table. This is the first time I've seen him so relaxed. Probably because he's home. I should just tidy up a bit and leave. I can't disturb him. A book that had fallen near the sofa caught her eye. She slowly walked over, bent down to pick up the book. I wonder what book was he reading that made him fall asleep so deeply. When she saw the book cover, she was stunned. How to befriend timid animals. Feeding dogs. She thought to herself. I didn't expect his interest to be dogs. I prefer cats, they're cute like Diana. The sunlight slanted across Lucio's face, causing him to squint slightly. Ria also opened her eyes wide involuntarily. She leaned down, raising her hand to shield him from the light. Why is he sleeping uncomfortably in the library anyway? But then, her eyes seemed to be hypnotized, staring intently at his sleeping face, her heart filled with indescribable emotions. I didn't notice it before, but up close, he looks a bit like Diana. Especially their hair texture, it's very similar. At that moment, Lucio, who seemed to be sleeping, opened his eyes slightly. Ria was stunned. His cold eyes looked straight at her. What are you doing here? Ria jumped, stammering. Eek. That I'm sorry. She staggered back, accidentally stepping on her skirt. At that moment, Lucio suddenly reached out. Wait. Thud, she fell to the floor, papers flying everywhere. Ria frowned. Ow, ow, ow. Then quickly realized the situation was not good. This isn't the time. She quickly bent down to pick up the scattered papers. I'm truly sorry. I came to clean and saw you sleeping uncomfortably, so I tried to help. Lucio still looked at her silently, then said in a low voice. Clean? Who told you to clean? She paused. Well, that. Suddenly, the sly faces of the two maids from the day before appeared in her mind. They knew Lucio was here and sent me on purpose. And I didn't even realize. Ria shyly handed the arranged papers to Lucio. Here, take these documents. I organized them, but you should look them over again, young master. Lucio flipped through each page. It's properly organized by topic. Then he suddenly asked. You seem to be able to read, and you appear to know many difficult words. How much did you understand? Ria was confused, her mind filled with doubts. Why is he suddenly asking that? Not knowing how to answer, she stepped back slightly. Just a little. Actually, I don't know much. Lucio coldly replied. You seem to be running away. Ria was startled, her eyes widened. He looked down at her, his voice low. From whom? That question made her stiffen, her heart pounding, unable to open her mouth. He sighed, then softly continued. You're scared again. It can't be helped. Meanwhile, two maids were standing outside the library, trying to put their ears to the door to listen to the situation inside. Don't you hear something? She must be getting scolded, right? At that moment, a voice rang out from inside, making one of them startled. He's calling! She happily pushed the door open and entered. Yes, young master. What do you need? As soon as she entered, she saw Lucio seemingly lecturing Ria. You found everything on the list well. The maid was momentarily surprised, then thought smugly. As I thought, she was getting scolded. He must be calling me for a bigger punishment. She quickly walked over. Young master, is there anything you need? Lucio glanced at her, then pointed at Ria. For this child. His voice was calm but full of authority, causing both Ria and the maid to freeze, not understanding what was happening. Prepare some warm tea and light snacks that can be eaten easily. Ria's eyes widened, her face full of confusion. A moment later, the food and tea were already placed on the table, but Ria still sat still, not daring to touch them. Her heart was still in turmoil. He's not scolding me? The maid also felt something strange, so she bowed her head and asked permission to leave. Then I'll take my leave. When there were only 2 people left in the room, Ria mustered up the courage to ask. Young master, why the sudden food? Lucio looked at her, his voice still cold as usual. I'm rewarding you for finding the books according to the list I gave you. And? His voice softened, his eyes wavered slightly. I heard food is the best reward. Ria was bewildered, not hearing clearly. I didn't hear, pardon? Lucio immediately turned away, as if he had just said something wrong. Never mind, stop asking questions and start with the snacks. Hearing that, Ria was startled and quickly picked up her knife and fork, cutting a small piece of cake. Ah, yes. Lucio also quietly pulled the opposite chair to sit down. And he looked straight at her, his voice low but gentle. From now on, come to the library every day. Hearing that, Ria was so startled that she dropped the piece of cake she was holding in her mouth. Every day. She thought in panic. I mean, I don't mind, but it disturbs his sleep, and I even got caught sneaking a peek. So why? Is he trying to keep me close just to torment me? In her mind immediately appeared the image of Lucio cruelly forcing her to work day after day, and she could only cry and obey. Get it right. She timidly spoke. However, since I'm only assigned to whatever area is available, I can't guarantee. Just then, Alan's voice rang out from outside, interrupting the tense situation. Ria! Alan walked in, stunned when he saw her there. What are you doing here? Ria quickly stood up, flusteredly explaining. I came to clean. Alan looked around the room, his face incomprehensible. Clean? This is practically my brother's private study. Why are you here? Ria honestly replied. The others assigned me to this place. Since it's usually empty, I didn't think much of it. Alan frowned. Assigned by other maids? That doesn't make sense. At this moment, the head maid, who was still standing behind Alan, stepped forward, bowed her head and apologized. I'm sorry, young master. It seems like one of the maids under me made a mistake. There must have been some kind of misunderstanding. Lucio kept his voice cold. I don't care whether it was a misunderstanding or not. Just make sure this never happens again. He approached, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and ordered. And from now on, this girl will be in charge of managing the library. Keep that in mind. The head maid's face stiffened. She repeated as if she couldn't believe her ears. What? But Lucio didn't answer, just turned to Ria and said firmly. So you'll be coming here tomorrow. Don't do anything else, just come straight here. Even after I return to the academy, you'll still continue. His eyes darkened as he asked. Understood? Ria trembled and nodded. Yes, young master. At this moment, the head maid mustered up all her courage to speak. Young master, if I may ask, why are you entrusting this place to that girl? May I ask your reason? Lucio frowned uncomfortably. Helen, do I really need to explain all of that? Seeing his icy cold expression, she immediately lowered her head in fear. No. I apologize, young master. Lucio ordered. Then you may go now. Helen heard that and immediately obeyed. Yes, right away. After she left, Lucio turned to Alan and asked. So, Alan, what brings you here all of a sudden? Alan was startled and began to recount. It's nothing. I just thought since you're here, maybe you could take a look at Jack and I's training. I came to ask, but when I saw the head maid, I got curious about what was going on. Alan then glanced at the dining table and frowned. More importantly, bro, what are you trying to make Ria do by having her come here every day? What's with all this food? Lucio replied briefly. There's a lot I want her to do. As for the food, he gently placed his hand on his chin and calmly said, It's her reward, a treat. She said it's her favorite. Alan's eyes widened. Treat, what? Lucio glanced behind Alan and asked, By the way, who's that kid behind you? Alan turned back. Oh, that's Jack. He just joined the Lection Knights as a trainee. He's from the same orphanage as Ria and is my sparring partner. Jack bowed politely. It's an honor to meet you, young master. Lucio repeated in surprise. From the same orphanage, huh? Then he turned and walked out of the room. I'll spare a moment before my appointment, so head over to the training grounds. Alan jumped up. Whoa! Really? He turned to Jack. Jack, go on ahead. I'll grab a few books before coming. Jack nodded. Okay. Only Ria and Alan were left in the room. Alan tilted his head to look at her. Hey, Ria. He sighed, his voice serious. My brother doesn't just let anyone into this library. If you'd woken him from one of his naps, you'd have been kicked out of the duchy. Ria was speechless when she heard that, not daring to reply. Alan was shocked. What's with that reaction? Don't tell me. He shouted. You're crazy. You almost lost your job today. Ria lowered her head. I am sorry, she cried in her heart. But I didn't know anything. Alan sighed, seemingly also confused. Forget it anyway. Why do you think he let you off so easily? Ria stuttered. That's... She remembered the cold gaze on the first day, and the sudden concern today. Why would he? He didn't even like me at first. Why would he show such kindness to a maid he doesn't like? Could it be... But her thoughts were interrupted by Alan's sudden words. It's because of Diana. Ria asked in surprise. What? Alan saw her bewildered look and added, his voice full of helplessness. I'm saying, it's because of Diana that he let you off. Then he sighed, explaining more clearly. You see, my brother is really weak when it comes to Diana. After she heard him say you were ugly, she gave him the cold shoulder all day. That alone was enough to make him realize, you're somewhat important to Diana. Suddenly realizing Ria was trembling, Alan paused. So, Ria immediately covered her mouth, her eyes filled with emotion. Diana did that for me? She choked up, crying and clasping her hands in emotion. I knew it, that's what it was all along. Alan looked at her stiffly, frowning and exclaiming, And you're getting all emotional over this? Seriously. Then he tried to soothe her, changing his tone as if to make peace. Anyway, when you see Diana, tell her my brother was nice to you. Only then did Ria suddenly remember the time. Oh right, her lessons are almost over. I'll be going now. Alan was startled. You heard what I said, right? Ria had just turned around to run away when Alan quickly called out. Hey Ria, wait up. The boy's face suddenly became serious, each word heavy with worry. You are... Then he bluntly asked. Are the other maids bullying you? Ria was startled. What? What do you mean? She stood still, her whole body stiff. Alan stepped forward, his voice filled with worry. It doesn't make sense for the other maids to assign you to a sensitive area like this. This place is usually avoided. Unless it's bullying, there's no explanation. Ria shouted in confusion, trying to deny. It's not like that. She regained her composure, looking straight at Alan. I'll mostly be in the library now, so it'll be fine. You don't need to worry. Then she lowered her head, her voice embarrassed. So please don't do anything. She hurriedly turned around and ran away. I'm in a hurry, so I will be off first. Alan watched her figure disappear, unable to hide his worry, waving loudly. Hey Ria. If you ever need help, talk to me anytime. Ria ran through the hallway. Her eyes were filled with tears, her mind was in turmoil. Alan noticed it. Then, Lucio must have known that I was being bullied by the other maids as well. Since I'm someone his little sister treasures, he stepped in to protect me. She leaned against the nearby wall, her hands trembling slightly. But the fact that even Alan, who I thought was just a kid, picked up on it. It's kind of embarrassing. She tried to bite her lip to hold back her tears. It's not even my fault. At night, in Diana's bedroom, Ria sat next to the bed, holding a fairy tale in her hand, reading softly. And so, the princess lived happily ever after with the hero. After finishing the fairy tale, she bent down to see Diana sleeping peacefully. Rhea smiled gently, whispering in her heart. You begged me to read, and now you're already asleep. However, as soon as she looked at that little face, her worries came flooding back. If I had more time, I could have resolved the issue with the servants myself. Now it feels like I owe Lucio a debt I never meant to have. This wasn't how I planned things. Why do problems keep piling up instead? Suddenly, Diana stirred slightly, her eyes half closed. Her sleepy voice said, Sister. Rhea startled and bent down, her eyes worried. Diana whispered, her voice so small that it seemed she would fall asleep at any moment. I want to live happily with you forever. Rhea was stunned by those dreamy words. What do you mean? Diana fell asleep. In her dream, she whispered, with sister forever. Rhea's heart ached. That innocent confession was like a knife stabbing deep into her heart. She tried to suppress her emotions as she recalled. When I first followed Duke Ellard, it was with a light heart. Even though Diana followed me, I thought of it lightly as just the survival instinct of a child with nowhere else to turn on. So I didn't change my resolution to leave someday. But when I see this child loving me so much every time, my heart wavers. The door to the room slowly opened. Rhea gently stepped out into the hallway in the night. She quietly wondered, I wonder if things ended well with Jack and the young master's family? Suddenly a call pulled her out of her thoughts. Rhea! She startled and looked up. Madam! You're back already? The Duchess and the head maid were returning. In their neat clothes, she smiled and asked, Is Diana already asleep? Rhea politely replied, Yes, I just finished reading her a fairy tale. The Duchess gently, You've worked hard. Thank you. On the way, she turned to the head maid and said, Helen, it seems Diana will soon be invited to a tea party hosted by Her Highness the Princess, so please ask the etiquette teacher to focus more on royal court manners. Helen bowed her head and replied, Yes, madam. When the two accidentally met, Helen's cold eyes made Rhea a little confused as she asked for permission to leave. Well then, I'll excuse myself now. Her eyes seemed to be staring, making Rhea a little worried. Those cold eyes again, why though? The Duchess gently called her name. Rhea, the Duchess asked. I heard you'll start working in the main building's library starting tomorrow? Rhea was startled. Ah, yes. But her heart sank, she nervously clenched her hands. Did the head maid tell her? Maybe the Duchess knows that I've been bullied by the other maids too. The Duchess suddenly put her hand on Rhea's shoulder, smiling gently. That's really good news. The Duchess swallowed nervously. Lucio is a bit different from the other kids, so he might be a little difficult at first, but I hope you can stay by his side and help him for now. Lucio normally doesn't let anyone get close to him, so he must really like you. Rhea quickly shook her head and refused. No way. It must be thanks to Lady Diana. The Duchess smiled, her eyes as if she understood everything. That can't be. He's my son. You think I don't know what's going on in his heart? Lucio was always the type of child who figured everything out on his own, without being told. I was proud of him, but also worried, so I prioritized rest over studying for him. But once the elders found out, they rushed over and said this to me. That I was ruining the heir of the ducal house. In the end, we couldn't reconcile our opinions, and I sent Lucio from the territory to the capital. He grew up wonderfully in the end, but I still regret that decision. Her eyes were slightly sad. Maybe he felt uncomfortable around me because I didn't raise him by my side like I did with Alan and Diana. It even seems like he felt more at ease with Helen. Rhea quickly said, That can't be. I'm sure he doesn't feel uncomfortable around you, madam. The Duchess smiled softly, patting her shoulder. Goodness, what am I saying, keeping you here and rambling like this? In any case, read lots of books in the library from now on, and study to your heart's content. Rhea obediently nodded. Ah. Yes, madam. Rhea quietly walked out into the garden instead of returning to her room. She thought as she walked. So the reason the Duchess couldn't be strict with the head maid was because of Lucio. When he was a child, the head maid took care of Lucio in her place. But for that, Lucio's attitude toward the head maid wasn't exactly warm. If anything, it felt cold. Is there something I still don't know? Suddenly, she sensed someone's presence in the garden. She turned around. A tall young man was standing silently under the moonlight. His clothes fluttered gently in the night wind, making him look like a perfect painting drawn from light and silence. She was surprised, and softly muttered, Lucio. She looked up at the bright moon in the sky, her heart filled with thoughts. There are so many things I want to ask you. how to save the Duchess, what your relationship with the head maid really is. But for now, there's nothing I can do. A moment later, Lucio seemed to realize that someone was standing nearby. But when he turned around, he saw no one. He frowned slightly, wondering, is it just my imagination? The next morning, at the library, Ria was working hard, thinking about the past few days. During the few days I worked at the library, quite a lot happened. First of all, the maids who used to bully me were all replaced. The maids' complaints remained the same, but they couldn't bully me like before. Thanks to Lucio's order, I could stay in the main library all the time. Every time school was over, Diana would rush to the library. Alan, who never bothered to look back at the library, started dropping by after practice. Jack came by often too, offering to accompany her back to her room. The Duke would occasionally appear, gently praising her. You're doing well. As time went on, Ria became more and more wary of these unexpected visitors. Of course, I'm exhausted from all the people who keep coming by. She placed the books Lucio had requested on the table. Then, with a sigh of relief, she sat down and smiled and read peacefully. Still, it's nice that I can read freely when Lucio isn't around. They don't exactly pick on me anymore, but I still feel a bit self-conscious. But despite being given such a good job, she sighed. It's uncomfortable. Just then, Lucio suddenly appeared behind her and whispered in her ear. What is? She jumped back in surprise, stammering. Young master, when did you get here? Lucio calmly replied. Just now. He sighed, then ordered. Why are you so startled? Since I brought something, bring tea and milk. She was surprised. Ah, yes. When the tea and milk were brought, Ria wondered. Did he bring snacks again? I'm thankful, but I feel like I've been gaining weight lately because of it. Her eyes suddenly lit up when she saw him taking something out of the paper bag. She was stunned. That's... She exclaimed in surprise when Lucio placed the bread on the table. That's the bread they sell at the stall in front of the academy. Lucio handed the bread to her with a still cold face. Here, eat this. She quickly reached out to receive it. Ah, thank you. Looking at the bread in her hand, she thought to herself. I didn't see you this morning. Don't tell me you actually went all the way to the academy just to buy bread? Nah, no way you do something that troublesome. She happily took a bite of the bread. The delicious taste spread in her mouth. It's delicious. So this is what it tastes like. As she was about to take another bite, memories from her past life rushed back. A voice from the past echoed in her ears. You were staring at it like you wanted to eat it, weren't you? You wanted it, didn't you? Why are you making that face? Seeing that she didn't respond, the person patiently continued to ask. Then how about this? She recalled emotionally. It reminded me of the kindness you showed me back then. The memory was clear. Lucio was kneeling before her, holding a chocolate in his hand, saying, It's a potion that lifts your mood. His face was still cold, but his voice was strangely gentle. Try it. She was surprised by his action. Her hand clenched slightly. She stared at the chocolate in his hand. A magic potion that makes you feel better? I've never seen magic before in my life. Unable to resist, she reached out to take the candy. Then slowly put the candy in your mouth. Surely a noble young master wouldn't lie to me? Her eyes lit up at the sweetness melting in her mouth. It's delicious. Lucio smiled slightly, softly asking, How is it? Do you feel a bit better now? His face softened, gently suggesting, Then try calling my name, like you did last time. She blinked in surprise. Name? Ah. She suddenly remembered the first day she met Lucio, when she accidentally mumbled his name while practicing writing. Oh, he means what I was mumbling while practicing writing. Thinking that Lucio was angry, she was startled and quickly bowed her head. I'm so sorry. She closed her eyes tightly, afraid. I'll never call your name so casually again, young master. So please. Lucio just sighed softly, not saying anything more. Ria thought to herself. I never got to hear his response to my apology that day. But afterward, Lucio would often come to me saying he'd give me magic potions. Later, I found out it wasn't actually a magic potion but chocolate. Soon after, I left the group of beggars, so I never got to hear why Lucio had shown me such kindness. And since then, I've never tasted a dessert sweeter than the chocolate I had that day. She clenched the loaf of bread in her hand, then suddenly remembered. No, I thought I'd never taste it again. But I did get to taste chocolate as sweet as that magic potion from that day. It was at that very ducal residence. The image of the gentle Duchess giving her the chocolate that day appeared in her mind, just like the magic potion of the past. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind, startling her, her eyes widening. Come to think of it, the Duchess hasn't visited the library yet. The memory of the Duchess's sad eyes that day when talking about Lucio appeared. She must be busy, but the expression on her face when talking about Lucio. She looked somewhat lonely. I wonder if she thinks Lucio feels uncomfortable around her? Thinking of that, she stammered. Lucio frowned, confused by the sudden opening. She turned to look at him, softly asking, "Why do you call the head maid by her name?" The question had just come out when she suddenly realized. Wait, I can't believe I asked such a rude question. She panicked and tried to take back her words. But Lucio suddenly replied calmly. Well, it just became a habit. I lived in the capital since I was young, and she wasn't the head maid then. Later, when I tried to change how I addressed her, she strongly insisted I keep calling her by her name. So I just kept doing it without thinking much about it. His voice was still even, but it carried a bit of indescribable warmth. Why do you ask? She blushed, stammering. Oh, well, she said to herself. It seems he didn't take offense. Maybe I can ask a bit more. Then she gathered all her courage and continued. Does the young master perhaps feel uncomfortable with Madam? His face was slightly surprised, then he laughed lightly. Are you seriously asking if I'm closer to the head maid than to my own mother? There's no way you'd think something so ridiculous. Did my mother say that? The sharp question startled her, and she stammered. If that's not the case, couldn't you be a little kinder to Madam? She reassured herself. It's presumptuous of me, but if this could ease the Duchess's burden, it might prevent the tragedy that's to come in the future. He gently replied. All right, I will. She felt her heart flutter, her eyes filled with doubt. Why, isn't he scolding me? Was Lucio always this kind? He leaned towards her, his voice low, gentle but serious. I've been honest with you, so now it's your turn. Then he suddenly changed his attitude, asking directly, Why are you afraid of me? She was surprised by the unexpected question. Pardon. Lucio stared at her, slowly saying each word. When we first met, you trembled at the sight of me. And then, every time you saw me, you'd tense up and freeze. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice serious but not heavy. Is it because of what I said? When we first met, when I said you weren't pretty. She looked at him with a strange look, not expecting Lucio to remember such a small thing. He asked doubtfully, Is that why? Were you hurt? She quickly shook her head. No, I wasn't hurt at all. I didn't feel good about it either. But then she suddenly realized what she had just said, confusedly exclaimed. What am I saying? Lucio frowned, lost in thought for a moment, then slowly said, Is that so? Then, his eyes were deep, his voice full of hidden meaning. Do you want to look pretty to me? She immediately replied without hesitation. No. Lucio was slightly surprised. As for Ria, she slowly explained, her voice not trembling at all. I've never once thought about wanting to look pretty in your eyes, young master. It's enough for me to look that way in the young lady's eyes. She raised her head proudly and added, I know I'm strange, so please don't be upset. There must be many people who want to look pretty to you, young master. Lucio was stunned when he heard that, unable to say a word in response. Suddenly, the door opened, and Diana rushed in. Sister! Ria stood up in surprise. Oh, young lady! Diana happily ran to hug her. I miss you, sister! Ria also hugged her affectionately. Oof, I miss you too! A moment later, she tilted her head slightly and asked, But young lady, did you come here by yourself? Diana proudly replied, Yes. I came alone. Ria worriedly reminded, Please call me next time. Or ask one of the maids or servants in the hallway to bring you. Diana blinked, tilting her head adorably. But Dana knows the way. Ria gently stroked her head, her voice filled with worry but gentleness. You shouldn't keep wandering alone, it worries me. Seeing that expression, Diana hugged Ria tightly, smiling brightly. Okay. I'll go with sister from now on. I love you, sister. Then, Ria turned to Lucio, gently asking for permission. Young master, may I take my leave now? It's the young lady's playtime. Lucio nodded slightly, his eyes filled with unclear emotions. Yes, you may go. She bowed to him, then held Diana's hand and left the library. Thank you, I'll see you tomorrow. Lucio stood still, watching the two figures gradually disappear behind the door. When the door closed, he was still standing there, his eyes blankly looking forward. He recalled every word Ria had just said. I've never thought about wanting to look pretty in your eyes, young master. For me, it's enough to look that way in the young lady's eyes. Please don't be upset. There must be many people who want to look pretty to you, young master. He repeated softly, unconsciously. Wanting to look pretty, she says. Then he laughed dryly, mocking himself. Why did I say such a thing? He remembered her actions again. Even the bold things she said to me? No, even before that, waking me up in the library. If it had been any other maid, I wouldn't have let it slide. His eyes were gentle, an indescribable emotion flashed through him. He muttered softly. Why don't I get angry at that child? At that time, outside, Ria and Diana were happily playing together in the garden. After playing happily, Diana fell asleep. Looking at the sleeping girl, Ria smiled softly. Hee hee. You kept asking me to read to you, but you immediately fell asleep. She gently pulled the blanket back over Diana, whispering affectionately. I'll have to wake you for dinner, but until then, have sweet dreams. At that moment, a sudden thought flashed through her mind. If it's now. She gently walked out of the room. Diana's asleep, and I've finished my work at the library. When she reached the hallway, she nodded slightly and said to herself, Yes, now's the perfect time. Ria clasped her hands excitedly. I can finally write back to Bianca. She walked happily, humming softly. I've got that lovely stationery the Duchess gave me last time. I'd better go grab it quickly. Outside, the raindrops kept falling. The sky was gray and gloomy. She hurriedly walked under the rain. A sudden shower, just like that. I'll need an umbrella when I come back. When she arrived at the dormitory, her clothes were already soaked with rain. Ria hurriedly headed towards her room. But as soon as she went up the stairs, she was stunned when she saw a crowd gathered. Huh! Why are people gathered? She got closer and was stunned. That's my room, isn't it? Without hesitation, Ria immediately rushed inside. What is everyone doing here? The servants in the room turned to look at her, their mouths slightly curled into mocking smiles. You came right in time. Entering, she saw her wardrobe was ransacked. They stood there laughing. We heard you've been taking the ladies' belongings, so we checked your room a bit. Then the maid held out Ria and Diana's matching dress. And what do you know? This is what we found. Ria screamed, hurriedly stepping forward. That was a gift from Madame. The maid quickly snatched it back, her eyes filled with contempt. Ha, don't be ridiculous. The others also laughed in unison. No matter how fond the Madame is of you, why would she buy such an expensive dress? Why are you lying to us? My word, just look at how shameless she is. What sticky fingers! Honestly, she's too arrogant. Ria was stunned, her heart filled with unease. She thought of the box she had carefully hidden. I had tucked it away carefully in a box, along with Bianca's letter. How in the world did they? Her eyes suddenly stopped. A crumpled letter was lying on the floor. It was the letter that Bianca had sent her. The maid smiled wickedly, her voice mocking. Surely Madame wouldn't let this slide just because she likes her. Unable to bear it any longer, Ria rushed forward, pushing the maid aside, causing her to scream. Ah! What the? You think this is some kind of joke? Ria trembled, kneeling down to pick up the precious letter. She was silent, memories flooded back. Back then, and now too, all I ever get is disdain and ridicule. Why? The mocking voice continued to ring out, like a repeat of the old dream. A lowly orphan with nowhere else to go if I leave here. The maid sneered, her words cutting like a knife. Ha! You think it makes sense for someone so insignificant to act out like this? Know your place. Ria bit her lip, realizing a painful truth. So it was my fault. For being too ordinary. I'm neither pretty nor accomplished. I'm so plain I seemed less than them. So I'm the kind of person they can't understand being loved. She tightened her grip on the hem of her skirt. Easy to dismiss, simple to push around, someone they can crush at any time. And then, her voice rang out softly, as if her patience had reached its limit. You know what? I've been holding back with you people. The maid shouted. What? You people? That's it. But Ria still calmly stood up. I kept quiet. I tried to let it slide. A strange light surrounded her as she turned her head. And yet, Right after that, a fire broke out behind Rhea, causing the crowd to scream in horror. Ahawk! With an angry face, Rhea screamed like a long-suppressed scream. Why do you keep tormenting me? Her screams seemed to add more power to the fire that burned everything. The crowd of servants ran away in panic. Fire! Fire! Everyone, run! The maid sat down on the floor, trembling. This devil of a girl. Rhea softly repeated, her eyes darkened. Devil? She was lost in thought. I could have left the Ala Duchy at any time. But I chose not to. Money to live on. Spelesia research? All of that was just a polished excuse. The reason I stayed through all the suffering here was I wanted to stay near Diana. I wanted to live with Diana and save the Duchess, who was dear to her. That was the only reason. Rhea looked at her, smiled coldly, and questioned. If I'm the devil, then what are you? The silence of the person opposite made the anger in her burn again. I didn't stay here to be mistreated by people like you. I could have left it all behind at any time. Rhea screamed as if to release all the pain in her chest. I could have gone anywhere. A voice rang out, calm but filled with anger. Rhea! She startled and raised her head. The Duchess was already standing at the door, her voice full of worry. Rhea, please look at me. Her face was tense, trying to reassure her. Please, I beg you, Rhea. Rhea's eyes suddenly darkened when she recognized the person who had just arrived. Duchess. Then she was shocked to see that there were also others. Even Lucio and the Duke are here. She panicked, swallowed her tears, wondering, are they angry? Is it because I set their house on fire? Or because they saw me like this? Then, does that mean I? She hugged her chest, where her heart was beating chaotically. Fear overwhelmed her. She clenched her chest as if to suppress the pain. The Duchess reached out her hand, her eyes full of longing. Rhea, come here. Take my hand. That place is dangerous, so grab it quickly. Rhea's vision gradually blurred. Her breathing became heavy. I'm dizzy, my head feels hot. She stepped back, trying to stand firm, not wanting to appear weak. Madam, I'm okay. Really. Leaning against the window, a series of thoughts rushed through her. There's no immediate solution. No way to stop this. Her eyes were fixed on the empty space outside, then she made a decision. If I just sacrifice myself. The Duchess seemed to have realized her intention, screaming out loud. No, stop, don't do it, Rhea. Rhea leaned over, letting herself fall outside the window. In that moment, everyone shouted in despair. No! The Duchess witnessed Rhea falling out of the window with her own eyes. She stretched out her hands in despair, screaming in panic. Rhea, no! Lucio stood right behind her and also witnessed everything with his own eyes. Rhea's eyes looked at him as her body fell, her gaze heavy with sadness. There it is again. That look in Lucio's eyes, I've seen it before. Old memories came back, when she was a child wandering outside the academy. A boy fiercely kicked her repeatedly, angrily shouting, You tried to steal my fountain pen, didn't you? Rhea panicked and covered her head with her hands, trying to explain. No, that's not it. I wasn't trying to steal it, I was just picking it up to return it. The boy did not let go, continuing to scold. Lies! How dare you lie to me? Her eyes suddenly caught sight of someone in the crowd. Behind her, a boy standing out in an academy uniform was standing silently observing everything. Lucio's cold, deep blue eyes were staring at her. Rhea froze, her heart breaking. He despises me. At that moment, she put her hands on her hips, trying to get up. Then she started running. The blonde boy's screams behind her continued to follow her. What do you think you're running off to? Stop right there! She panicked, trying her best to run as fast as she could. He's the last person I wanted to see me like this. Why? She ran headlong, as if she wanted to run away from the whole world. Why won't anyone believe me? In her despair, she suddenly slipped, and then collapsed onto the cold pavement. Her eyes blurred with tears, her voice whispered. Lucio. His eyes appeared in her mind. Why are you looking at me like that? At that moment, someone slowly approached her. A deep voice rang out. You look like you're struggling. Rhea looked up, surprised to see the man in front of her. He gently extended his hand. Come, let's go together. In the midst of falling, Rhea's mind was still reeling with the question. Lucio, now that I've met you, there's something I need to ask. How did you recognize me? Did you really remember me? And Another memory appeared, the image of Lucio hugging her tightly, his voice painfully calling, "Ria!" And in the present, he once again called her name like that. "Ria!" She closed her eyes, tears silently falling from the corners of her eyes. "How did you know my name when I never told you?" The rain poured down on a large, unfamiliar mansion. In the dimly lit room, a woman was holding her head, panicking. No. Thunder and lightning flashed across the sky, lighting up the room for a moment. A shrill scream echoed. "No!" Immediately after, the door swung open, hurried footsteps rang out. "Madam!" A man rushed to the bed, softly patting. "Are you all right? Look into my eyes." The woman clung to his arm, tears streaming down her face. "Darling, our baby is crying." She sobbed, trembling, her hands tightly holding him. "She keeps saying it hurts, but there's nothing I can do to help her. What should I do? What am I supposed to do?" Desperate eyes looked at her husband. "It's like she's calling for me. Our baby. I should be by her side." The man bit his lips, his body trembling slightly, unable to hold back when he saw his wife's tears. "I'm sorry for not being able to protect our child." He hugged his wife tightly, choking. "I'm truly sorry." After a while, regaining his composure, he ordered, "Butler." The butler stepped forward, bowed his head. "Yes, Your Grace." The Duke's voice became cold. "Call for Captain Marietta." Back at Duke Elad's mansion, where the rain was also pouring down incessantly, Tellen was standing by the bed, using a magic circle to try to heal Ria. Ria was lying on the bed, still not awake. Her face was in pain, her chest was tight. The Duke stood beside her, his eyes were worried. He asked, "What's her condition?" Tellen sighed, his face was heavy. "To be honest, Your Grace, tonight is critical." The Duke was stunned when he heard that, frowned, unable to speak. A moment later he growled angrily. "Didn't you say she was out of danger? Now you say it's critical?" But Tellen still calmly nodded and explained. "What she experienced was a mana running rampant. In most cases, the body can't handle the backlash, and the person dies instantly from internal rupture. And yet, she survived without a scratch. Frankly, it's a miracle. It might be because she desperately tried to protect everyone. If she had completely lost consciousness and succumbed to the surge within the mansion, everyone inside would have been caught in the explosion. So perhaps, her instincts helped her pull back just in time." The Duke looked at Ria in pain with concern, his eyes filled with remorse. He clenched his fists. The image of little Ria appeared in his mind, the child who had endured all the terrible pain just to protect everyone. In that moment, the pain must have been unbearable. And still At that moment, outside the door, Diana's cry rang out. "Sister, sister." Diana sobbed, crying and saying, "I want to go in too." The little girl looked at her mother, her eyes red with tears, pleading, "Mommy, I want to see sister too. She's really hurt, isn't she?" The Duchess gently hugged her daughter, her voice gentle and comforting. "Dana, your sister needs rest right now. Let's let her sleep for a bit, okay?" She held Diana in her arms, turned to Lucio and instructed, "Lucio, I'll take Dana back first. Let me know as soon as there's any change." Lucio nodded, seriously replying, "Yes, mother." When the Duchess hugged Diana and left, the little girl still clung to her mother's neck, struggling. "I don't want to leave." Behind, Jack was anxiously running around looking for Ria. Suddenly, his eyes stopped when he saw something. Immediately, he rushed towards Lucio, his voice full of panic. "Young master! Where's Ria? Where is she now?" Lucio replied coldly, his voice devoid of emotion. "She's inside, receiving treatment." Jack tried to stay calm, but worry was still evident on his face. "Is she all right? May I see her, even just for a moment?" Lucio was cold, not responding, only coldly ordering, "You there." Then turned to the butler, his voice stern. "Go call the head maid immediately." The butler was startled, stammering, "Pardon? Yes, I understand." Immediately after, Lucio gritted his teeth, angry. I will definitely." His cold eyes lowered, his words rang out like ice. "I will hold you accountable for this." One morning at the Elad estate, a few days after the incident, the Duke and Duchess sat by the bed, their eyes filled with worry as they tended to Ria. Ria slowly opened her eyes, staring up at the high, hazy ceiling, the canopy above the bed swaying gently. She could barely turn her head, only murmuring, This place is... The moment they saw her awake, the Duke and Duchess immediately shot up from their seats. Rhea, you're awake? Hearing the familiar voice, Rhea turned in surprise, her throat burned as she spoke. Yes, madam, but where am I? This is the Duchess's room, but why am I here? When Rhea tried to sit up, the Duchess's face grew tense. Rhea! Stay still, your body hasn't fully recovered yet. After hearing the news, Talon and the magicians rushed into the room. Your Grace, the child has regained consciousness? The Duchess replied quickly. Yes, Talon. Let's begin treatment right away. Talon nodded reassuringly. Yes, madam. Please don't worry. He placed the suitcase on the bed and opened it, revealing bright, glowing magic stones inside. Raising his hand, he cast a healing spell. Then he took out a pouch of medicine, explaining, I've cast a recovery spell for now, but she's not completely healed yet. Her throat especially took a lot of damage, so be careful, and make sure to take this medicine. Rhea accepted it politely. Suddenly a voice spoke. Rhea, there was a mana outburst. Do you remember? Rhea's face paled. She murmured as the memories resurfaced. Yes, I remember. Noticing her change in expression, the Duchess asked with concern. What's wrong, Rhea? Are you feeling unwell again? Clutching the medicine pouch tightly, Rhea shook her head. No, I'm just grateful. You treated me, and you didn't cast me out. The Duke and Duchess froze at her words. The Duke bent down slightly, a faint smile on his lips. Unbelievable. He turned toward the mages. Everyone leave us. They bowed and obeyed. Yes, Your Grace. As the door closed, Rhea shut her eyes tightly, fear knotting in her chest. Here comes the scolding. I'll probably be kicked out of the duchy. Still, I'd like to say goodbye to Diana one last time. At that moment, the Duke's voice was suddenly low and serious. Rhea, are we really such unreliable adults to you? She froze. Pardon? He continued. Why didn't you say anything from the start? Unlike the duchy staff, the servants in the capital don't know how you came to be here. Of course, we kept things quiet for Diana's sake, but if we'd known it would put you in trouble, we would have acted sooner. His voice rose. So if you had just said one word to us... The Duke suddenly stopped. Not because of anger, but because he saw tears falling. Rhea's tears poured out uncontrollably. I am sorry, Duke, The Duchess quickly stepped forward and pulled her into a tight embrace. She also tearfully stroked Rhea's head to comfort. No, Rhea, you don't need to apologize. We should have noticed even without you saying anything. I'm sorry we left you to bear it all alone. That won't happen again. At those words, the heavy weight in Rhea's heart melted away like snow. She stammered. Then, you're not kicking me out? In response, the Duchess asked in a surprised voice. What? Of course not. What are you talking about? Rhea began to tremble, her emotions welling up. I was scared that everyone hated me. I felt like I was just a burden to you both, and yet. Finally, she burst into tears like a little child. The Duchess gently wiped away her tears, speaking softly. It's okay. From now on, keep speaking up like that. Say you're scared, ask for help. Let us help you. Then she turned to the Duke, scolding him. And you? What gives you the right to scold her? Apologize now. The Duke let out a sigh and bowed his head. I'm sorry, Rhea. I was just worried. Then he spoke in a more serious tone. From now on, do only what you want, don't worry about anything else. You don't need to work either. We only allowed you to be a maid because you wanted it. We never intended to make you serve us. And now, you'll be using the room next to Diana's. Once you're feeling better, we'll move you in. Rhea widened her eyes in surprise at the Duke's words. Huh! But the head maid will probably oppose that. Sensing her hesitation, the Duke explained. Helen's been put on probation, so don't worry about her. Rhea blinked in shock. The head maid is on probation. The Duke nodded. Lucio took care of it. I interrogated the maids who bullied you one by one. We punished everyone involved appropriately, and fired them. The Duchess interjected. Dear, you didn't need to tell her all that. Rhea thought to herself. Why not? The head maid is one of the pillars holding up the duchy, so I didn't expect punishment to come so easily. Seeing her look uneasy, the Duchess reassured her. Anyway, don't worry about any of that. Just focus on getting better. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway. Alan and Diana burst into the room, calling out in worry. Sis! Rhea! Diana looked up at her with her moist eyes. Are you okay, sis? Does it still hurt? Rhea smiled, trying to reassure her. No. It doesn't hurt anymore. I'm okay, my lady. Seeing everyone's concern, especially Diana's, Rhea made up her mind. Yes, for now let's set aside the worries and be glad that Rhea doesn't have to part from Diana. In the library of the Elad ducal residence. In the dimly lit room, Lucio lay slouched in a chair, dozing off. He narrowed his eyes and murmured as if trapped in a nightmare. Ha! In his dream, the image of interrogating the head maid resurfaced. Even after all that interrogation, I still can't let go of the anger. I should have made them kneel before her, one by one. His eyes narrowed further, tinged with sadness. Or maybe, Lucio remembers the day he first met the child. Normally, he never bothered to approach others, but that day, he spoke first. Who are you? Startled, Rhea's eyes widened at the sound of his voice. She turned toward it nervously. With his cold blue eyes, Lucio said quietly, You keep calling my name. A scene from their meeting in a previous life, even though it never happened in this one, remained vivid in his mind. I still remember. That moment had etched itself deep into his memory. The moment I met that little child. Lucio looked at Rhea and gently asked, Who are you? Rhea turned to look at him in surprise. Lucio glanced at her and thought to himself, You look like a tiny newborn animal. I still remember the first time I met the child. She seemed more fragile than anything in the world. That sight stuck with me, and I kept hanging around nearby, which wasn't like me. I hated how she looked at me with scared eyes, but no matter what food or medicine I gave her, nothing changed. And then, one day, while Lucio was walking down the street near the academy, he couldn't stop thinking about that child. Why do you always look at me with those frightened eyes? But in front of the main gate, he witnessed a chaotic scene. Right before his eyes, Rhea was fleeing in fear, while a male student angrily shouted from behind. Stop right there! When she ran past, he just stood there looking at her, while her head hung low, lips trembling as she tried desperately to run. The blonde boy gripped his pen tightly, snarling. TCH, how dare a dirty beggar touch someone else's stuff? In an instant, his wrist was seized tightly by Lucio. Ugh! Lucio's eyes blazed with fury. What did you just do to that kid? The blonde boy shrieked in panic. Ah! Then he was thrown to the ground. Ugh! Lucio coldly threatened in a low voice. Get out of my sight! I'll deal with your rude behavior later. The blonde boy fearfully clutched his wrist, stammering. I'm sorry! The girls around who witnessed everything started whispering. Why is Lord Lucio acting so strange? What's his connection to that child? No way, really? Suddenly, Lucio's eyes widened, a light flashing within. Without hesitation, he immediately ran off, following the path Rhea had just taken. His heart was filled with regret. He should have immediately chased after her. As he ran, panting, fragments of the past flooded his mind. One day, when I casually asked if she had any wishes, she told me. Rhea said softly, I don't want much, just... And with a gentle smile, she had said, I'd like someone to ask if I'm okay when I'm hurting. At that moment, Lucio's face had grown resolute. Alright, I'll make that wish come true. I'm sure you know but the world full of scary things. So come with me. If you stay with me, you won't be afraid. From now on. Back to the present, Lucio woke up, his face pale with panic. However, although he woke up from sleep, his mind was foggy and his body felt heavy. That dream again? It messed with my head, but when I wake up, I can't remember anything. Lucio sighed, casually wiping away the sweats that streamed down. I'd rather have a nightmare. The scene shifted to a new room, simply yet elegantly decorated. Rhea was carried inside by Taze, she exclaimed. Wow! Taze beamed brightly. Rhea, welcome to your new room. He gently set her down on the soft bed. Come on, come down slowly. Rhea softly replied. Thank you, sir. Diana excitedly said. Sis! What do you think? Isn't the room awesome? Rhea smiled and nodded. Yes, it's great. The bed is so comfy. Suddenly, Alan stepped forward and handed her a box. Rhea, take this. It's a gift. Rhea blinked in surprise and opened it. Huh! Thank you. Inside was a pink dress and a letter from Bianca, the very things that had been ruined in the accident. She gasped in emotion. This is... Alan spoke gently. Don't thank me, thank Mom. She fixed you the wrinkled dress and the letter herself. Ria's eyes grew misty with tears as she whispered. Yes, thank you so much. How can I ever repay this kindness? Alan gave her an easy smile. Repay? No need. Just focus on getting better. Diana chirped happily. Sis, now that we're close, let's play a lot. Alan added. Sure, when you're better, I'll make that chocolate fountain you love again. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached. Lucio appeared, his face calm but his voice tinged with concern. You're still not better. Is it okay to laugh and move around like that? Taze immediately bowed respectfully. Young Duke! You're here. Alan and Diana both cried out joyfully, running toward their brother. Brother! Big bro! Ria looked at him in surprise. Young master, good to see you. What's up? Lucio held out a book. I brought the book you were reading. Since you're stuck in bed, I thought you might be bored. Ria looked surprised, her eyes lighting up with delight. Oh, thank you. She slowly reached out to take it. You brought it all the way here. But suddenly, Lucio's gaze froze. Without warning, he grabbed Ria's wrist and muttered, I finally got you a bit healthier. Ria stiffened. Huh? Lucio frowned slightly. You still look so fragile. How can you work like this? The scene left everyone around them stunned, as if they had just witnessed something unbelievable. Jack looked at this scene with a bewildered expression. Ria's eyes filled with disbelief. Does this guy have no shame? She wiggled her hand and quietly asked, young master, could you let go of my hand? Lucio stayed silent for a moment, then suddenly took out a key and handed it to her. Here, take it. His voice was low and gentle. It's the key to the main library. Ria couldn't overcome her confused. Why are you giving this to me? Lucio calmly explained. I'm going back to the academy soon. While I'm away, you keep it. Hearing that, Ria was a little confused. Lucio narrowed his eyes as he looked at her, who had a blank expression. If you want, feel free to open it and stay there any time. Her reaction was different from what he expected. If you don't need it. Ria shouted urgently, making a gesture as if she wanted to hide the key. No, no! Thank you for being so thoughtful. She held it tightly in both hands. Guess I'll be able to read more often now. That scene made Lucio laugh involuntarily. A few days later, in Ria's new room, Ria stretched and moved her body. I slept well. She looked out the window. The weather's nice. I wonder if I'll be stuck inside again today. After everyone came to visit me, the Duchess insisted I stay in bed until I fully recovered, no leaving the room or leaving the bed. So I'd been living like a cat for days. It was comfy, sure, but I'm not hurting anymore, and sitting still is driving me crazy. I think I can go out now. What excuse should I use? Suddenly she remembered the letter on the table. Oh, right, the letter. I finally finished my reply to Bianca last night. Then she got out of bed and walked to the door. I'll ask Madam to send it out today. The maid sweeping her hallway looked surprised. Oh my. Then she asked worriedly. Are you feeling okay? Is it all right for you to be out of bed? Ria slowly nodded. Yes, the physician said I'm fine to move around now. The maid smiled awkwardly. I see. That's such a relief. Then take care, dear. Ria also slowly walked over, looking embarrassed. Yes, thank you, she thought as she walked down the hallway. What happened? Even the maids who helped me, and everyone I passed by. Ever since I changed rooms, their attitudes shifted. They were just a little kinder, and somehow that was enough to soften me. Ria stood in front of the Duchess's room door in surprise. Huh! The door is open. She was about to knock on the door but suddenly froze when she heard a voice from inside. I have something important to tell you all. Inside the room, the Duke's family was gathered together. The Duke cleared his throat and spoke up. It's about our family. The Duchess also opened her mouth. You all know that Ria is a kind and good child, right? Alan pouted his lips. She's kind of dumb, though. The Duke interrupted him softly. Alan. The Duchess swallowed her saliva and continued. Anyway, this situation made me think a lot. About how Ria was hurt and bullied just because she's a commoner and an orphan. She clenched her fists. It was completely unfair. I'll make sure nothing like that ever happens again in this household, but there's no guarantee she won't face the same thing out in the world. Alan was a little confused. Out there? Are you kicking her out? Then he jumped up. She's so small, she wouldn't last a day out there. And Diana and I treat her so well, why would she want to leave? The Duchess tried to calm Alan. True, we don't want her to go, but Rhea might want to leave. We don't know what she's thinking, Alan replied. I never considered that Rhea might want to leave. Then the Duchess asked quietly. I feel the same way, sweetheart. But this is just a possibility. So I was thinking, what if we made Rhea part of our family? Lucio was shocked to hear that. Then he asked, You mean? Duke Elad spoke firmly. Yes. I want to officially adopt Rhea. Give her the Elad name and make her a true member of the duchy, so she can live proudly, without being looked down on by anyone. Diana tilted her head and eyes wide. Adopt. What's adoption? The Duchess gently explained. It means Rhea would become Diana's real sister. Diana was surprised. Real sister? She's already Diana's sister now. The Duchess looked at the little girl and smiled gently. Then she reached out and patted her head. Our little Diana really loves Rhea, doesn't she? Diana nodded immediately. Yup. I love her so much. The Duke looked at Lucio and Alan. Diana seems to be on board. What about you two? If you agree, Rhea will become your younger sister. Alan looked bewildered. Younger sister? That's... Lucio had an expressionless expression as always. Then he suddenly spoke up in protest. I don't agree. I'm against adopting that girl. The Duchess asked back. Why, Lucio? Lucio looked at Diana and replied. To me, Diana is my only sister. That's enough. Rhea stood quietly outside the door as if she had heard the conversation between the Duke's family. The letter she was holding in her hand fell to the ground. No words came out, as if something was blocking her throat. An inexplicable feeling washed over her like a wave. I should be grateful they're even considering adoption, but still, why? Lucio's voices rang alternately in her ears. I don't agree. Her tears began to fall. Am I starting to resent them? She raised her hand to wipe away her tears. What am I thinking? Do I even have the right to resent them? I've received so much kindness from the duchy. Even though I've been through this before, I let myself hope that maybe this time would be different. Then she turned around and left in a hurry. I don't want them to see this side of me and feel uncomfortable. So now I really need to prepare to stand on my own. A few days later, the Duchess asked as she looked at the letter Rhea gave her. Is it ready to send? Rhea nodded and smiled. Yes, please. The Duchess asked gently. It took longer than I expected. Was it hard to write? Rhea happily recounted. Not really. I just wrote what I learned about the Principality of Bellis. The more I read, the more beautiful and fascinating it seemed. Hearing this, the Duchess hesitated. I see. Then maybe. Just then, Alan ran in and called. Mom! The carriage is here. Let's go greet them. Rhea thought to herself in surprise. Time passed quickly, and the day came for Lucio to return to the academy. A moment later, all the people were outside the mansion. The Duchess greeted, no longer felt any distance from Lucio. Lucio, take care. I'll miss our little tea times, even if they were brief. Lucio spoke calmly, and it was clear that the two had become quite close this time. We'll see each other again at the festival, so don't be too sad. Rhea became lost in thought. The festival? Oh right, Alan was excited about us all going together. The academy was always bustling during festival season. Suddenly Lucio approached, turning his gaze towards her. When she looked up at him, he spoke. Make yourself feel at home here. Rhea was frozen at the unexpected words. Huh! Lucio looked at her and smiled softly. Then he slowly lifted his hand and tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. I really like having you here. He smiled. So stay. Keep living here. Then Lucio turned and got into the carriage. Time to head out. The knight beside him obeyed. Yes, young master. Soon the carriage started moving and everyone anxiously called out. Don't forget to ride often. Don't cry, big bro. Diana will come visit you soon. Rhea stood there blankly. Why? He said he didn't want to be family. He said Diana was enough of a sister, yet he wants me to stay. She feel awkward. Lucio, I really don't understand your heart. Along the long road, the carriage continued to roll forward at a steady pace. Inside, Lucio sat quietly, leaning against the window frame. His mind had already drifted far away.